Hmm. Good fucking morning, everybody. Welcome to the classiest place on earth. How the fuck are you doing? I hope you're doing well. It's pouring rain here, and my yard is a fucking pit. Ugh! Hating it. Hating it. Oh my god, Viper Sniper! How the fuck are you, bitch? Oh my god, how are you doing? Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving any swings that fucking Prime sub. Don't forget your Prime subs. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you've been throwing $5 at Bezos without even knowing it. Use your Prime sub. You don't have to use it here, but use it somewhere. Thank you so much. Viper, how are you doing? It's gross. Oh my god. I can't even tell you the chunks of mud. You guys know. I've bitched about the fucking pit of my yard so many times. Like, it's pouring rain right now. It's a blessing and a curse because we planted a ton of grass. So, like, this is great. It's honestly perfect for for the grass to grow, but also it can fuck itself. Like, oh my god, wait, by blow out your knee, did you like tear your ACL? Oh no, Viper, what did you do? Oh fuck. Oh no. What were you doing? What happened? Oh my god, what happened, honey? Dude, knees. Man, what is it? Knees are a faulty design. My knees are fucked too. Good morning, Sirska Love. How are you? Good morning, Japita. How you doing, sup, bitch? My dad did that. Yeah, I hurt my knee years ago, but nothing like actual, like no ripping. But fuck, dude, your knees and your back. God damn, they are a faulty design. Like, I understand we evolved to be upright, but I think it was to our detriment. I leaped off the ledge about 40 inches high and it went, oh my God. Ow. That's all it takes, man. You know, Eliza's mom tore something terrible in her leg years ago, literally by just stepping, like, she actually, like, sued the city and shit. It was a big deal, but, the sidewalk had, like, a chunk taken out of it, and she was just walking down the sidewalk, not looking down because, you know, you trust a sidewalk, and fucking hit the divot and blew her leg out. I mean, that's all it takes, really. It's crazy. It doesn't take a lot. Good morning, David. Good morning, Bacon. How are you doing? Good morning, Kona. How are you doing? My nose is really stuffy, too. I'm sorry if I sound sniffy. Ooh, you got your vaccine booster? Fuck yes, David. Fuck yes. Is it soon? Oh, God. I'm out of work for a while and stuck in my mom's. Ugh. Did you do it while working? Like, will it be covered by, like, L&I or something like that? Fuck, dude. I'm so sorry. I mean, is there really a worse when it comes to a fucking injury that makes it so you can't walk? Dude, I would rather, I don't know, man. I don't know what I would do if I couldn't stand up. I go crazy. I go fucking crazy. Rocking out PC almost done. Oh my god, are you so excited, Bacon? Dude, the moment you turn your PC on is like the best. The 23rd. Oh, I'm excited for you, David. Ankles, dude, ankles, man. My ankles, like I think this is pretty common. I don't think I'm unique in this, but for the first hour of the day, my ankles sound like a popcorn machine. Like the first like half mile of my run in the morning is just like crackle, 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 crackle. It's like my toe bones and my ankle bones and my feet bones. I've told my doctor, he said it's not bad. It's just weird. Yeah, the crackle crack. Oh god, it's great. My knees do it too. When I do squats, my knees go. It's great. Oh fuck, Viper. That sucks. Mishy, they are fucked up. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, it sounds like when you just say like, oh yeah, she sued the city because she fell off a curb and fucking blew out her leg. I mean, even without a walker or any sort of walking, you know, impedance, is that the word I'm looking for? You trust a sidewalk. I've definitely, like, you know that feeling when you're driving in your car and you go in a dip and you get that, like, stomach roll? I've gotten that just, like, you know, going down off a curb that I didn't know had a chunk taken out of it or it was uneven or something like that. Dude, Mish, where was I? Oh, I'm trying to think. There was a city I was in and oh, wait, where was it? The sidewalks were, like, the city, it was an older city. I think it was in the US. But the sidewalks were really old, and what they had done is, like, plant trees along the walkways of these sidewalks, and the tree roots had just, lifted the sidewalk. It was just shattered. Like the whole sidewalk was crackled and shit, and there were roots coming up. I don't think even a wheelchair could have gone across these sidewalks. Like big, what I'm saying is like a wheelchair, big wheels. I don't even think that could have made it. I don't know how anybody makes it around cities like that. It seems like, what's the point of a sidewalk if you can't walk on it? I get that the tree's great, but like, fucking Christ. If I got hurt at work, I'd be happy. Yeah, that sucks. So now you have to use sick time and vacation time? Fuck that. What is this song? What's happening? I don't know this song. Get out of my life. Not today. Hold on. That's better. I didn't know what that was. Good morning, Darth. How are you, love? The ortho drained 35 cc of blood from my knee the day after I heard it. Oh my, what? Is it like really swollen? Brittany, good morning. Cocky. Good morning. I have a fire in my soul. About my... Oh, Zoe. I don't know if... Can I show that on stream? It's just an x-ray. I can show an x-ray, right? Good is a relative term. Yeah. Pissed. Fucking... I have no words. My dad is always... Wait, so for as long as I can remember, my dad has always believed in reincarnation. I just found out that in his will, he left everything to himself. Do you think someone's done that? Because that sounds like a real thing. Oh, God. Hold on. I'm going to pull... Zoe sent me something on Twitter, and I'm just like, I think I can show you guys. Like, it's medical stuff, and, if it's like a picture of a butthole, I can't show you, but it's just a x-ray. It's pretty phenomenal, to be honest. Did you? Oh, did you? Oh, wait, I don't have Discord open today. Oops. Hocus Pocus Jocus ride. Let's take a spin on a carny ride. Wait. On a carny ride? Carnivals scare me. Not swollen anymore after being drained. It was. It's so bad. You couldn't even tell there was a knee. Wow. Yeah, it's technically educational. Honestly, it's kind of a health warning. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't show any pieces. It's not an X-rated. It's not an XXX X-ray. XX ray? XX X-ray? It's a good one, Leaf. Eyes swollen from angry crying. I'm gonna cut a bitch. If you need help, it's been a bit since I've been to Georgia. And I still have a legal license to end lives on that side of the country. Not that I would. Just saying I'm here for you. My dad always said I was his second favorite son. I'm an only child. Oh my God. Dads are the best. My parents never pulled that shit. Why is Discord not opening? Discord, don't be a cockfuck to me today. I don't have the patience for you. Discord's being a dick. Hold up. It's just not loading. Where did you post it in swag? Just leave it. I'm just gonna leave it for a second. It's just having a heart attack trying to load, I guess. Oh wait, no, there we go. Just kidding. I got it. Dude, oh, I love it. I love the case. Oh, I love the case so much. Oh, I love it. I really like cases that are just like square and have a nice glass side in them. I feel like there's so many PC cases nowadays that look like a goddamn spaceship. And I'm not against the spaceship look. I just don't want it. You could show us a picture of your butthole. Probably only get to do it once. Right, that'll be my last day on Twitch. Yeah. Oh my God, which ICP lyric? Is that wait. I remember when I was a child, I bought my imaginary girlfriend to be my dad, and he goes, you can do better. So I said, thanks, Dad. And he says, I was talking to her. Jesus fucking Christ. Leaving everything for yourself is such a power move. Don't touch. I'll be back for all of this. Yes. I mean, that is really, if you think about it. I've seen rich people leave stuff to their dogs, which is pretty wild. Okay, so it's it's a DM, so I gotta like read it. Hold on, I gotta read it. I gotta read you guys the description, and then I'll show you the picture. So this is what Zoe sent me, and it's pretty great. It hurts a lot. Oh my god, my alerts are so low. God damn it. Thank you so much for summing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving any swing so fucking long. I appreciate you.
Hail the tank lord. I need to pack a bowl.
I need to pack a bowl. Good morning, poop deck. How are you? Hypothetically, you're one of my first calls for life ending. I wouldn't say I'm a scary person, but I also, like, if I was someone else, like, I wouldn't, test me. And I'm not saying, like, I'm, like, cool or, like, scary or anything, but, like, I can get away with things you can't. That's fucked up. 5 months, dude. What the fuck? That's almost half a year. Oh, I'm going to touch grass. Literally, my berry bushes. Oh my god, I'm so excited for you. I actually was looking at berry bushes last night. I really want to do these. I was talking about them a few months ago, and someone in chat actually got some of them. They're these. They're a blueberry bush, but they're called pink lemonade blueberry bushes, and they do these bright. They produce bright pink berries, and apparently it's like kind of tart. They're kind of tart, and I like that. I don't like blueberries that are just like flavorless mush in my mouth, but they're like $70 a plant for like a little starter plant. You know what I'm saying? That's not going to produce berries for years. So I haven't quite pulled the trigger on that one. But I look at them all the time and dream. Clean out my bowl, I'm sorry. Didn't that French designer Karl Lagerfeld, don't remember the spelling, no, it's cool, give everything to his cats? I'd believe it. I've actually literally read stories about people who legitimately left everything to, like, their dog or something, similar to the Aristocrats storyline. Right, David? I don't think I'm scary. I mean, I've been told I'm unapproachable, but, I mean, if you're scared of someone just because they're tall, that's not on me. Don't fear spine length. That's weird. If I was to make someone angry... Wait, if I was to make someone angry to be on their bad side, it would not be you. Thank you. I wouldn't. I say that, like, because you guys are my friends and I'm just being honest. No worries, Bacon. I was just saying, I love your case. Your PC case is fucking sexy. I feel like there's a lot of cases these days that just look like fucking spaceships. You know? They make the cases just look so fucking extra. I just want a nice, clean case with a clear side so I can see all my shit on the inside. That's it. Slaith, oh my god, my love! Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving 80 swings for
40 months. Holy shit.
Positive news? I love positive news. FDA loosened requirements to give blood making it easier for gay men to donate. Wait, really? The U.S. Food and Drug Administration finalized recommendations Thursday to loosen its blood-giving guidelines by now using risk-based questions rather than time-based questions to determine if someone's eligible, making the process more inclusive for gay men who have been prevented from donating in the past over concerns spreading HIV. The FDA will now determine if someone is eligible to donate blood using a set of individual risk-based questions aimed at reducing the risk of... Okay, this might be really stupid of me to say out loud, but, like, we're friends, right? So yeah. Wouldn't it just behoove them to just test people for HIV? Like, I don't understand, like, why you're gay, oh, you must have AIDS, or we're gonna give you this really strange, convoluted questionnaire to guess if you have HIV. Why not just do a fucking HIV test? I don't think any gay person would give a fuck if they're there to donate blood. They test the blood anyways, right? It's good. It's good news that they're looking at it because, I mean, I think there was a while, if not currently in some states, if you're gay, you just cannot donate blood. Like, if they assume you're gay, if you're like effeminate, male presenting, they'll be like, nah. They just assume gay is HIV. So it's good that we're approaching it, but like, you know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't we just fucking like, yeah. Oh, really, Sirska? HIV can have a long incubation period, and yes, they do test it anyways. So is there a chance that it won't come up in a test then? Is what you're saying? It ain't your height that's scary, it's the RBF. I don't do that on purpose, Viper, but I know exactly what you mean. People have caught me, like my sister loves to take candid photos when I'm not paying attention, and then she shows them to me. I'm like, why do I look like I'm cursing someone? Well, I'm reading a book on the train. It's just my face. My nieces came and visited me, all 6 of them. Aw, cute. I'm not child friendly. Aw, dude, I am. I took off my helmet and they screamed and ran to my brother's van and locked themselves in. Shut the fuck up. That's incredible. You're my hero. I'm now labeled as Sloth from the Goonies. I love Sloth. Hey, you guys. Yeah. It's about fucking time. It just doesn't seem like, I don't know. Happy 426. Let us cheers. So this is what Zoe sent me. I want to read it to you. So this is the text part. Greatest personal injury case I've ever heard. Chris Goodnow, an estimated Valley attorney, has picked up a client who is suing a sex toy company. Said the client purchased a butt plug that was advertised as, quote, 100% silicone. Client wears butt plug to MRI appointment. Much to client's dismay, butt plug in fact has a metallic core. Butt plug is accelerated at the speed of sound IP into client's chest cavity, described in memo as anal railgun. Client survived with major injuries. My dudes, that's not where the butt plug should be. Just for reference, this is the butt. How? Good morning, Reaper. How? Can someone just make it make sense? How? Like, we make jokes about kidney ticklers. This is quite literally stabbing his liver. I have so many questions. So many questions. Problem is that people have gotten really good at posing, so we not really know how faces normally look. Like, if you look at old photos from like the early 1900s, everyone looks like they're super mad. You know, David, I actually listened to a really interesting podcast about that. It was a podcast on, what was it? Oh, it was beauty trends. Beauty trends in, God, what time period was it? Like the medieval, I think. Medieval or Renaissance, somewhere on there. But anyways, one of the beauty trends that went into the Elizabethan era, when Queen Elizabeth was queen, was to literally wipe dirt and mud and grease all over your teeth to disguise the damage. Like, it was better just to have muddy teeth because their teeth were so rotten. And they posed in this podcast. I don't know if this is true, but they posed in the podcast. That was a huge reason why smiling was not in fashion in photos and stuff, because everybody just had the most fucking rank, rotted zombie mouth. And then there's one artist, I don't know her, I can't remember her name, but she notoriously painted a self-portrait smiling, and it's the first one in history with all of her rotted teeth. Like, she paints her teeth as rotted as they actually are, and it literally looks like a joke. It looks like the cover of, like, Pride and Prejudice with zombies or something, but it's real. I don't know how legit that is. But I mean, I guarantee their teeth are probably fucked up, but, like, I don't know how legit that is with the smiling and stuff. Kind of makes sense. No, I don't type good. Typing is so overrated. I'm the queen of typos. Cheers. So, Viper, I've heard this from some people. It's like a thing. Some people have a kink for, like, wearing a butt plug just all day. Just, like, wearing it. You know what I mean? Like, they slide a butt plug in and just go about their day with a butt plug in. So this butt plug was advertised as being 100% silicone, right? So he's wearing this butt plug 24/7. Just happens to have an MRI appointment. We aren't told what that MRI appointment was for. It wasn't for the butt plug. But if you're familiar with what an MRI is, magnetic resonance imaging, you can't even wear Like, if you go into the MRI as an employee, we can't have a clip in our, like a bobby pin. A bobby pin becomes a bullet in an MRI room. Anything. I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen videos of where they turn the MRI machine on and a chair goes flying across the room and warps against the MRI machine because it's metal. So, if it wasn't quite clear what happened here, this person was sold a butt plug, allegedly 100% silicone, went to an MRI, i.e., laid down in a giant magnet. And what was the quote? The supposed 100% silicone dildo becomes a, quote, anal rail gun. So, like, there's someone having a worse day than us. What the fuck? Oh my, I wonder what, I don't want to know. I was going to say I wonder what that felt like, but honestly, I don't want to know. Camera was fucked. That's, yeah. Man, big magnet goes, they do. They sound like a fucking hammer. Trouble, you totally can. If it's a permanent, like, you can get an MRI if you have, like, an implant, if you have braces, you can get MRI with braces. As long as it's connected. It's anything that's not connected to you will just go flying off of you. I've literally seen bobby pins go flying out of someone's hair to the MRI like a bullet because they missed a bobby pin in their hair. Like, outside of every MRI room I've ever worked in hospitals, they always have a locker room where if you have a patient that has to go into MRI, you have to go basically strip down and put on a new pair of scrubs that is verified, no metal pieces at all. You can't wear your badge. But I went in it with my nipple piercings and nothing happened. Like, my boobs didn't pick up off my chest or anything, so. Yeah, Mishy, no butt plugs. Think they'll risk butt plugs again one day? I don't even know, Viper. I don't even know. I mean, they're gonna make a lot of money. Just because that business lied. Client survived with major injuries. My butthole just sucked up too. Just reading it again. Fuck. Titanium's not magnetic. There you go. That's probably why piercings don't do it. Although you are required to take out all your earrings and everything. Like, I can't even wear an underwire bra into MRI. You have to take your bra off. So it's interesting. Yeah, it's got to be just very specifically magnetic stuff, but titanium isn't magnetic. No, you're right, Sales. That's probably a good point. Oh, God. What the fuck? Cooking with the Ancestor Wayne June. Who gave me this? I completely forgot I opened it already. I'm sorry, my brain is staticky today. Oh my God. What? Oh, Kona. Oh, we're gonna watch that. I'm sorry. I open all the links you guys toss me, and then we get talking, and I totally forget, but I have them. Anal railgun me, daddy. I love this song too. That's why even though I'm 99% sure all my jewelry is titanium, but still take it off when I have an MRI. Me too. Like, even though I know it probably wouldn't just tear out of my head, I don't want to risk that at all. Grabs magnetic. Wow, not magnetic. Today I learned. Yeah, it depends on the metal. I mean, that makes sense. I just didn't even think about it. You know, Brandy Buck, I have heard there is some tattoos that it's not like they lift out of your body or anything, but I've heard that some tattoos have metallic bits in the ink. They can, like, react, but I've never heard of, like, no one's tattoos are getting lifted out of their body or anything like that. I think it's the color changes or something. Happy time zone, Ghetto, how are you? Yeah, it's honestly, don't go to an MRI with any metal at all. It's just safe. If you don't know, if you're questioning it, take it off. Yeah, seriously, if it's in your body, it can't be torn out. It won't, like, there's no, like, that'd be fucking wild. Because I've had MRIs. I have pins. I have metal pins in my jaw from the horse thing. That doesn't get torn out of my face or anything. I don't even feel anything, like a tingle. Probably it's not. I mean, a lot of implants in your body are titanium. If we put steel in you, it would rust and you would literally just be poisoned to death and die. So it's probably because it's a lot of titanium. And titanium, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's one of the lightest metals, which I think is why they use it for a lot of implants and like surgery stuff. I think so. There was a big thing about it years ago because there's like this it's this weird statute in the US where things have to go through either the FDA or they have to go through some sort of approval processing before they're allowed to be used in medicine or anything like that. And there was, I think it was a hip. It was either a hip or a knee. I can't remember which one. But a company made it and they were like, "Hey, we made this new hip joint. We want to be approved." And there's this weird statute where like if you create something that's similar enough to the already approved other thing, then you get like a pre-approval without them ever looking at it and it can go into use before they even look at it. And they were making these like joints out of cobalt and it was literally rotting. Like people's bones would turn to black sludge on the inside of their body. It was wild. Valendor, if you had a swollen leg for a week that was getting worse and they didn't think it was a blood clot or infection, what doc would you see about that? For a week, I'd be in the ER. Like, do you have like pitting edema and it's strictly one leg? Which side? I'd go to the ER immediately. Yeah. I don't care what a doctor thinks. You need to get a scan to see if you have a fucking blood clot. Yeah. Real talk. Stay alive. Yeah. There's I that literally almost the same thing happened to my sister. She went to California and she's in Washington. And apparently this happens a lot if you do a real quick flight where you like go up to max and then come down really fast. It fucks with like your blood pressure and like the blood of your body. And when she landed in California, her one leg literally was 4 pitting edema, meaning she could push her finger into her leg like 4 millimeters, I think is what it is. And the dent would stay. And the doctor literally looked at her and said, "You're just obese," and sent her home. You cannot look at someone and know whether or not they have a fucking terminal blood clot. That's not real. I'm not going after you, just so you know. I love you. I just, like, it pisses me off when I hear people, go in with something so as, a, a random swollen body part with no preceding injury is a huge sign of something fucking wrong. And for someone to just look at you and be like, it's probably, no, go to the ER. Go to the ER. I would go to the ER at, like, literally, if you're even considering it, just make sure to go before the weekend, because the weekend's going to bend you over backwards. Like, today's the perfect day to go. You know what I'm saying? Kraken! Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it 8 swings for 9 months.
The child is born! We feast upon long pig tonight.
Valendor, absolutely. I would never bullshit you. That's what I would do. 100%. Like, if literally one leg was mysteriously swollen, noticeably more swollen than the other leg for over a week. I mean, literally for half a week, I would have been to the ER. Like, it could be nothing, but it could be something real big you don't want to fuck around with. And why take the chance? Not worth it. I'm on a subreddit for autistic people, and recently a lot of people talked about enjoying getting an MRI. Really? Oh, I hated it. I can't, like, they make you lay down and stay still for such a long amount of time. Like, I go crazy. And you can't go to sleep because they keep talking to you because they need you to, like, move your head or move your arm or something like that. Fuck, dude. I had one done ages ago for my shoulder. Absolutely not. Not right now, bud. They want to go outside so bad, but my yard is literally a pit of mud and it's not happening. I love you, bud, but you can't kiss my ass for that today. I broke my leg the other day? What? How'd you break your leg, Dallas? The fuck? Oh no. Titanium's a fun metal because it is light and rigid to shearing force while being malleable. It forms a crystalline structure when it's cooled from smelting. People who work in places that make parts from titanium are not allowed to use ballpoint pens. Wait, why? Wait, what? What? Wait, no, you have to expand on that. You can't just end with they're not allowed to use ballpoint pens. What? You can't just say that doesn't. What? Really, dude? I don't mind enclosed dark, but I need freedom to get up and move. It's the being trapped. I feel the same way in a movie theater. Anytime it's just like, Katie, you got to lay there and stay still for a certain amount of time, my whole body's like, no. It's a terrible time. I hate it so much. I love them. They put my favorite Sirius XM station on my headphones and I fall asleep. Oh my God, you guys are lucky. Although I wasn't dumb fuck nowhere. I don't CT scans and shit like that. Any other scan, I don't think I've ever had any scan of my body that was as bad as an MRI just because you're laying in like a tube coffin for a really long time. Well, it sounds like hammers are fucking hammering on it. It was terrible. Oh, I literally was ready to cry. I think at one point I started crying because I just wanted to move so badly. Like, it was such a fucking visceral drive to fucking move, and I was not allowed to. No. It's a bad time for legs and knees. The ER I went to was out of those long braces that go from mid-thigh to mid-calf. I believe it. I mean, it's the beginning of summer. Everyone's going outside. Everyone's getting active, but they've all been stoved up, and they're all stiff and crackly, crunchy from the winter. It's kind of like, when the sun comes out in the Pacific Northwest and everybody goes outside naked and gets sunburned, which is the reason why the Pacific Northwest has the highest rate of skin cancer in the US, even though they get no sun. Because they all just like, the one day the sun comes out, they're like, sizzle. I mean, that's fun, Dallas. I wonder how much economic cost is lost how much economic loss is from people being undertreated because they don't want the expense of going to the hospital. Tons, David. Tons. It seems like so much of the discussion is about the cost of treating people and not how much it costs all of us to not treat people. It's huge. Huge. Seriously, they're actually I don't know if this is across the US, but when I was living in Washington and working in a hospital there, they actually, the like state health department or whatever came in and put in a statute that said if someone is admitted to the ICU and we send them home, and when we send them home from the ICU, that's our choice. We're saying you're safe enough to go home. If we send them home and they're readmitted within 30 days, the hospital takes on the entire medical bill from the very first moment they were an inpatient. Because of that, lots of hospitals were doing this treat 'em and street 'em mentality because they don't have enough beds, they don't have enough staff, and they just want to get people the fuck out. It's like tables and it's like waiting tables. It's literally like waiting tables. Patient rooms. And so they were treating and streeting people, but like there was no education, there was no continuing education. No one would call and check on you. So people would just go home and get sick again or fucking fuck themselves up again and be readmitted. And so they put that in. I don't know if that's across the US or not. What's the scan they do for a blood clot? There's a couple different scans they can do, but usually they'll put dye. They'll like inject dye into your veins, and then they'll do a scan that picks up the dye. And what happens is wherever the blood clot is, the dye will just be stopped. You know what I mean? They'll be able to see the dye going through all your vessels, and where there's a blood clot, like something clogging a vessel, the dye will just terminate. And that's how they can tell. There's a few different ones. It really depends, hospital, doctor, what you're going to do, where you're going, and stuff like that. But they're super easy. I mean, they're not a big deal or anything like that. And then basically, if you have a clot or if they suspect you have one, they'll give you a drug that's like a blood thinner, and it breaks apart blood clots. They can also break it, like if it's real big, like if it is a blood clot and they're like, oh shit, this is serious, they can break it apart with ultrasound on the outside of your body. Literally, they can use like an ultrasound and bust apart blood clots and stuff like that. The reason blood clots cause a swelling is because your heart is constantly circulating fluid throughout your body all the time, right? And when that circulation is for some reason halted or blocked, sorry, I just hit my mic, halted or blocked for some reason, fluid starts to build up in the area because it's no longer getting pumped to the various parts of the body and getting, exhaled out of our mouth via the gas and sweated out and all that stuff. So it causes a fluid retention wherever that is. And for lots of people, especially if you're someone who it sits a lot, like us, like me, your job is sitting, it can pinch off your vessels on the back of your legs just sitting in a chair that's not right for you, and that can cause blood clots. Like, it's so many different things can cause them, but it's not a big deal if you catch it. The big deal is when it gets broken loose, goes to your heart, and causes a heart attack. So that's why I say, like, fuck the leg. It's about what's coming. And it's important to catch that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Rotating door system, yes. Yeah. You have to go to the hospital for an ultrasound for you. Why? Like, they just randomly told you have to come get an ultrasound on your urinary tract? Anyway, it's so crazy that people sometimes show up here and ask, how broken does my arm have to be before I go see a doctor? I mean, David, I don't go to the doctor. I'd have to be dying to go to the doctor. That's pretty much the American way. Most people use the emergency room as their doctor's office because they don't have insurance. Literally called Clotbuster. It's the shit. Ooh, lime green. Fuck yeah. When I had a cast when I was a kid, it was blue. And I was pissed. I was so stupid. I got like a navy blue cast. And then when I got to school, I was like, oh my God, no one can write on my cast. Dumbass. Right? Science is really fucking cool. But it's just one of those things. It's such an easy thing to take care of if we catch it early. But once, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say you're going to have a heart attack. We don't know. We don't know what the fuck's causing it. That's worst case scenario. But why risk it? When it's easily remedied. You know what I mean? Easily cared for. Oh, Kate. It was like some sort of torture. It was drilled into me, man. But thank you. So how do we better prevent clots from forming when a job requires lots of sitting? Standing up and stretching. Like I do every single hour on my stream, and I encourage you guys to. I'm seriously, every hour that I take a break, and I'm like, hey guys, every couple hours, we take a break, and I encourage you to stand up. I'm not saying that to be just a little bitch on the internet. Seriously, just standing up once an hour can reduce your likelihood of developing a clot and then having either a heart attack or something else exponentially. Blood flow. Literally, just getting perfusion going. Keeping perfusion going. That's it, really. It's, if you think about it like pipes of a house. If pipes of a house go unused for an extended period of time, they're going to get rusty and they're going to build lime up inside of them, and they're going to eventually be clogged and not work, right? But if there's constantly a high flow of water being pushed through those pipes, that degradation is much, much slower and doesn't happen for an extended period of time. Does that make sense? If you think of it that way, seriously, doing this, I'm not shitting you. It's been proven by multiple studies that raising your hands over your head wakes you up more than a cup of coffee. But also, hydration. Staying super hydrated is the best case scenario. Water, 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 water. Water. You just gotta, you know what? I have it on your desk. Like literally every place in my house where I have like a station that I'm gonna sit and do something, I have a water bottle. I don't carry this around because I know I wouldn't drink it. I would just be like, oh, it's in my bedroom. I'll just have a Monster. I'll just have a coffee. I'm the same. It's the only way I force myself to, by the way, hydrate. But also, like, if it's because, water's boring, which, oh, Martio, my love, how are you? If it's because water's boring, which I totally understand, Nagio got me some of that, like powders that you can add to water and they've got vitamins and stuff in them, but it's not compromising the water. Like, you're still drinking a fucking huge thing of water, but it tastes like watermelon or whatever. Like Crystal Light or something. That's awesome. That's a totally reasonable way to get your water in. Also, like, seriously, eating, like, no shit, eating vegetables. It's crazy. The most hydrated people in the world do not sit around and drink water all day. They're not carrying an Nalgene. They just have a salad once a day. Crunchy fucking water, my dudes. Get a salad. It's very hydrating. It's pretty wild. Stretching feels good, I agree. Are ultrasounds good for identifying clots? They did one of those. They can, yeah. But it's not a finite, like, it's not a perfect science. You know what I mean? Good evening, my heart throbs. I mean, clots, heart clots. we're gonna cause heart attacks. Scott, I try. I don't even know how much water I drink, but I try to chug. Every time I think of it, pouring a hot cup of coffee over yourself while stretching your hands above your head wakes you up even more. Oh, you're probably not wrong. Can't contest that one. Though I don't recommend that. Yeah. Those smelly morning pits. I've never had bad BO, man, but I understand that could be a terrible thing. Stand-up breaks when Katie does. Lifting arms to stay awake. Hydrating to stay healthy. I'm literally watching the stream to stay alive. I'm saying. I'm not the smartest person in the world, but seriously. Like, you can set an alarm on your phone, like a vibrating alarm for once an hour, and just... That's it. For a minute. That's all you gotta do. I've just prevented a heart clot. That's it. It's relatively easy. The reason heart clots are so fucking prevalent these days is we've kind of created a culture where we get up from our bed, we sit at a table, and then we get up from that table and we go to our car and we sit in a car, and then we get up from our car and we sit at a desk, and then we get up from the desk and we sit in a car to drive home to sit on a couch. And there's just so much sitting without enough breaks in between that it's causing a lot of fucking problems in health and stuff like that. Literally, a minute is enough. 15 is optimal. 15 minutes is about the amount of time it takes your heart to... Please, you guys are so annoying. You're not going outside. 15 minutes is about the allotted time it takes for your heart to get to... Your heart rate to raise because you've incurred movement, and then for your heart rate to come back down to normal. It's more or less for some people, but that's like the general. Going for a walk, even better. But a lot of us can't do that. Like, a lot of us are literally stuck at a desk. I totally understand that. Like, literally just getting up. Or like BDO got, literally it's like a little bike to put under your desk. No shit. It's pedals, like stationary pedals. So he's sitting at his desk, fucking ITing all day, and he can sit there and pedal to keep himself fucking awake. Genius. I love those things. Sit-stand desks, if you can afford a sit-stand desk, those are fucking incredible. I mean, you guys know I do a lot of crafting and stuff just so I can stand, because I can't stand sitting. Yep, fruits and veggies are huge. Aw, Dallas, bless. Unless you live in a desert or at elevation, yeah. That's why, I mean, I didn't want to, it's hard for me to generalize personal experience because I live in Denver, like, the driest place ever. So I drink so much. Like, anywhere else, drinking this amount of water might be bad for you, if that makes sense. You know how you can, the wee for your wee person died? Like, I drink dumb amounts of water, but it's so dry. Like, you can feel it sucking off your body. It's crazy dry here. Good to know I won't die of a clot. On my feet most of the day, it's just dementia I gotta worry about. Dude, you're fine. Who are you again? Damien, it's fine. You smell better awake anyways. I get up and move a lot. My downfall is when I get engrossed in a game, I spend 12 hours one day playing some stupid... Wait. Whoa. I mean, okay, let's be fair, Viper. Doing that once in a while is not going to cause blood clots. Real talk. We've all done that. We've all had a day where we literally sat for 12 hours and got up twice. We procrastinated peeing. Raise your hand if you've procrastinated peeing. Once in a while, that's not enough. It's chronic. The chronic not moving, not having your blood pressure rise and fall, that's where you really get problems with clots and stuff like that. And being dehydrated. If it takes longer than 15 minutes to get up, you may need to see a doctor. I hear there are pills for that. Oh my God, can you imagine? Critical design flaws. Some of them have a motor. What's a QB? Is that like the little pedals? I kind of want one of those just because I'm stir crazy, but I'd never stop. I think I also heard about a study some years back that if you walk your body, recognizes your weight, and starts to make changes to your chemistry. It does. It literally changes your blood pressure. Your, blood pressure is absolutely vital for perfusion of oxygen to the extremities of your body. Not to get fucking sciencey. But blood pressure, blood pressure I feel like has a negative connotation because all we ever hear about is bad, negative things about it. High blood pressure. We're always checking blood pressure. High blood pressure is terrible. But the pressure that the valves throughout every artery and vein in your body have, the pressure that those valves create is necessary to keep that blood going throughout your body. And the more lethargic and stationary you are, the lower your blood pressure is, meaning less perfusion, chronic fatigue, neuropathy, clots. You don't use it, you lose it. It's pretty real with your body, unfortunately. I had an entire summer I sat down and played games when I was 17. I've done that. Oh, yeah, definitely. What? Oh my God, I definitely did that. What game was it? Twilight Princess. I literally failed a class because I got so addicted to that game. I mean, Viper, the fact that you recognize it and you want to change your behavior, I mean, that's huge. The people that are that means you're okay. I know that's probably not giving you any comfort, but it's people that are in denial about their behavior that are the ones in trouble. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't sit that much. I don't sit that much. They're the ones in trouble. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that saying, like, there's always an asshole in the room, and if you can't find the asshole, like, look in a mirror. Jesus Christ, why did I unmute myself? Get the fuck out. I sit for my job. I get up once an hour and watch the window on the door because men can't find the handle. What is with that? Dude, that was the weirdest thing at Lowe's, too. I shit you not. The handprints directly above the handle fucking baffled me. Oh, Chronicle. I love getting calls for other people. About other people's cases and seeing that they sent their initial email about an hour ago, but they've done nothing. Your job sounds like knives. I can literally feel my hands and feet are generally warmer after I start blacksmithing. I only ever get cold hands if I get... You're speaking to my soul, dude. No shit. That's like when I like off stream, if I'm, quiet and just sitting here playing a video game, I can play max an hour and my hands start to go numb from cold. Like my blood pressure and my heart rate start to get so low because I'm just sitting here like in silence that I get cold. So like when I'm not streaming, I literally have like hour increments that I'm not even timing it. Stream's not there to remind me, but I get up and I go do something else. Like I have to go do something physical. Like I'll go mop. Literally, I'll go sweep the floors or something just to get my heart rate back up so I'm not a corpse. My heart rate goes so low. It's so weird. Blowing my knee out really gave me a kick in the ass. Viper! Dude, we were just talking about this. Was it yesterday? Ashley was in here and we were talking about just like, I'm this way, and I'm assuming a lot of you also have this personality flaw, trait, however the fuck, bug, feature, where it's like, you gotta learn the hard way. Why? I don't know. Me too. The smartest person in the world could give me the best advice known to man, and I'd be like, better do it for myself. Broken inside. I hate it so much, but it's like, at least I learned from it, I guess. But fuck, dude, so fucking irritating. I always feel out of shape, but I get why I feel like that. I'm in lectures all day and then I just want to lay down. I mean, like I used to think, dude, Kate, I used to think about that a lot when I was in school. Like, I did some TA work and like we would do these labs where you're in silence, just doing a chemistry lab or something like that, but you're standing for 6 hours at a bench writing, equations or something like that. And like, I don't think you need to do physical manual labor to be fucking exhausted, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, there are days where I would go home and it felt real good to sit down, but it's not like I went and lifted weights or anything like that. Wait, if you did write on my cast or draw, what would I draw? Oh, man. I would draw a snail. A snail with googly eyes. I nearly failed university because I was playing too much Skyrim on release. Myself and the other person's nearly killed my PS3 from overheating. I'm so glad I'm not the only one. I have such visceral, like very vivid memories where I would wake up, before school, take a shower, do my makeup, get all ready. Yes, this was the days where I wore a shit ton of makeup. Get all ready for school. I would literally put my jacket on, put my backpack on, put my shoes on, sit on the couch, and start up Twilight Princess. And suddenly it would be 8 p.m. I did it for weeks. Psychotic. Psychotic. Failed that class. What up, Anubis? How are you, love? Oh my God, thank you so much for subbing the class, keeping the classy alive, giving it a swings for 26 fucking months!
It's a really long time and I fucking appreciate you. Hail the Tank Lord. Thank you, bud. You're the best. How are you feeling today?
How are you feeling after the lightning incident? Did you see God? Yep, chores. That's exactly what I do, Kel. Yep. Dishes, sweep, vacuum, something. I'm gonna find a way to electrify that glass. Oh my god, if you figure it out, tell me how. That's actually Aquarion. That's actually a really good thing. Thank you for bringing that up. Actually, that's if you are the type that sits for a job. I don't know if you've probably noticed this. I uncross and recross my legs so much. I know. It's psychotic, but I'm all day recross, uncross, recross, but that actually stimulates blood flow and prevents blood clotting and stuff like that. People who are restless, finger tappers, foot tappers, leg shakers. You are stimulating perfusion more than anyone else just sitting still. So you might be annoying, but you're going to live longer. What's tomorrow? Wait, what's tomorrow? For Faded Friday? Always. But what's tomorrow? My toughest days are when I'm standing and talking to people for 8 to 10 hours at the market or con, not the 8 hours blacksmithing. Yes! Thank you. Yes. That's me over here, like doing woodworking or doing my resin stuff or sewing or quilting or anything like that. I can do that for 12 hours standing on my feet and I don't feel a thing. But if there's people around and I got to talk, at the end of the day, I'm like, what are feelings anyways? You know what I'm saying? I die. It's weird. Standing up and being social. I mean, it's fucking exhausting. There's something to it. Oh, dude. OCD, man. I'm sorry. I feel you on that. Yeah. I feel you on that one. You got your hearing back the morning after all's fine, just feeling a little existential. For those that don't know, Anubis was driving down the highway and literally lightning struck the ground 2 feet from his face. Correct me if I'm wrong, Anubis. That's what I remember, and I cannot fucking imagine your heart rate at that moment. What the fuck? I've been like 20 feet from a lightning strike. And that was so loud and so scary. It's louder than any gun I've ever fucking heard. Yeah. Cheers. I'm glad you have your fucking hearing. Oh my god, Zelda comes out tomorrow! I took the worst year to be on a game diet, that's all I'm saying. Fuck. Cheers. This is the worst year. Viper, that sucks. For something to do since you're laid up on the couch? I mean, play video games. That might be a cop-out, but that's what I would use the excuse for. That was a hard hit. Jesus. That weed is strong. Good lord. Focus on uni work because I got my rhythm going with the writing and looking for new headphones. Fuck yeah. What kind of headphones? Currently developed a charging problem due to firmware, that the company won't fix? Well, that's just pleasant of them. I'm gonna let my partner know that fiddling with my beard is saving my life. No more complaints. It really is. Dude, for real. If you're one of those annoying twitchy people, like me, it's keeping you alive. I'm doing it. I'd love one day to like rewatch my VODs and somehow be able to count how many times I recross and uncross my legs. It's kind of insane. Most of the time I don't notice it, but when I do, I'm like, can you calm down? 2 feet away from getting superpowers or a really cool scar or death. Oh my god, it is Mother's Day weekend tonight. Oh, weekend's gonna be busy. Dude, that took me a minute. I didn't realize. Zach's birthday's in 9 days, just FYI. Damn. I'm making a post-it. I'm gonna have, Jesus. So what I've been doing this year is, I haven't bought any new games at all because I have over 350 unplayed, untouched, undownloaded games in my Steam library. And so my master plan was like, we'll play some games. We beat like 6 games at the beginning of the year. Seriously, we did a good job. And then my voice got fucked and I haven't been able to, I literally can't play a game that needs narration because my voice just goes and dies. So we kind of got stuck. But I'm starting to think like I fucked myself. Like I'm doing this to clean up my library, but there's so many good games coming out this year that I'm just gonna replace them all. So like, am I even doing myself any favors? I don't fucking know. Good morning, Chief. Zelda, a popular game. I mean, it's like obscure, maybe a cult classic, David. How many Zelda games? All the Zelda games. When I got done at the clinic yesterday, I stopped by work and grabbed a couple of infused pre-rolls. Ooh, what kind? Yes, Liz. So basically, because I have over 350 unplayed, untouched games that have been like gifted to me by you guys, by game companies, etc. And like, it just feels like buying new games. If I'm not rich for one thing, but also like I have potentially thousands of hours of entertainment just sitting there that's mine. And buying new games feels bad. So this was like my master plan. But seriously, there's so many fucking good games coming out this year, i.e., Darkest Dungeon and Diablo and Zelda and Hades, that I'm just going to replace them all. And I don't know if I've really done any favors for myself, but we'll see. Hammy! Thank you so much for sending the class, giving the class 11, giving a fucking anus swings. I appreciate you, love. That's a long time. Thank you. What up, Rod? How are you? There's no Hustler store near here anymore. Oh my god, can you imagine? I'll give him his 43 whips for you. Yeah? Baldur's Gate? Yes. There's so many good games coming out this year. Yeah, Zucrayon. Yep, same. So many, and they're good games. Like it's not, it's not like I have a backlog of like terrible games. I have really, really good games in there. I'm not avoiding them or anything. It's just like they keep coming out with new shit. It's kind of that everything's doing that, right? They come out with new stuff so fast you don't have a chance to even touch the stuff that's been out for a while. Dallas, thank you. It's very old. Been watching Zeke play Darkest Dungeon 2. He bought it for me, Sleaze. I do have Darkest Dungeon now, so now I have even more unplayed games in my library. He loves it so much, he bought it for me, and he's like, I need someone to talk about it with, so please play this. What a nice bitch. My game temperance has a different tactic. I've sorted my library and decided on 5 games I'm allowed to have active at the same time. Ooh. Do you force yourself to beat them? Because that's something I'm not going to do. Like, I'm not gonna force myself to play games I don't enjoy or that stream we're all just like, "This is really fucking boring." I'm just at least giving them a chance. Because they haven't even been tried, you know what I mean? Oh, the new Hades game is the one exception. That's the one exception I've given myself, Anubis. Seriously? 100%. That is my one. I've said it since the moment it was announced. I'm like, "Okay, guys, I know we're doing the game diet, but I will be buying Hades in August." Period. I have to write down the Zelda comes out tomorrow. I just wanna remember these games are around, so when I'm done with my game diet, I can get them. What is it, May 12th tomorrow? Not to mention hyper focus. I should be playing other games, but instead I'll play this. Why you gotta call me out with Hades all the time? I'm feeling attacked. Everybody has a fallback game, right? There are gonna be games in my library I won't ever play, but it's helping not buy a bunch of stuff on sale. Oh, same. I mean, it's really unrealistic of me to think I'm ever gonna get through all of them ever. But like, at least give them a chance. I called about my vasectomy tomorrow to see if I could drive home, and they tell me tomorrow is a consultation. I told them I wanted the procedure, and the lady I talked to didn't tell me it was a consultation. I'm so fucking annoyed. I mean, had you not even seen the doctor in person yet? They gotta see you in person at least once, bro. They're tying up your dudes. And you gotta jerk off in a cup. Be prepared. You gotta jerk off in a cup because they gotta have a pre-sperm count and a post-sperm count. And they can't do the vasectomy immediately after you jerk off. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Rod, I agree with you. I'm just letting you know. Like, that's how it goes. You go for your consultation, you jerk off in a cup so they get a sperm count, and then they'll schedule the appointment if you're approved and you don't have any like health risks or anything weird like that. And then you'll get your boys snipped. And then I think they literally say within the next 3 months, you have to ejaculate at least 20 times or something like that to empty out your boys of any leftover swimmers swimming around. And then you'll have a follow up appointment where you jerk off in a cup again. They confirm that it's worked and you got no swimmers. So it's 3 in total, I think. As long as nothing goes wrong. 3 in total. Still easier than getting a pap smear, you spoiled cunt. Cheers. I'm not playing with myself, hun. It's the doctor's orders. Yep, that's the run of the mill. I mean, they got to have it pre and post. Like, how else would they know that the procedure worked other than your sperm count? You know? Oh, Kinger, you have a consult next month? Dude, I'm so proud of y'all. I know that sounds really sick to say, like, I'm really proud of you getting surgery, but you have no idea what that means to the rest of us. It's I've told Zach that I've said to Zach before, like, you know, God forbid if anything happened between us and we weren't together anymore and I had to do like online dating or something, my online dating profile would be like plus 500 life points if your boys are snipped. Because I don't want my pussy to smell like latex and birth control kills people, so. And I don't want kids if that wasn't apparent. Thanks, Dallas. I was just talking the other day about how I need to save up money and like buy new clothes because I literally am wearing clothes from high school still. And I'm a ways out of high school. It's time. I just never see anything that I'm like, ooh, that's like fashion sucks. Clothes suck. Rod, I say that with all love. You are a spoiled cunt. 20 to 25 times. I've never had a requirement to masturbate. It was like, well, this is my job now. Dude, isn't that the funniest shit though? Zach and I laughed hysterically because he got his boys snipped. Literally, so the reason I know about it is not because that's what I did for a living. Zach got his boys snipped and he gave it to me as a birthday present, which I thought was the best. He's like, literally, I think that he was getting his boys snipped like 4 days after my birthday or something like that. And so on my birthday, on his stream, he like gave me a card that was like, I'm getting a vasectomy. It was the best present ever. And yeah, after he went and had it done, you know, it was like 1 day of holding a bag of frozen peas against his balls, and that was it. Like, literally, he didn't even have the same amount of pain that cramps are. It's insane. Like, I'm just infuriated by the whole thing. But it was 1 day of frozen peas on his junk, and then they told him, they're like, you have to ejaculate 20 to 25 times in the next 3 months. And I had literally just moved in. Like, I had just moved in. I moved in the weekend of COVID shutdown, so like March, like literally my birthday weekend. So that was the joke. Like, oh darn it. If it's not apparent, we fucked a lot at first. You know, we fuck a lot. But like, you know, when you first move in with someone, you're just like, let's fuck on everything. We got those boys empty fast. Hmm. Frozen peas. Yep, it's the best. Yeah, if you guys are planning to get a vasectomy, get yourself literally a big old bag of like cheap frozen peas from the grocery store, stick them in your freezer, and then wrap them in a towel, like a dish towel, and hold them against your. Because there's the pain is just the incision. Like it's what is that surgery called? Where they don't like open up your fucking nutsack. They like go in and just like. So the scars are like just two little holes. Laparoscopic, thank you, Fire. Laparoscopic, it's just two little holes. So the pain is literally like a paper cut on your nut. So it's like literally Zach was like, it's 1 day of peas on my balls, and then he was ready to fucking go to town. It was wild. Insane. Jesus Christ. I've literally tried to take morphine when I have cramps, and that doesn't work. It's just, fuck, what is this? It's great. Oh, and he had blood in his panties. So like there will be a little bit of blood in your panties. Don't worry, you're not dying. You're a woman now. Welcome. Just gotta make sure the puppies aren't watching. Oh man, the shame, dude. They hate me today. But our yard is literally a putt. It's mud pit. That's a putt. No, it's a mud pit. It's disgusting. You're getting your man period. Congratulations. I'm just gonna microwave some peas real fast. Why does this smell like balls? I always have blood in my panties. Isn't that normal? Maybe mention that at your consultation. Or don't. I don't know. Your moon is now between two rivers. I mean, you don't like. We ate the peas. They didn't taste like balls. I'm not about wasting food. 1 day of peas on his balls. Are you kidding me? I bleed once a month and he still eats my pussy. It's the least I can do? When I was 21, I had the surgery to become fully a woman. Good for you. I hope it went really well and I hope you're happy, Dallas. Make some pea soup. Stop it. Stick some ham hock in there, like spiritually. Blood and panties. How you know if you've wiped enough? I have a bidet. So. No, thank you. Your butthole shouldn't bleed, y'all. Dude, look at the guilt I'm getting right now. Can you see this little fucking haunted Victorian child? She's being such a bitch, but you're not going outside. It's mud. I saw you shit and pissed. You're fine. It's a mud hell. Lesho. Thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving me swings for 17 fucking months in a row. I appreciate you. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways, because nothing is sexier than pure sober consent. And I appreciate you, dude. Thank you. Yeah, don't put your balls in the peas. You'll get like a cold burn. Ugh. Have to take care of them hemorrhoids while they're down there, Rod. Get the full service. That's true. Seriously, they'll snip them up, pop them for you, lick them, suck them, whatever the fuck. I hate myself too. It's okay. I have professional dilemma. There's a drop dead gorgeous researcher upstairs, and I can tell she's putting the vibe out for me. Oh. She dolls herself up whenever I have to work on her system, makes a point to chit chat and flirt, but she's a colleague. I wouldn't. There are lots of cuties to chit chat in the world that you don't work with. I wouldn't. As a general rule, I've dipped my pen in the company ink before, and it was not worth it. The awkwardness afterwards is never worth it. No dick, no tit is good enough for that level of just like cringe when you see them every day. No. But that's just me. I remember peeing blood. Oh my god, not realizing because it looked, oh my god. Wait, you remember peeing blood, but you didn't realize it was blood? Like, what did you think was happening? I guarantee you will not lick them. Dude, hurts a lot. No shit. Years ago, when I was a little shit, I've always hated my name, and I would look up like the meanings of names and shit. And I looked up Saint Catherine because my family's Catholic, and that's their like excuse for me being literally the 11th Catherine in a row. What the fuck? Anyways, Saint Catherine is famous for sucking pus and infection with her mouth out of wounds, and also proclaiming to have an engagement ring made of Jesus's foreskin. I got nothing. Saints, though. There's more. She's fucking crazy. She was a nut. The only reason she's a saint is because her corpse didn't rot or some shit like that. You don't need that shit in your life. That's exactly, I would agree. Yeah. I mean, like, I feel like we all do this, and I'm speaking from the outside looking in, so it's a lot easier for me to say this, and I know that, but I feel like we become infatuated and we get like tunnel vision really easily. Just humans, especially when we're horny. And we can get into this mindset where like we forget that there's billions of pussy out there / holes to play with. that we don't have to work with. You know what I'm saying? Also, things are so much more tempting when they're kind of off limits, which could be making her hotter and cuter in the situation. You know? Like, what if her poo smells like raw meat? Oh, it was a kidney stone. Oh my god, that makes me just. I have to like hold my vagina. Oh, foreskin fashion. Not a joke. Look it up. Oh, she was also engaged to Jesus, if that wasn't apparent with said foreskin. Yeah. Teen night. How you doing, Honey Bean? Thank you so much for summoning class, keeping class alive, and giving it to me so fucking long.
I appreciate you, boo.
Thank you. Dude, conversations, though. Of course her corpse didn't rot. She was wearing Jesus' wang scarf. Exactly. And now Jesus' poor little noodle head is cold for eternity. Thanks, St. Catherine. Just like with any important decision, go have a wank first and then think about it. Honest to God, that is real solid advice. Like, I don't want to. My yard is a pit of mud. I don't want to do this. Look at that haunted Victorian child. Have you got the black lung? Would you like some aqua tofana? I mean, what says love like giving a woman your foreskin? I saved this. I know, Khaji, right? It's so true, though. Don't all nuns marry God? I think so. Something like that. Catholic nuns, that's their thing. They're like married to God. No, thank you, please. Word. Post-nut clarity's real. I mean, and I say that not having a nut to nut. Like, real talk. If you're just having a day where you're like unreasonably anxious for no identifiable reason, go rub one out. Or 2 or 3, depending on who you are. It's like stupid magic. I don't know, man. Are you taking off, David? Have a beautiful day. I hope you're safe. Don't forget to brush your teeth and wash your hands. Oh, Mayo. Have I ever told you about what Saint Catherine was like renowned for among the Catholic saints? That's what it was. She was renowned for sucking pus and infection out of people's wounds, as well as wearing a foreskin engagement ring from Jesus. Jesus. Oh, Jesus. You're very cute. That doesn't mean you get to go play in the mud. Very cute, bud. He's trying to suck my ass right now because he wants to go outside. But my yard is a pit. It's a pit. Unless you can human compost, I mean, she's a Victorian ghost child. I swear to God. She died of tuberculosis 500 years ago, and now she's here to just tell me about what lace felt like back in the day. This is Trick. Trick, like trick or treat. And then this is Lilith. And their brother and sister. Take me to the garden so we can have tea and put arsenic cosmetics on, Mother. Hi, bud. You're very cute, yes. Yeah. Trick but we have many nicknames for them. Like, we call Lilith Bill or Billith a lot because she's kind of a fucking bozo. And Trick is Bud or Buddy or Big Brother. I don't know. They answered everything, so it's whatever. You just got pups, huh? But we just recently like rototilled our entire yard and planted grass seed, and it poured rain. So now my yard is like if I walked in it, I would get stuck. Like that level of like clay mud bullshit. What's up, bud? Come say hi. Yeah. Oh. X-rated. Oh, okay. Okay. What a good time for a break. Did I mention their siblings? I gotta pee. Let's take our first break of the day, huh? We've been live for about an hour and a half. It's a good time to literally stand up and stretch. Ugh. Ow. Oh my god. Woo! Blood rushes. Stretch your body, prevent blood clots. I love you. Pouring rain. I don't think it's stopped raining since last night. I'm gonna be honest. Fucking burr. Burr, burr. Oh, I can't feel my fingies. Ooh, medium pizza with pepperoni dough balls, chicken kickers, and a tub of chewy caramel ice cream. Fucking right. Dude, that sounds like a last meal. That sounds amazing. Oh, dude, Rod. I'm so happy we are finally having grass growth. I can't wait for it to be thick enough for the dogs to run on because this mud. But fuck. It was literally like 78 degrees the other day. And now it's just fucking burr my fingies. Give me a sec. I don't mind hot rain like on the East Coast, but I don't want to be cold. Just don't want to be cold, man. Burr. Burr, 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 burr. Oh, Hubs just brought me breakfast for lunch. I don't know what you two are into, but like, I'd suck a dick for that. Burr. Oh, so they're basically looking at the progress of it. Okay, David, that makes sense. Welcome to tornado season. I don't know if we get tornadoes here. I don't think so. We get I've had a few tornado warnings on my phone, but I don't think we've ever actually had like anything epic touch down. Fire, honestly, I kind of just want to be a spoiled bitch and not feel the temperature. That's it. I just don't want to feel the temperature. I don't care what it is. I don't want to feel it. I just have that. Like, I want to focus on anything but the way my skin feels currently. That's all I want. You gonna make fun of my skin?
No.
Okay.
I'll take him out.
Okay. We're planning dog breaks because the mud is just astronomical. It's so bad. Everybody says hi. He says hi. Dude, seriously, I'm so jealous. It's like me, same. It's a hard same. A warm front will be there soon, I think. Just got here at least. We kind of had that. It's so bizarre because literally like 3 days ago, I was like tilling my yard, loosening up the fucking dirt, and it was rock hard. I mean, you know, like dried desert clay when it hasn't been touched by water in a bit, how it's like you have to use like a sharp ass spade. I literally have to stand on it with my entire body weight and like do the wiggle back and forth to get it to go down. It's insane. And now it's just this. Jealous. Jelly. Fun Warner fact number 14. He likes to pretend to sneeze. Stop it. He pretends to sneeze, and when we bless him, he laughs his ass off. Oh my god, he's pranking you. Little bitch ain't even a year old. Oh, he's too smart. They're too smart. It's happening. That's fucking awesome. Wow. That makes me so happy. Kids are the best. You live on clay. Welcome to my world. I know. And it's like, you know, I've been reading about like how to, what's the word? I guess like break up your clay yard, you know, so you can actually grow things so the roots can go down. Because right now, it's so hard. I can almost not dig on one entire half of my yard because the tree we have one huge ash tree. It's enormous. I have no idea how old it is. It's really, really big though. But the roots are like 6 inches from the surface of the dirt because it's, I'm assuming, pointless to go down like the tap roots. I'm talking like, you know, I was just digging around loosening dirt and I hit 3 tap roots bigger than my cock. And they're just going sideways into my yard, into like neighbors' yards. They won't go down. That's how fucking hard it is here. But I know I've told you guys this. The people that lived here before Scott were hoarders. So my yard is full of trash. That should be compost, right? Like that should break that shit up. Maybe. Hi, Donna. How are you, love? We had a few days of warm weather last week, back to cold and rainy, and now it's gonna be warm again. Like heat advisory warm. The fuck? That's so weird. Apropos of nothing, does anyone have relatives that smoke cigs inside? No. My grandma did though, and whoa. My grandma Shirley, when we went to clean her house to sell it after she passed away, we thought her walls were like off white. They were stark white. But years and years and years and years and years of smoking inside, they had turned yellow. Like everything in her house had turned yellow. It was wild. So I grew up around it, I guess. But like, I don't know anyone currently who smokes inside at all. Oh, it was fucking gnarly, dude. We used those spray motion, the magic erasers, because we didn't think the walls were like coated in tar. Because since I was born, they've been cream colored. I just thought that was the paint on the walls. We started using magic erasers just to like get dust and cobwebs out of the corners, and I was like, oh my fucking god! There's Grandma's Seneca 175s. Fucking sick. Ugh. I don't know. Smoking weed inside though, like, first off, if I live with someone, like when I moved in with Zach, I'm like, does this bother you? Because I don't have to smoke inside. Like, that's not a prerequisite for me. But he's even said it, and he doesn't smoke weed at all. So, like, I know when I say it, it sounds biased because I'm a pothead, but weed smoke doesn't stick. It doesn't have like a tar quality that makes it stick to things. So, like, I smoke all day, every day in this exact spot on stream. But when we take off for a couple days to go visit his mom or something and come back, my house does not smell like pot at all. It smells like dogs. It's I don't know the exact like why. I think it's the tar. I'm better today. Oh my god, how were they, Donna? Good? Good news? Yeah, weed is just totally different. But if it stuck, I wouldn't smoke inside. Like if it tarred up my ceiling and like left gross yellow on the walls, I wouldn't smoke inside. I don't want to clean that. Ugh. It imagine it'd probably smell like bong water. Abso-fuck not. We did that, Damien. That's exactly what we did last year. We did that exact thing. Damien said if you have a municipal facility that you can get wood chips from for free, you can just lay a thick layer down and wait for a couple of years for it to break down. Otherwise, to grow things, you might be better off with a container garden. That's exactly, we did that last year. Like, I don't even think it has, I don't even, they didn't mulch up a tree of ours. I don't think it has, it's not even your tree, but people will get trees mulched up around the neighborhood or whatever. And we got a huge dump of free tree mulch in our front yard. And that's what we've been spreading the last 2 years. Actually, I think it was 2 years ago. But we've been slowly spreading it to try to strangle the weeds out because you guys, I know I've tweeted pictures of me standing in my yard when we first moved here. There were weeds in my yard taller than me, and I'm 6 feet tall, 183 centimeters. Like, that's a lot of weed. Not weed, not the good weed. Not for me, anyways. It's like weeds butterflies like, which is fine, but like, nah. Mm-mm. Shouldn't be a thing. Wally's mom says her house smells like weed. She don't smoke in the house. It's because she knows you smoke weed. That's it. Yeah, exactly. She makes it up in her head. Yeah, it's like the filter in cigarettes, all sorts of things that make it do that staining shit. I constantly check with Hubs when I smoke, but he assures me he likes the smell of weed and it doesn't bother him. Same with Zach. Like, and I still apologize sometimes. Like if I smoke in bed, we're watching a movie and the cloud just like sits. I'm like, I am sorry. And he's like, it's whatever. Like he doesn't even notice. And he doesn't smoke at all, so that's nice. But I think it dissipates pretty fucking fast. And he's also pretty inundated with it, so it's, he's got to be used to a certain level of skunk. No shit, Chief Green said, buddy of mine helped at a limo service and his boss said no cigs in limo, weed okay. Yeah, it's interesting. And like a pot smoker will not have tar filled lungs when they pass away, like a cigarette smoker would. There isn't that tar, which I don't know. Does that come from the tobacco or is that like an additive? I don't know. I'm not familiar with the tobacco curing process or anything like that. Yes, I have, David. They look literally fake. They look great, is what I'm saying. Wally hates smoke. I'm not allowed to smoke in the house. I can't wait to visit. I don't think Wally will like me. Bitch, I'm a fucking adult. You don't tell me what to fucking do. And cheers to that. Where's my lighter? Oh shit, did I jinx myself? No, I didn't. I'm good. Oh my god, I love that song. Wait, oh my god, is that a piano cover? Oh, wait, is that something we should watch together, Sales? Is it fucking cool? I love piano. Oh, I love piano so much. I've heard those sploofies are incredible. I've literally heard amazing things about them, yeah. I'm just packing my bowl up, sorry. Yes, okay, that's what I thought. I love I mean, I'm a sucker for this kind of stuff, but piano is so fucking cool to watch. People's hands are incredible. Good news, good, in the sense that it proved what I've been saying. Immediate results were, quote, "very active Crohn's," which is exactly what you knew was happening, yeah. Which means the current chemo isn't working for me either. That's the only part I remember my GI saying after I woke up. I still have to review the recording. Oh, good. At least your mom made a recording. Your mom's a badass. Give her a high five from me. Be like, stranger on the internet says, thanks for being a badass, mom. I think we need more research in labs before making health claims on hemp. As soon as the feds legalize it and unlock research funds, 100%. I mean, C. Nemois will say that. Like weed, I mean, just as a for instance, like the way they label it and they put, that's why I always say allegedly. Always. It's alleged because literally until the feds loosen it up so we can fucking study it, what they're saying is on the package is like kind of negligible. Like, it's a guesstimate based on some loose information. But like, the weed I buy says, it's got 0% CBD, it's got 0.07% CBDA, it's got 30.33% THCA, total THC 27.03, total is 32.21. But like all of that is quite negligible because we literally are not even allowed to study it so far as to know those things. And like, allegedly there's a ton of other different cannabinoids in weed that we are completely unaware of because we can't study it. I agree with you 100%. Yeah, it sucks. Like I'm kind of on the note of like if weed helps you in a way that is medicinal, even if it's a placebo effect, we know that smoking pot doesn't kill you. So I'm cool with it, right? It's kind of like going to the chiropractor. As long as they're not actively doing damage, if it makes you feel better, I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's pseudoscience and shame you for going to a chiropractor. As long as it's not hurting you. Which is, again, who knows? But yeah, I agree. Cheers. Oh my God. Thank you, Viata. Same. Hard same. Actually, when I first moved in, Zach knew I smoked a lot of weed because even when I lived in an illegal state, like I would roll little joints and we would just call it the jazz cabbage or something, or I just smoke like off camera. But when I moved in, I asked him, I'm like, is it going to bother you? Like, is me smoking inside during my stream going to be something that bothers you? Because he doesn't smoke, and I'm respectful of that. Like, I live with him. And I will never forget this. The very first thing he said, like, first comment he said was, I'm trying to think of the exact thing he said. He said, no, it's cool. I used to live with a drug dealer. It's basically the same thing. Not a pothead, not a pot dealer, drug dealer. So, I guess I'm good on that side. Bless his heart. I laughed hysterically. I love it. That's the best. I didn't get offended at all. That's so fucking funny to me. I had a real good giggle off of it. Thank you. Seriously, I think moms need to get more credit than they're given. It's a jazz cigarette, exactly. We had all like the devil's lettuce jazz cigarette. God, we had so many names. Yeah. Because I mean, unless you're in the room with me, you have no idea what I'm smoking. I could be smoking fucking oregano. David, it's ridiculous. I know. I mean, like, the fact that weed is illegal anywhere is pretty ridiculous. It's like, I guess, morals of your country or ethics or whatever aside, the sheer amount of income that the US is bringing in taxes on weed is stupid. Stupid. And it's fucking public information. And all of these countries that are like suffering for money, hello? I'd like to introduce you to my friend weed and how goddamn prolific it is. Like it's Colorado was one of the very first states in the US to legalize recreational purchase and use of marijuana. And the first couple years that they had it recreationally legal, they didn't allocate enough places for the money to go to, all the taxes coming off the weed. So they had like a surplus of money. So they just, at the end of this, like, the 2 year, we're going to legalize weed for 2 years and see how it turns out. At the end of this 2 year period, they had millions of dollars that they had not been able to put anywhere because, you have to say where you're going to put it and then put it. But the things they put it like maxed out. It's just crazy. All of this is public information. Any country that has weed illegal and wants to bitch about suffering, I can't really take it seriously at all. Ooh, what kind of Crocs? What kind though? I still need, someday I'll get my first pair. It'll happen. They'll be tie-dye. That's akin to, I used to be married to a serial killer vibes. Uh-huh. My dad called joints left-handed cigarettes. Oh shit, I never heard that one. Oh man, that was a good one. Fuck, missed opportunities. I don't like joints, so I'm better now. This is so much better. Is it legal in New York now? Is it like you guys can go buy it recreationally? David, and that's the other law. That's the other thing. Like, and I'm not against people drinking alcohol. Like, as long as it's, not in excess. I hope you're not an alcoholic because it's gonna kill you. But if you are, that sucks. I hope you get help someday. But no shame. Addiction's the worst thing in the world. Like, that shit sucks. But we have like so like infinite research and shit that and proof and like eons of evidence of alcohol being literal poison that kills us. And yet it's just like stores like liquor is like a cultural thing, but weed is bad. Weed literally can't kill you unless a crate of it falls on your head and breaks your neck. That's the only way. It's just weird. I don't know. I don't know how those conversations go. Yeah, exactly, Kate. Exactly, Kate. What Kate said. Like, we can have alcohol and poison ourselves, but some that literally comes off the earth we can't have. Yeah. Same with like shrooms and stuff. And I understand that like with shrooms, people take it too far. I've never been into the hallucinogenic thing, but it is very strange that like something you can accidentally find in the woods, you could get a felony for picking. It's the only reason why we made weed legal in the States because they're addicted to that sweet hit of cash. I mean, it's the only perk of that sweet hit of cash is that we got weed. Yeah. But I wish I was a driver for other places. Oh, are they really strict about it, David? Is there like a certain amount of people like what are the stipulations to get it? Because I feel like I mean, you've been through hell and back, dude. You should be able to get that. Still believe weed will be legal everywhere before access to abortions. Can I tack on gender affirming care? Because I believe that too. At the rate things are going. Not that that's a good thing. That's terrible. Vissy, right? And then there's states like Oklahoma, which I'm still to this day baffled that your state they just not pass recreational weed again. But I think Oklahoma has more weed shops per capita than like any other state. And it's dumb easy. Like you go in and sneeze and they're like, "Oh, would you like a medical card for weed for that sneeze?" I'm so confused by it. None of that makes sense at all. You don't get in high speed chases on weed. Man, you're gonna drag my chubby ass off a couch. I always thought weed was more social than alcohol. Me too. Like the whole the whole idea that you don't get a hangover from weed. I don't know, man. Does it help? Gloomy, honestly, does it help? I've come to the realization that booze is causing a lot of my inflammation issues and it sucks, but I've cut back to only weekends. Good. Seriously, if you think about it, like just, from a anatomical perspective, the way that alcohol has to be processed in your body by organs that are so vitally doing something else. So every time you drink poison, alcohol, Drano, whatever, your body has to stop doing all those other normal processes to take care of this poison you put in your body, which is why you get drunk. You know what I mean? It's kind of like kicking yourself when you're down. So it kind of makes sense that, like, because, like, your liver literally filters your blood. So if your liver is always busy taking care of the poison you're dumping into yourself, it's not going to be filtering your blood. Therefore, you're going to get swollen and puffy and hold water until you stop dumping the poison in and your liver can go back to normal. But after a certain amount of time, the poison kills your liver, although you can literally exist with like 10% functioning liver. It's fucking wild. But your liver will start to die. So after a certain amount of chronic exposure to said poison that you're dumping into your stomach and needing to be processed, even when you quit drinking, your liver is not going to be top notch at filtering and doing the things it should have been able to do before said exposure to poison. You know what I mean? And everybody's different. Everybody's body's different. That's why some people are lightweights versus heavyweights. I don't fucking know. I'm a 6 foot lightweight and have been forever. One beer and I'm on a bar top drinking and taking my shirt off. It's crazy. I've never ever had a high tolerance to drinking, even when I was in college and I was like rallying. Never. But some people can. My little sister can fucking lay it back, and we are genetically same exact parents. We're the only two. It's very weird. Maybe we can dream. Once everyone can get high, people would care less about everybody else's bodies. Dude, I wish weed would work for everybody because it really does help me. Wait, the plural. What is the plural of them? Stop it. Now I have to see. A group of crocodiles is crocs. That's adorable. Less booty bleeding, I mean. Also makes me much nicer to be around. Sober, I'm a damn asshole. I am yeah, I feel like I'm an asshole. Everybody tells me, like, you're not an asshole, but I feel like I'm being an asshole because I feel very, like, high strung. Cannabis can only be prescribed by clinicians listed on the specialist register of the General Medical Council, not by a GP. Oh. I think a lot of states are like that too, actually. Cannabis-based medicinal products can only be supplied in order to meet the individual needs of the patient. Interesting. I know people in the UK that are able to get medical cards. I wonder if it's different, though, in Scotland. When I went to the last public vote, I was surrounded by blue hairs. Oh, the Bible thumpers come out in droves to vote against recreational, and the people who already have a medicinal card don't show up to vote. Cool. That's comforting. If anything should be a class 1 drug, it should be alcohol because it literally does nothing for your health. I know. In moderation, it's not terrible. Like, our bodies can take care of a certain amount of shit we're dumping into our stomachs, but damn. Oh, you have a fatty liver? Boo. The non-alcoholic liver thing. Ooh, non-alcoholic liver thing. Like, cirrhosis? Got so much weaker. Zoe, I wonder if it's something to do with that. I never thought about it, but maybe hormones have something to do with how you process, like, those sugars. That's another reason I really don't drink, because I just get fucking wasted. I got a plushie on my bookshelf that says, "Can't we all just get a bong?" Shut the fuck up. That makes me so happy. You're an asshole. Thanks, Sales. Takes one to know one, bitch. I'm probably an asshole. I feel like it, definitely. I feel edgy. The sweetest asshole. Thank you. It's the vanilla body powder. Before I got caught with weed, it helped with my anxiety and partially my colitis. It's so crazy that it can help with so many things. And again, as long as it's not killing you, even if it's a placebo, I don't care. If it helps people feel better and live a better life, why not? I agree. Money, that's what we were saying earlier. Literally, right before you came in, we were literally talking about how it's kind of wild that, like, you can go buy a fifth of vodka that if you drank it all at once and no one's there to tell you not to, you could die. But, like, things that literally grow out of the ground in the woods some places, it's a felony to own, to pick it and like light it on fire and inhale the vapors. It's really fucking weird. It's very, like my brain can't wrap around it really. Oh, it really is. I mean, I love Stevie Nicks, dude. I know her voice is not for everybody, and I totally sympathize. There are some voices that are not for me. Stevie Nicks' voice just gets me, dude. And their harmonization is just fucking epic. Harmonization, they're harmonying. You know what? You know what I mean. Can y'all stop lying, please? Because no, you. Nah. Talk to the hand sales. Because the face don't want to listen. Harmonizing? Harmonizing. Harmonization is what my brain said. Why am I like this? Cheers. Afternoon, Gizmo. How are you, love? Good Lord. Soggy, right? I mean, I feel like we've learned many times when you try to outlaw shit for stupid reasons, it just becomes more prevalent. I don't think they should make alcohol illegal. And this may be controversial. My opinions mean nothing. Thoughts aren't facts. But I kind of think they should just legalize everything, clean it up, regulate it. People are going to smoke and inject and do whatever the fuck they want to do. Might as well make it safe and take the drug dealer / pimp out of the equation. Because that's the dangerous part. And then it would maybe help alleviate some of the stigma around asking for help for current addicts. I don't know. Who am I, though? Cheers. My vagina gets in the way of my brain. I'm so sorry. Chief, let me know if he breaks anything. Thanks, guys. I feel like that's like some people will look at me like I'm insane when I say that. And I'm like, what's your solution? Because that big old fucking war on drugs sure did a lot. So did No Child Left Behind. Watch us go. Oh, it's reserved to Westminster. Why? I don't know if anyone's done it completely. I know there's a lot of different countries in South America that have decriminalized a lot of serious drugs and cleaned them up. And I think that's actually where a lot of the states in the US have taken the blueprint for safe injection sites, you know, in trying to progress to the state of like, let's just clean this shit up. And because we sell a lot of dangerous shit people can go home and drink to just be like, okay, these 5 though, you go to jail for. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, Zoe, okay. So this is on alcohol affecting Zoe more after HRT. Most trans girls I know say the following major changes happen. Emotions are much stronger. Alcohol hits harder. Interesting. Food tastes better because there's more of an emotional connection to it. Temperature-wise, things feel colder. Salty, spicy food is delicious. Sex is better. The libido can come and go depending on hormone cycling. Okay, that's totally relatable, though. Yeah. Welcome to womanhood. Sometimes you want to fuck a tree, and other times you're joining a nunnery. Hormones. That's fucking relatable. But that's really interesting about everything. I mean, temperature-wise, things feel colder. Like you feel colder, or like something feels colder to you than it did before. Because, I mean, that's a common thing. I think a lot of the girls I know, myself included, we are chronically cold. And this is what we learned in school, is that depending on your sexual hormones, whether you're XX, XY, whatever the fuck, what your gonads do, like balls, testicles, those, we all have ovaries in the sac, and then, our little XYXXs decide where those ovaries go. And if they drop with your cremaster abdominal muscle and become testicles, they have to be temperature controlled, which is why your testicles move like a fucking lava lamp and pull in and out towards your body. And when you're really hot, they become a fucking bat wing and stick to your kneecap. And when you're really cold or someone kicks you in the balls, they suck in. It's an abdominal muscle called your cremaster muscle, literally controlling that. Whereas with someone who has the sex hormones to keep the ovaries on the inside, they have to stay hot. Whereas testicles don't want to be very hot. They have to stay like kind of a cooler temperature. And so when like a uterus owner as myself is exposed to the elements where it's really cold, my body will immediately prioritize all blood flow to my sexual organs and slowly start to shut down every extremity in terms of importance to whatever it's deeming. So I like for a long time, I think to this day, I think I have Raynaud's because if I get cold, my hands turn gray. Like if I get cold, I literally start to shut down, but my toes and my legs, every part of me, my nose starts to get fucking numb. And it's because that's what our body's doing versus like balls. They kind of prefer it. It's crazy how systems are just weird like that. I believe the thinner skin as well. It's probably just a different epidermis composition, right? Just because of hormones. Hormones have a lot to do with stuff, which is why, like, there's some people born with a uterus assigned female at birth, but have like hella high testosterone. So they grow additional body hair. They have a mustache. They have really high sex drives. Date a mustached bitch. You will get thine dick sucked. Etc. Whereas, like, if you're born assigned male at birth, but you have really high estrogen, like, you tend to have man titties, hips. You place fat differently. So, like, you'll gather fat around your hips as opposed to getting like a big old beer belly. Hormones. Hormones are very interesting. Fucking weird. My neck's actually doing pretty good, Vissy. I've been doing a lot of stretches, and I think honestly, like, how I've been getting those crazy fucking cramps, the muscle cramps in my leg, like, wake up at 2 a.m. crying muscle cramps, like, scary. And, like, my hands cramp because I've been doing lots of yard work, and not stretching afterwards, so, like, my wrists are sore and shit. So Glut was telling me that and a couple people actually told me this in chat, but Glut told me many times that he was also getting, like, horrible Charlie horses and shit in his calves regularly. Even though, like, he drinks water constantly, like, he's staying hydrated, he's eating fruits and veggies, like, he's arguably probably one of the healthiest people in our chat because of previous butthole things. But he told me about taking a magnesium supplement, and it somehow helps with these fucking muscle cramps. And it literally, I have not woken up with a horrible muscle cramp in my legs since I started taking those. It's been fucking great. And I think it's helping, like, just relax all this tension so I'm not waking up with that neck pain all the time. You know what I mean? I'm kind of really, I don't want to, I haven't said it, but I've been thinking about it every day since I started taking these because I don't want to jinx it, but like, knock on wood, I wonder if it's going to help with cramps. Because that's all muscle. That's just muscle controlled. My sense of taste and smell didn't really change. I don't get cold anymore, so that was nice. Still love you, but Donna, you have the gray hands. Yeah, it's great. My fingers turn like white, like death white. It's very strange. Me, Bubblicious. I'm naturally hairy as fucking could grow a mustache if I wanted to. That's some testosterone up in that bitch. Not that you're the bitch, you know what I mean. The bitch. Testosterone increases blood capacity as well, and muscle mass means you get warm and stay warm. Yep. Muscles. People with higher testosterone tend to develop muscle easier, which is why, if you've ever had a partner who has the penis testosterone-y stuff, they can like, just go on a diet for a week and they drop 40 pounds and suddenly they're the GQ man of the year. And you like accidentally walk past a jar of peanut butter and suddenly nothing you own fits. I'm not bitter. That's why. Are you always freezing, Rod? Really? Maybe that's a tall thing, though. Tall people being tall adds a whole other caveat to all of it because it's kind of like being a Great Dane. Like, not to bring, though. I know you know about Great Danes. I'm trying to pull up this link sales. Hold up. Don't sass me. Okay, I got it. Did I? Jesus Christ. I keep trying to just click it open and my mouse scrolls instead. Stop. Um, we have the same size heart as everybody else, and our heart has to work, you know, sometimes twice as hard as a person of average height to pump our blood as far as it has to go to all of our really extended, crazy extremities. So, like, people that are really tall and people who are built to be like limbs instead of like a long waist tend to have, low blood pressure, low heart rate, and be real cold because it's just more work. Our hearts work harder to do the same job everybody else's hearts do, which is why we tend to not live as long either. But we'll die together. BDO's big enough that we can lay on top of him and we'll all just like, you know what I'm saying? Cheers to that. I agree. I take both magnesium and potassium because I get big. Oh shit! Has it worked for you too, Viana? Oh, I almost missed that. Does it work for you? I don't know if it's like I was getting them almost every single night, and I swear to you guys, I wouldn't lie. I just started taking those like 4 days ago. I haven't had them once. Like my wrist and my arm is sore, but that's because I've been doing a lot of work in the yard, and I just don't have those muscles right now. Okay, so it's real. I have to look into what kind of foods have magnesium in them because I feel like I have a pretty rounded diet. Like I like to eat weird veggies and stuff, but apparently I didn't have enough. Cheers. Oh, wait. Oh, I thought there was a band on it. I was like, Fissy. Nope, this one's good. I swear they get back on and I don't know how. Is it a sleep aid? Interesting. I take it right before bed because normally vitamins make my tum hurt. So I just like fucking get the fuck out of there. But I don't know. I looked at Kona, that's me and peanut butter. I swear to God, I sniff peanut butter and it's like, oh, you don't fit in your bra tomorrow, okay? But your boobs aren't bigger, nothing makes sense. Just cutting out soda, I've lost about 40 pounds in the last 5 months. That's super common and it always baffles me. Like, I don't care how big anyone is. I would never look at someone and be like, bet soda did that. And we all know how much sugar's in soda. I would never. But I've heard many people be like, yeah, I just stopped drinking Coke and dropped 80 pounds. But I think it's a combination of eliminating all those empty calories, and you're probably upping your water take crazy high, which helps with satiating hunger and stuff like that. Like, our bodies are really smart, but also kind of dumb. Like smart dumb. Have you ever been around someone that's so smart they almost can't function? Kind of like Sheldon a little bit, Sheldon Cooper from Big Bang Theory. Our bodies are kind of like that on the inside. So like this is how I've experienced this exact sensation. But there's a lot of moments where you will feel the sensation of hunger, but you're actually dehydrated and you're thirsty. But we oftentimes consume we consume food that has water in it, so it satiates the thirst, but you weren't hungry to begin with, so that can actually add a lot of calories to your day. And like at the end of the day, it's just calories in, calories out. There's no such fucking magic about food. Please, please no. And so when you completely eliminate soda, you still have to drink. And if you're anything like me and you're ADHD, you have 10 beverages around you all the time because you need different feelings in your mouth. And so when you are constantly hydrating yourself, you never have a chance to mistake dehydration for hunger. So you're not nibbling on, just additional calories. There's nothing wrong with nibbling, but like at the end of the day, that's how you gain weight or lose weight. There are some variations in metabolism and obviously hormones do things. But other than that, yeah. It's fucking weird. That's what I was gonna say. The way I always experience this like hunger, thirst, mistakenly feeling is I don't know what it is, but if I take a nap in the middle of the day and I wake up and I'm like hot and nasty feeling, you ever take a nap and you just wake up like sweaty and gross? I don't know what it is. Like there's a sweet spot for naps, but either you wake up too soon and you're like in the middle of a REM cycle, or you wake up too late and I'm just like hot, and sweaty. I don't know what the fuck happens. I don't take naps often. I cannot fucking remember the last time I took a nap. Years. But if I do, that would happen. And when I would wake up from these weird, like, hot, uncomfortable naps, I would be starving. Like, I would literally go to the kitchen and just, like, grab a handful of whatever was within reach and just shove it in my mouth. But I was thirsty because I was sweating. I was taking, like, a hot, fucking sweaty ass nap, breathing with my mouth open on a couch, like, and I was thirsty, but I would mistake it for hunger. And I started, like, recognizing that, and I would just, like, keep water by my bedside, and I chug it whenever I wake up, and then I don't, like, go to the kitchen, like, mouth the refrigerator in a sexual, non-consensual way. It's legit. Also, this was the I was addicted to Diet Coke for a very long time. I don't know if I was addicted, like, caffeine, obviously, I'm addicted to, but someone was talking about, like, getting I think it was Viper Sniper was talking about trying to incorporate more water in. So this was a trick I actually learned from some fucking British show I watched ages ago. I can't remember what it was. But there was a guy on the show who was trying to quit drinking soda. Like, he literally just drank soda 24/7, never drank water, never had a sip of water. And they worked with, like, a nutritionist, food psychologist kind of person. And it was, I'm all about mind tricks, like mind fucking myself. I don't want to overthink shit. I'm not going to count macros. I'm not going to count calories. Like, I don't fucking want to. Math is scary for me in a, like, OCD dangerous way. I just know I'm not that type of person, so I like little mind fuckeries. And what this food psychologist, food coach taught this person, and it wasn't like, you have to, it wasn't shame. It wasn't you have to eliminate soda, you're going to fucking die. None of that. It was just, they just gave them a little personal experiment rule for the next, like, X amount of time. I think it was a couple weeks. And then the nutritionist would go back and ask how they were doing. And what they said is every time you're thirsty and you go to grab your Coke or whatever the fuck your beverage is, it has to be a rule. Like, you have to follow through with this. No one here is forcing you to do it. But before you crack that soda, you have to drink a glass of water. You're still allowed to have the soda though. Like, there's no elimination. They don't there's no perk to elimination diets or anything. It just makes you, like, psychotically obsess over that thing you eliminated a lot more than you ever did before. Nothing like that. You're still allowed to have the soda, but just drink a glass of water. It's just like a glass of water. And it was crazy what the guy said after, like, 2 weeks of doing this, I think. He said the soda just didn't taste good. It was the weirdest thing. He was like, he'd drink the glass of water, which was boring and sad, and then he'd crack the soda and get excited. And, like, the way he was, like, romantically involved with soda. Like, he would talk about the way the carbonation burned down his throat when he swallowed it and how he lived for it and all these sensations, which I totally get on a hot day. It feels nice to have a little carbo on your throat. I get it. But, after just, knocking back a small glass of water, it's not refreshing, you know what I mean? And that's why he kept going back to it, was the refreshing. It was the only liquid he was literally consuming outside of food, like veggies and stuff like that. And he literally was able to cut out soda before the 2 weeks were over. It happened on accident. He would crack a soda immediately after drinking a glass of water, have a few sips, set it down on the counter, and just walk away and forget about it. Over and over and over. He tried every fucking time. He was convinced. He's like, I'm gonna like it again. But if you, like, and I did that. I did that when I was in college. I was fucking, like, I don't addicted again. I don't know, Diet Coke. I was drinking a 24 case a week on top of working at a place with a soda fountain, and I was just refilling the same cup all day long with Diet Coke. It was just Diet Coke, constant, constant. And then, like, I think it was during Lent or something. This was back under my mother's roof of my family, my Catholic family still. So we would do Lent, and she didn't care what we did. It was more just for funsies. It wasn't, like, religious or, like, punishing or anything. But I was like, I'm gonna try to give up Diet Coke because I was highly aware. Like, literally, my computer desk in my basement had 2 tracks for my arm to go to my mouse and my keyboard, and then it was just empty Diet Coke cans. It was sick. I was psychotically addicted. So I did that, and then, like, the day after, Lent was over, I had a Diet Coke and immediately got a bloody nose, and it scared the living fuck out of me. I haven't had one since. But the way I, like, weaned myself off of it, because I knew, there's chemicals and shit in there and there's caffeine and stuff, and I needed to go to school and go to the 2 jobs I had. I didn't wanna fuck my brain over, so I did this water thing to try to make myself not like it, and it kinda worked. It was amazing. I still wanted the Diet Coke until I had a bloody nose. That scared me. I don't know what happened. It was, like, instant, and I'd never had a bloody nose in my life. That was my first one ever in my entire life, and I was at work. It was great. It was a great time. Sitting at my desk right now, mug of tea, a water bottle, cup of orange juice, and a can of V8 Energy. Monster, water, coffee. Pepto, does that count? Yeah, same. You need the different mouthfeels. I totally get it. Drink goblins are real. I mean, we are real, and I will stand up for us forever. At least we're hydrated, bitch. Some people pee in liter bottles and put it under their desk. Let's not point fingers, yeah. Oh, drink goblining is hard, relatable. I've been that way forever. I remember, like, when I was living at my parents' house in high school, I would go up into the middle story of the house, and I would literally make myself a cup of coffee and grab a Diet Coke and, like, a juice or something. And I remember bringing them all downstairs and, like, in my mind, thinking about the perceived order of drinks I'm going to sip them in and how excited I was for the difference in all of them. What the fuck? That's, like, a really weird thing to be excited about. But I am. I love me some weird drinks. What up, Greg? How you doing, honey bean? Caffeinated soda addict. The withdrawals were brutal. Yeah. Yep. It's caffeine withdrawals, honestly. I've quit coffee before, too. I did that for Lent one year. Caffeine withdrawals are the same across the board, and they're terrible. Just the lightning bolt right here. Oh, my God. Just touching myself there gave me the chills. Pendragon, thank you. I think I actually literally just made a radio station out of one song. Hold on. It's on Spotify. You know how you can, like, just right-click a song and be like, go to the radio station of this song. I think I went to the radio station of, like, The Chain by Fleetwood Mac. Fleetwood Mac radio stations are always a banger, though. Always. They play, like, the best of everything. I don't know what it is. Fleetwood Mac's pretty dank, to be fair. When I was doing the colon prep, I had Prep Liquid Cup, Monster Ginger Ale, and water on my table. Oh, I love ginger ale. I love ginger ale so much. Some people are so, like, anti-ginger ale. They think the shit's disgusting, but I love it. Diet stuff literally makes me ill. Sirska, fake sugar fucks me up. I think that's what it was. I think there was something, because I know they've done, I mean, no. They've done many tests on fake sugar varieties, and there's that one that I believe is the one that's in Diet Coke. It's, like, the one that's the worst thing for you. Its molecule, and correct me if I'm wrong, science people, because it's been a while. The molecule, the way it looks, imitates sugar so fucking closely that even though you're drinking a diet soda that is technically 0 calories and has no sugar, it instigates an insulin response from your liver. So your liver releases insulin to grab sugar when we eat sugar so we don't have high sugar levels in our arteries so we don't fucking get, like, diabetes and stuff. And after excessive time, your liver will stop responding to that molecule as well as real sugar because it learns, again, so smart it's stupid, learns that it's wasting its time releasing insulin because the insulin won't grab the fake sugar. It doesn't look similar enough to fit the insulin, like, mold, but it looks similar enough to instigate the insulin response. So your body will, like, adapt and it will stop releasing insulin and then you fucking develop, like, diabetes and shit. Crazy. You had this 45, wait, which one is this one? Billy. My mom had this. She probably still has it, to be honest, somewhere. Billy Idol's a legend. Wait, the worst withdrawal, in my opinion, I can go dry on ciggies. Easy, not on caffeine. Caffeine is horrific. Those lightning headaches, man, I don't even know. I have no idea. They're like, I've seen people go through heroin withdrawals. Those look terrible. But I've gone through caffeine withdrawals, and those are just like, until they prove caffeine's killing me, I'm just not going to do that again. My hubby broke his Mountain Dew caffeine addiction by switching to iced tea. First, he had a single Mountain Dew upon waking, and then only iced tea. He despises water. And that's the thing. So many people despise water, but there's so many good things like iced tea or, like, you know, you probably know about them. Crystal Light, G Fuel, what's the one that Najio got me? It's not on my desk right now. I can't remember the name of it, but it's really good. It's like Guacamole 9000 or something is the name of it. Gamer Sups, where it's like, you know, there's no added bullshit. Like, people have really gone although I think Didn't G Fuel, like, didn't they prove there was, like, lead in it or something? Please correct me. I don't want to speak out my ass. I don't remember. LaCroix's okay. I never finish a LaCroix. Like, they always sound great in theory, and then I don't finish it, and I feel, like, wasteful. LaCroix with some juice added, though, is dank. I've done that. I've, like, added a small can of pineapple juice to a LaCroix with ice or something on a hot summer day. It's pretty fucking tasty. Lizzie, my love, how are you doing? I've had 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 to the bastard 4. My ex-wife is a bastard whore. 5, 6 to the bastard 7. Shit, the beat of this song fucked me up. It's a great song, to be honest. You want to know the lyric of that song that gets stuck in my head? We're so similar. I wake up with lyrics just like, I'll wake up with the strangest chunk of a song just repeating over and over in my head for no reason. And it is my favorite drugs are the ones that kill. Like, that whole verse gets stuck the fuck in my head, and I think it ends with, hang myself in the neighbor's garden. When he gets home, that's a nice surprise. What the fuck, Katie? Yeah, G Fuel had the lead issues, and the way... Again, I don't follow this shit. Like, this Gamer Steps one I have is super tasty. I don't think it has lead in it or anything. But, like, when that whole G Fuel thing came out, I think, like, the whatever owner of executive, I don't know the titles, the dude in charge of G Fuel, like, got on stage on a mic that was like a press release or something like that, and was like, "It's negligible lead. I feed it to my children." I don't know if I feel better about it after that. Like, obviously that was Cliff Notes, but that's exactly what he said. Like, it's really safe. I give it to my children. All right. You know lead's bad, right? Like, okay. Crayon, really? Okay, we're not the only ones. Can't handle carbonation now since he switched to that iced tea. You know, I actually am kind of sensitive to carbonation as well, which is really interesting because I remember, like, that's why I did this water trick that I watched on this British show back when I was like in fucking high school. I don't even remember what it was. Because the way this guy described how he craved that carbonation burn down his throat, that was me. Because I would start my day with coffee and then I just drank Diet Coke nonstop. My mom would bring me a bottle of Diet Coke to my fucking basketball games. It was insane. I don't remember consciously drinking water before the age of, like, 20, which is crazy because I had nice skin. How? Youth. Crazy. P Fuel from Nebraska. Oh my god, Viata, that takes on so many new horrific connotations, though. Isn't that one of the states that's checking out kids' genitals to make sure they fit the Christian ideal before they're allowed to play school sports? I'm going to P Fuel all around their face. In and around those people's mouths. I bet his children hate him. You think? Hurts a lot, is it? I'm sorry. When I talk about, like, what states are doing, I hope no one in chat is like, "Does she think I'm doing that?" No, I do not. No, I do not. States are just throwing out terrible legislation that I know the vast majority of people in the state are like, "What the fuck?" Shit's just fucked up. Staging, no. Oh my god, I meant to DM you last night. I'm gonna DM you after stream today. They're calling me today. I don't know. They think they might have sent it back, and I don't know. They don't know, I don't know. But I have an information thing to send you, so thank you for reminding me. I'm post-itting. We turned into a mud hell, so... fucking mud hell. Daily, and it sucks. I'm sorry. Sleaze, that's the thing. Like, who the fuck, what kind of person would apply for that job? Because I can't think of one reason that ain't nefarious to apply for that job. Doctors are not going to get paid by a school district to check children's genitals before they're allowed to play a school sport. That's not going to happen. They can't afford to pay teachers, let alone a fucking in-house doctor. It's probably going to be someone's mom who knows first aid and works as a school nurse. Or some fucking creepy shit. Hold on, I gotta write this note. I'm glad you came in, Stajan. I would have remembered eventually, but it would have been like in 4 days, and I would have hated myself for it. I hate my brain. Got it. Post-its are the best. I'm so visual, they literally save my life. They save my life. My mom today was like, did you hear what Donald Trump said yesterday? And I was like, no, I haven't caught up with the CNN stuff yet. I can't believe my mom's giving me politics spoilers. I didn't watch it, and I don't want to watch it. Is it weird? Oh my god, I forgot about this fucking video. God damn it. I had a video from sales, and my brain fart. We have a couple videos. God damn it, Katie. I'm sorry, my brain's stupid. I kind of feel like I'm getting sick, and I'm trying to just ignore it and pretend it's not happening. But my nose feels poopy. It makes my brain foggy, and I'm sorry. Oh my god, literally, Sleaze, it's just another case of them creating a false reality in their head. That's it. Did I lose it? What the fuck? It's just a fake reality in their head. That's it. Honestly, dude, you guys know this. I probably talk about it way too much, but I listen to a lot of true crime. And I listen to it because I like the psychology of it. I don't really like listening to like the horrible deeds and things. That's not what I'm fucking getting horned up for, because that's gnarly shit. But I do like the science and the psychology behind it. And I was listening to one last night that was about a cult leader. And he literally, they have videos of him going on some like talk radio show or something like that, where he's standing there going, I'm not responsible for what my followers do. If my followers were to, storm a political building with guns, like, how is that on me? Literally, it was Trump. It wasn't Trump, but like, I mean, we all know he's a creepy fucking psychotic cult leader, but like, mirror, dude. I mean, it was almost word for word. It's crazy. Fucking wild. It was a cult. I'm trying to think of what they were called. I can't remember. But they were the ones that they all shaved their heads. I think they were in California. And they all shaved their heads. And like had to get forced abortions and shit like that. I have not watched the full CNN thing. And I kind of do not want to. I watched a few people who are YouTube news folks that I watch cover it. And cover some highlights of it. And I heard enough audience laughing at Trump's jokes about him raping a woman that I just... You know what I'm saying? I don't think it was Hare Krishna. I think they were... It was like a weird word this guy made up, like syntech or synetech? Synetech, something like that. It was two words meshed together. And it was just a made up word. I just remember everybody had to shave their heads, and George Lucas actually used a lot of his cult in one of his movies because they were like nearby on a freaky ranch, and he was like, he knew there was a camp, there was like a ranch of bald people, and he went over and he's like, hey, you guys want to be extras in a movie? So like, I think it's literally George Lucas's first movie ever. You can see a bunch of bald people like running under a grate, and it's that cult. It's crazy. I try to avoid the direct source. Me too, Donna. That's kind of what I was saying. Like, I'm not going to watch CNN. Like, I'm not going to give the direct source any fucking views because they're pathetic. They're just as evil as him, in my opinion. The way they stacked the audience to be pro-Trump Republicans is fucking nauseating. What a joke. Fox News Jr., I guess. You don't think so, Mishy? Mishy said CNN is grasping for viewers. They won't be around much longer. You don't think so? See, my parents have never been into watching those news stuff, so I didn't grow up with it. I don't know anything about them. It's almost like that's the point. They're the groomers. They always were. I mean, that's right. Guilty people point the finger. Always. Oh my God, this cult I'm talking about, the guy was obsessed with the saying, today is the first day of the rest of your life. And he used to he started the whole cult. I'm just remembering. Sorry, my brain is fuzzy. He started the whole cult literally by running an Al-Anon program. Like an AA program, and then an Al-Anon program, and then cult. It's crazy. Wild. Way to manipulate people. I'm going to take your heroin away, but I'm your new heroin. Welcome to the cult. Shave your head. What the fuck? The audience was GOP supporters that were assembled by the state GOP. It wasn't a random assortment of people. Yeah, that's what I read. They lost so much money in their bullshit streaming service that tanked. Oh, really? I mean, good. At this point, good. CNN Plus died like in 1 month. That's sad. Don't, Lizzie. It's not worth it. It's grotesque. It's Trump's on a stage getting to say some jokes and horrible things. That's it. It's nothing else. It's nothing more. It's literally like watching a Trump rally, but he's like sitting. That's it. It's not worth your time at all. There's nothing. It's just grotesque. You know? Would you guys disagree that it's even, you know what I mean? Like, you're not missing out seeing any of it. It honestly made me sick to my stomach when he joked about raping a woman and the audience laughed. That second made me fucking ill this morning. I wouldn't advise anyone watch it. And I just watched little clips. Has any other network given a full hour of airtime to a rapist? I don't know if they have to a known convicted. I mean, Matt Gaetz is still out there fucking prancing around. So, know what I'm saying? Raving, we were talking about Trump. He was given a platform to speak on a major news network last night, and it was just fucking terrible. It was just. It's got theology Twitter talking. Why? Did he talk about the Bible or some shit? Yeah, he's not convicted, but he is. I mean, he's being. What's the verbiage? He has to pay the woman he raped $5 million. 5 billion? Million? 5 billion? Billion. Billion? I'm not rich. I can't even conceptualize these numbers. Liable. He was found liable for 5 billion in damages. Found liable. I'll remember that. Civil suit, found liable, not guilty, no jail. I do try to remember these things because it's something I just have never known before. He's not technically convicted. Yeah, not a criminal case. Million. Thank you. Thank you, sales. 5 million. A little under 5 million. Little under 5 million. I mean, once we get past 3 million, are we looking at the little under, little over? I don't even know. Like I said, I can't even conceptualize these fucking numbers. I have no idea. Oh, the Elon Schools, the cult guy. I know his name. The cult name It was Sinners. It was 2 words just mushed together on accident, and it was fucking weird. One moment. I think I lost your link, Sales. I don't know what happened because I know I fucking opened it, but now I just have 2 open talking about Satan, and I know the link you gave me was a video, and now it's just gone. Again, I think I have a brain fog. Thank you. It's me. I've been looking for it. I literally was system it down. Fuck. It was the piano one. I know I did it because I looked at it and I was like, oh, I fucking love this song. And then it was gone. And my brain was like, what did you do? My sinuses make my brain stupider than normal and I hate it. Boo! I was looking at my history because I literally watched it very recently and I was just going to find it for you. One sec. In a momento. No. No, autoplays haunt me. Chuck Dietrich was the guy who ran this creepy ass cult thing that I was talking about. Synanon, I think is the name of the cult. Synanon. And it was like synergy and something stuck together. I can't remember those. I mean, it was a super long fucking podcast. But I like those ones because they go into all the like psychological details. Heaven's Gate is fucking terrifying. We got it this time. Okay, let's watch it. I want to see this. I knew I did. Sorry, I wish sinuses weren't near your hip brain. You know, like could they hurt in like my foot? Oh yeah, I'm so excited on. But you guys honestly give me the best information across the board. I've been spoiled. That was incredible. That made my face hurt so bad. Like dude, that's actually CJ, I think that was like clipped pieces of audio all put together. That was incredible. No, Donna, that's Wayne June, who's the narrator for Darkest Dungeon. Have you ever seen or played Darkest Dungeon? Zach's a little famous for it. How many things did he destroy over the first one? A few? A few. He's kind of a rage machine. Yeah, it's one of those moments. And the second one was just released like what, 2, 3 days ago after many, many years of anticipation. And he's been playing that all week and he fucking loves it. But Wayne June, that voice you were just hearing, he's the infamous narrator of Darkest Dungeon. It's a super fun game. If you ever see the first one, like, on sale, which it almost always is, like, I literally have it on everything I can. I have it on my iPad. It's my go-to game just when I'm bored. You know, I got nothing to do. Pull up Darkest Dungeon, fuck around in it. It's one of those turn-based games where it's like, there's no you can just close it at any time, open it, you don't have to save. It's really nice. It's fun. Oh my gosh, Donna, honestly, I would 100% I would 100% agree with Greg and say go play it. I mean, I guarantee it's probably on sale in the Steam store right now just because the new one came out. It's so fucking good. Wayne June's narration of the game, Trinkets and Baubles, is worth it fucking alone. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah, Workster, we'll count that. Yeah, that counts. So we've got the desk. Well, it's 2 desks. Because he broke a desk when I moved in, and then he broke a brand new desk that he got while I lived here. So he's gone through 2 desks, keyboards. He has them stacked in his closet. I could literally go count the keyboards he's gone through. I don't know if he's broke a mouse, but he hasn't broke a controller since I built him his custom controller, and I'm very curious to see if that prevents anything during this new run of Darkest Dungeon. Keyboards. That's the main thing he picks up and just and it's done for. Done for. There are recordings of Wayne June reading the works of Lovecraft. I'm adding that to my sticky note. Yeah. Yep. That's amazing. The desk, I think the first desk was definitely Darkest Dungeon. The second desk, I don't think was Darkest Dungeon. I'm trying to think what game that was. The glass one that he literally like shattered. I napped through it. It was crazy. I don't know how that happened. Like literally I was 5 feet away from where it happened. And when I woke up from my nap, he was like, that might have been the last time I ever napped, actually. Oh my god, I'm scarred. I woke up and he was like, babe, come see what I did. He was all excited and walked me into his office, and it was that. A glass desk in a billion pieces, if anybody missed that fun day. Oh, was that Abe's Odyssey? Oh, was it Abe's Odyssey? My voice is going. I hope I'm not getting sick. Hi, Time and Love. How are you? Abe's Odyssey is the first one, and then there's a lot though now. There's a few with different characters. Was it one of the old ones? It was a green alien. Maybe it was an Abe one. I mean, there's Abe's Odyssey, and then there's like the first three I think follow Abe, and then there's I can't remember which of the Odyssey games, but you start playing different characters, right? Like different kind of creatures. That's where the devs for DD found Wayne. Was his Lovecraftian readings. No shit. Oh my god, what a blessing they came across. I found out today that my granddaughter will be born without her corpus callosum, but apparently that isn't always a bad thing. I don't know. Still waiting for more details. Don't want to Google it. Never Google anything. CJ, that's the smartest thing you've ever done in your life. Never Google anything. I would trust them. Honestly, I would trust them. That being said, you know our boy Dr. Neuro. I am sure as hell that he would not turn his nose up at a DM. He's literally a neurosurgeon who worked at Hopkins and now works in New York City at a hospital and for the CDC. He's very fucking smart. So if you wanted a real human being, do you want me to give you his Twitter or something? If you don't follow him, I can give you his info. He is one of the most down to earth, awesome like creatures to inhabit this planet. And I know, like, I remember when Visty got her diagnosis, same thing. And he was so fucking warm and wonderful. Um, he's just wonderful. If his DMs aren't open or for whatever reason, I can hit him up and be like, hey, my boy CJ is going to hit you up with a question. Love you, hottie, with a body. You know what I'm saying? He's an amazing resource. But seriously, smartest thing you can ever do is not Google that shit because it will always be you might have terminal blah 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 cancer and you're dying in 30 minutes. It's always that. It's the most. It's a joke. I hate it so much. I'm sure I've told you guys this. They have a lot of like merchandise and shit for nurses that says, please don't mistake your Google search with my nursing degree or my doctor's degree or my RT degree or blah 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 blah. You could insert any degree there, really. But it's all the time. People will be like, but I Googled it. And you're like, stop. Stop it. You're telling me that you trust a search engine over the human being in front of you that went to school for 9 years. That's what you're telling me right now. Okay. 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 Neuro is amazing, right? He is amazing. He's just awesome. Yeah. I couldn't say, there's no other words. I couldn't say enough. And he has a hot husband. Yeah, that's true. My psychiatrist therapist gave me a very smart shake last sesh. Basically backed me in a corner of my own stupidity and said, so how long will you pretend you don't need ADHD meds? Oh my god, they mentally slapped you.
Calm the bitch down.
Greg, how do you feel? Oh, I think I played Stygian. I mean, I know there's a game, like a TTRPG game book that's called Stygian something, but I think I played a game called Stygian. Stygian Gate? Was it Stygian Gate? Was it like a point click? God, it's a long time ago. You can't lie on the internet. It's like legal or something. Yeah, the internet police come, much like the vegan police, and they're like, 3 strikes, bitch. You said you were 13 the night before you turned 13. Illegal. Oh, are you going to start a prescription? Are you excited? Are you nervous? Man, it's crazy. I think it was someone in the chat the other day. I don't want to mistake. I don't want to misname, but someone in the chat the other day literally said, "Holy shit, this is my first day ever on medication and I'm in my 30s or whatever." They said something along those lines. And I would say the same thing to you when you start your prescription. Like, what does it feel like to open your eyes for the first time? Like, how does it feel? I don't remember, like, the moment of being like, "Oh my god, is this what people get to feel all the time?" But I very much equate the first time I was diagnosed and given ADHD medication to, if you've ever seen the movie Interview with a Vampire, when Lestat changes Louis into a vampire and he gazes upon the world with his new vampire eyes. That's it. It's crazy. And then you get a little mad because you like, the joy wears off after the first like 6 hours, and you're just like, wait, people just feel this. There are people out there that just get this made by their body. They don't have to take a pill. You know what I mean? But then you go to bed and you wake up and you take the pill again and you feel better. And you just rinse and repeat until you forget about it, and just try not to feel shame. Because some bodies are lucky. If nobody's that lucky though. Stygian's table. Oh, that's the table story one. There is a game. I'm gonna pull up on my Steam. I swear to God, I know it's a game because I think it's in my Steam library somewhere. Get out of here. Get out of here. Open. There we go. Whoa, publisher week. I'm on a game diet. Get out of my life. Stygian. I know I have a game called this because I'm not crazy. Well, negligible. Get out. Wrong keyboard. Idiot. Myron, I have a bowl packed whenever you're ready. Stygian Reign of the Old Ones. I played it on stream. Isn't this a point and click? Hold on. I knew it. Yeah, it is. It's the little. I played this on stream. It's like a weird little old Victorian town, and you point and click and move around the map. You got to find secrets and shit. Yeah, we played it, and we had a whole discussion about separating artist from art, and the reason I feel okay playing Lovecraftian shit, even though he's a notable racist with a cat named the N-word, is because he's fucking dead, and has no ancestors to speak of who are making money off the games or anything that have to do with anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's our content now. B-Treat, because I have so many unplayed games in my Steam library that aren't bad. It's just like, I feel like games come out so fast that there's not enough time to consume them. There's literally not enough. And game developers and publishers send me free games all the time just because I'm a streamer. And then you guys will give me games, like, if you really like a game, you want me to play it on stream, which super grateful for, and I love them. And most of the time I get through those. But on top of that, there's humble bundles, and if there's a sale and my wishlist games go on sale for $1 a piece, I just grab them. And slowly it just accumulates into this stack. And it's like there's always new good games coming out, but I feel like a good way to like save money and also, try to appreciate what I already have is just try to get through a good chunk of the games in my game library. It's over 350 something unplayed, untouched, undownloaded games in just my Steam library alone. And there's really good games in there. Like, I know it. I've scanned it. With new games coming out all the time, you kind of forget. Feels kind of like hoardy, you know? Also, I just gave my left nut to the IRS, and spending money is not at the top of my list right now. So it's really nice to be on any sort of spending diet at this moment in time, because fuck it. Fuck the universe till it hurts. I'm not used to these kind of mental health issues. I just want to live in a church and find peace beyond the grave. I lost my screensaver. God damn it. We need to take a break, I just realized. My brain's real fuzzy. Thanks for being awesome and patient with me today. The right strength of medication is important too. The stuff I was on at first was too strong. I only needed a lowest dose. That's 100% true. Yes. My doctor is so awesome about always trying the lowest dose on me, but I've insisted on that since day one. I don't ever want to start on some gigantic dose because I know I'm a lightweight when it comes to literally anything. Like alcohol, painkillers, stuff like that. So I just assume, and it's so far been great. Like, like, for instance, I've told you guys, like, I've been through 2 different ADHD medications. And the first one they put me on, I believe it was Concerta. Concerta was like the brand name or whatever. And while it worked, in that it helped me focus, and I was able to get to class on time, actually do homework and not be a fucking space cadet. I was irritable beyond reason, and I felt it immediately. Like, I've never been I would never consider myself a fucking irritable person. I'm pretty fucking laid back, but I felt like, every little sound and creak and, like, anything inconvenient just made me wanna fucking burn it down. Like, literally, I was angry uncontrollably. So I went to my doc and told him that, and he was like, "Oh, no problem, we'll try another one," and I'm on Adderall, and it's worked ever since. But, for a lot of people, that won't work, or you could be on it too. I remember before I went on Adderall, I told them that, Concerta made me irritable, and he was like, "Well, maybe it's wearing off too soon." So he put me on 56 milligrams of Concerta, which is super fucking high. And on top of that, gave me a PRN of Ritalin. So he was like, okay, like around 5 in the afternoon, take one of these 15 milligram Ritalins, and that will keep you from getting the withdrawals or whatever. Which I was going through withdrawals because he was giving me 56 milligrams of fucking meth in my body. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. And the Ritalin, oh, I hated that because the Ritalin wasn't time released. So if I did it just as he told me, because I was like, I'm going to trust him, I popped that Ritalin, and I remember my entire body just felt like I was hot. Like, I didn't feel like I was on crack. I didn't feel, like, buzzed or anything. I didn't feel like I was on speed, but I was hot. All my skin felt like it was on fire. It was so weird, I hated it. So I found a new doctor, and my new doctor has been very, very nice and wonderful and believes me when I say, like, "I feel bad on this, please stop it. My heart's going so fast." And what's weird is, like, my heart went fast, and then the higher the dose went, I became more of a zombie. It was, like, inverse of what I think, like, a speed type drug would do to someone who doesn't have some sort of ADHD fuck up in their head. Like, I just became like, but I was technically taking 56 milligrams of, like, speed. Weird. No shit, Lizzie. Maybe it's the differing. Hi, Jade. How are you, love? It's the differing medications because 56 was way too much for me. I'm on 15 now a day because 56 made me angry. I just felt like anything. Like, if a pen fell off my desk, it was the end of any good mood I could have possibly had the rest of the day, which was stupid. It felt stupid. You know what I mean? Like, I just felt like, if only that pen hadn't fallen. Just pissy. And I don't like to be that way. I don't want to be pissy. Ritalin made me crash hard. Ritalin was terrible. Vyvanse works best for me, but of course my insurance doesn't cover it. Of fucking course. If you ever want like a drug that insurance doesn't cover, look at what's the med website we were all talking about the other day, guys. Like, I've learned recently that there are some people in the US who are like me and they don't have insurance that covers the cost of medication. And the full cost of medication is GoodRx. Thank you. Yes, GoodRx. You can get coupons for almost every fucking medication known to man online. GoodRx is great just because we all know it's legit. Like, you're not going to go in to a pharmacy with a GoodRx coupon. They're not going to look at you like, oh my God, sketch. Seriously, my meds for bipolar cost me around $369 a month, but I only pay about $40 because of these GoodRx coupons. Please look for coupons. Stupid expensive, even with GoodRx. Fuck that, dude. That sucks. I mean, $40 a month to not want to kill myself is arguably very expensive. I feel like that should be free, but whatever. It's better than 360. Oh, probably not the right med for me, but they won't mess with them until my brain stuff is sorted. Oh, interesting. I mean, that's like, there's no deadline. Okay. You know what I think. That angers me. Sorry. I got a funny. I'm cooking up stuff in the restaurant I work at, and we got an order for sticky ginger chicken. That's what I call my penis. An item we haven't had on the menu in 4 years. Went out there and asked them if they want a substitute since no longer make it. They didn't budge. So I asked them how they want it since the original recipe had 3 types. Their response, I want it sticky and with ginger. They deserved it. So, me being the smartass I am, I decided to make them the third option, which was spicy as fuck. How many times have we all been taught not to fuck with the people who make our food? In my opinion, you made an innocent mistake. They didn't clarify. What up, Chucky? How you doing, honey bean? Yes, Costco pharmacy is incredible. Yeah, Costco pharmacy is what my whole family did for years. Don't fuck with the people touching your food. They shouldn't fuck with your food. But you don't fuck with the people fucking with your food. Because in that relationship, only one of you has any real power, and it ain't you. Fuck, dude, maybe that's the one they wanted. They were probably like super craving it or something and just grateful you made them any form of it. I've kind of been, I've craved things like that don't exist anymore. If you learned anything from the movie Waiting, it's you don't fuck with the people touching your food. Facts. It's just facts. We're just talking about how you shouldn't fuck with people fucking with your food. I worked in food service for years. I've never ever seen anyone tamper with food, and I myself have never tampered with food, regardless of how the customer treated me. I'm just going to say that, and I would probably go so far as to say there's not a chef in here that would ever legitimately fuck with food of a customer, regardless of how terrible they are. I just want to be serious about that. We love to joke about it, and I will fucking make the darkest joke about putting my tampon in your smoothie all day long, but I won't do it. That's the difference. And you're welcome. But I'm going to dream about it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like wringing out the mop into your Coke. Like, that's what I think about. Mm-hmm. Right, Crispy? Yeah. Like, we would never. I've never, and honest to fuck, I've worked in restaurants and fast food, and I've never seen anyone actually fuck with food. We've definitely made jokes when someone is just a cruel bitch, but never. I have never, ever, ever, even the worst employees in the world, I've never seen tamper with food. No one would do that. That is fucked up shit. Greg, dude, no shit. My therapist taught me this years ago. Is it this therapist that taught me this? It might have been my last therapist when I lived in Baltimore. But a therapist taught me this, like, I don't know, kind of what you're saying. You'd be amazed at how many murders I plan a day. It's kind of like this mental way of dumping things out of your brain, things and people who pissed you off. Because I too tend to like jump from, oh, you inconvenienced to me to I'm gonna find where you live real fast. I don't do it. It's just I'm very imaginative. And what my therapist taught me, she was like, choose a vessel. And I think I was real young, actually. I think this might have been my therapist when I was like expelled. Fuck, who doesn't matter. She said, choose a vessel that can fit people. And I was like, a school bus. Because I think I was young. I was around that age. I was like, a school bus. She's like, all right, from Sunday through Saturday, anybody, anything that you feel the need to, this was what I used to say all the time, slit the throat of and bathe in the bloodbath. Yeah, I was doing great, kids. Take care of your kids. Love them and hug them. She's like, anytime you feel the need to, quote, slit someone's throat and bathe in the bloodbath, put them on your bus in your head. And all week, you know that on Saturday, if what they did is still fucking affecting you on that day, you get to mentally put that bus over a cliff and just watch it like explode and listen to the screams and the cries. But the caveat is if you do that, you have to forget about it. It's done now. You can never talk about it again. You can't be angry about it anymore. You can't blame it for any of your problems. You threw it off the cliff. It's over with. It's not there anymore. And by it, I mean the person, the problem, whatever the fuck you're projecting your inner insecurities on, blah, 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 blah. But I still do it to this day. My bus is dirty and old, but her engine's strong, motherfuckers. She drives. She's like one of those classic fucking buses with the bug eyes. Is that the way to get through the day, Fisters? I mean, honestly, it's the only safe murder is the ones in your head. I wouldn't advise murder, though. Please don't do that. It's like a combo with me and my housemate. Housemate, do you ever have, like, really random thoughts that you can't do, but you wish you could? Me, yeah. Like, kick a toddler. Not, like, open up bookstore. No, like, open up. Lizzie, I think about that. Not the bookstore. I wouldn't, but I think about it. Screaming children are the worst. Sorry. They are. When I was working in a kitchen, I had a customer ask for the hottest wings I could make them. I made the waitress go out and make sure they wanted it as hot as I could. They were sure I got cooking. They were sure. So I got cooking, and about 5 minutes later, I sent the food out. They wanted to talk to me. So I went out, and they were laughing and asked me how the hell I made it because they couldn't eat it because it was too hot. Oh my God, that's a compliment. They weren't mad and shook my hand thankfully and tipped the server well. Fuck yes. Fuck yes. That's the way it should be. Yes. Always arson. Murder just feels good. I mean, murder. Fire. Excuse me. I've never murdered anybody. You might think I have because I'm just that cool, but I don't go out enough. Some psycho girls at Wendy's, they fucked with people's food, but it usually was someone they knew and hated. I wouldn't even do that, dude. I was so fucking scared of my lurch boss. Gross. I never unconsensually fucked with anyone's food, but we definitely made food experiments in the kitchen that we would each other eat, but we knew what it was. Like, or we knew we were getting a mystery thing, you know? Like, I worked at, like, a Japanese kinda, like, stir-fry yakisoba type place, and we had some, very basic, like, California roll type sushi stuff, and we stopped serving. Like, our boss was like, "We don't make enough money off the sushi stuff, so we're gonna stop selling it." And there was one kid I worked with who was an Eagle Scout, and he was like, "I'm gonna make" we had this thing called a razzle, but it's basically a McFlurry. But he's like, "I'm gonna make a razzle, but with, like, that 3-day-old California roll." And he did it and then went into the lobby and ate the whole thing. I've never forgot that. Don't do that. It was a bad time. We would do that shit all the time, but never secretly. I would never fucking sneak weird shit because God forbid they have a fucking allergy. Timing, that's kinda the way I gauge mine is very similar. The way I gauge, like, whether or not my drugs are working is, do I feel anything? Like, can I just do stuff without taking a break to figure out what the fuck my brain is fuzzing about every 15 minutes? It must be working then. You know what I mean? That's kind of the only way, because same. Like, how do you have another gauge? This is how I was born. Actually, dude, Taylor Tomlinson has a really fucking funny joke about that. Timon, I don't know if you've watched her stand up, any of them, much less her most recent one. I think the most recent one's called "Aw, Look at You," and it's fucking hilarious. But she has a really good stand up about that where she's like, she said something along the lines of, like, she's talked to a few friends and they were like, "Yeah, they put me on drugs for depression, but, like, I stopped taking them because, like, I super didn't feel like myself." And then she says, "Yeah, me neither. It's awesome." Very relatable. Very relatable stand up. Super mental health positive. Ranch dressing, what do they do to you, though? What did they do to you? Who wants to ride the magic bus? I could be your Mr. Frizzle, Mrs. Frizzle, or your Mr. Frizzle. I don't give a shit. I had several scary drives with an ex who liked that idea a lot. Oh no. Please no. I bet he razzled later. I don't want that. There was a high school football team that went to a steakhouse talking trash about the other team after winning the final game and not realizing the guys working there went, that's just idiotic. Talking trash is idiotic. Get a fucking hobby. She's so open, right, Fuzzy? And she's funny about it. Like, oh my God, who in here hasn't been diagnosed and then immediately been told a celebrity who also has your diagnosis to try to soften the blow? That part, I was like, oh, I don't even remember the celebrity I was given, to be honest, because I was so fucking fucked up in the head at the moment because I wasn't medicated yet. But like, relatable as hell. Or like this we thinking I have bipolar thing kind of feels more like putting medicine in your dog's treats, if you know what I mean. She's so dumb relatable. She's really, really open, and I really enjoy her stand-ups. People who fuck with food do end up felonies, so they better feel it's worth it. It's poisoning, right? That's what I thought, honestly. Like, if you have a food license and regardless, it's poisoning someone. You can't just sneak people shit. There was, oh, fuck me. My chat did the thing. I already drive on the wrong side of the road according to Yanks. Lizzie, no shit. When I went to England for the first time and I was hanging with Millie when I was staying with her, we were in the Midlands. So lots of back roads, not a lot of like freeway, highway, interstate kind of roads, whatever the fuck you guys call them. None of the big major ones, lots of back roads. And I would say, over 50% of them did not have any sort of lineage drawn on the roads at all. And at one point, I just straight up asked Millie, I was like, "So, how do you know what side to drive on? Or if it's a one way?" And she goes, "You just wait until there's oncoming traffic and go with what they do." So, like, do you guys have traffic laws? Because questionable. Questionable. Motorways. Thank you. Motorways. I knew there was a word for it. I've heard it a million times. I just brain farted. We have different words for it across the US. It's very interesting. Like on the West Coast, we usually call them just by their name, but in general, it's a freeway. If it's an interstate, if it's like I-5 or I-9 or one of those, it's an interstate. If it's not I something, it's a highway. But if it's an I something, it's a freeway. But if you go to the East Coast, freeway, that's not a thing. People kept asking me what the fuck a freeway was. I don't know why. I don't know where it came from. Oh my God, you didn't get a celebrity reference? Rude. Oh my God, Break, you're right. Yes, no, Break. Thank you. I was trying to get my fucking like screensaver to pull up for the break, but it wasn't. So I'm just going to pull up the ocean one, I guess. Oh wow, ocean sounds. Sorry, that was loud and obtrusive to everyone. Interstate, yeah, interstate, which, like, I don't know, that was one of the weird things I couldn't break out of my vocabulary. I still say freeway, and even in Colorado, people don't say freeway. Freeway is very Pacific Northwest, I think. It must be, because no one knows what the fuck a freeway is. I don't even know what the fuck a freeway is. Multiple lanes on an interstate, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Nobody knows. The Bible says being gay is fine as long as you're high. Quote, "A man who lays with another man should be stoned." Leviticus 20:13. Oh, we're not doing phrasing anymore, Wand. We stopped doing phrasing years ago. Oh, my music list. My music list ended. I was like, why is. I really thought it wasn't. Okay. List. Let's see. Sorry, I can't read very, very far away. I'm just trying to scroll my list. Get me to my meaty metal. That's all I want. Give it to me. You're a bitch. I need to clean it up, to be honest. Okay. Hmm. I feel really slowed. I feel like everything's in slow motion today, and it's kind of fun. It's like a new form of high. Okay, here's a good song. All right. The every couple of hours where you actually stand up and you stretch to prevent those blood clotty clots. That's happening. BRB. Ugh, they want to go outside so bad, but it is fucking. It's a river. I meant to take a picture. I should take a picture. There are puddles deeper than my shins in my yard right now. What the hell? It was like almost 80 degrees 2 days ago. Just don't get it. 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds just happened. 3. Boom. Amazing. Welcome back, everybody. Gross. Poodles. Rabbi, I have 2 standard poodles. They're the cutest, but they're bored. I just feel bad because they're bored, and I can't just stick them in the rain. Like, it's pouring rain, and we're in the midst of landscaping our yard. Like, we've lived here like 3 years, and every year we've been trying to do something. So the first year we lived here, we had to dig out all the trash that hoarders buried in the yard, which was super fun. Lots of Ninja Turtles. Pieces, though. Never a whole one, never a head. Just pieces, which was odd. And then last year we had to get a fence. We had to replace our fence, and that was like nauseating amounts of money. And then this year we're landscaping, so I've been rototilling, like hand tilling the yard because I don't have a rototiller and I haven't found a place to rent one yet. And now it's just dumping rain, so my yard is a pit. It's a fucking pit. And poodles have webbed feet, so they bring in, like, clumps that are bigger than my nuts. I'm telling you, dude, it's crazy. And I feel bad because they're bored. They're just bored, but they don't wanna be out there either. They just go out there and, like, look at the yard like, I hate it. So they're stir crazy, and I feel bad. My poor new little noodles. They're literally poodle is German for puddle, which is hilarious because they don't wanna go play in the puddles. That's them. That's Lilith and Trick. Bill and Bud. Often. Donna! Dude, rest. Rest your body, rest your brain. I love you, and have a beautiful day. It was always wonderful to see you regardless, honey bean. Well, timing, that's a lot of people go undiagnosed forever because they do that. It's like I'm sure you know this. It's kind of a dual-edged sword. Like, I feel like I could have probably gone forever not knowing my diagnosis is, and I'd probably be okay. Wouldn't be great. But like, my mom, I swear to God, my sister and I are both in therapy, and we both have a few diagnoses on our belt. And my mom just refused to go to therapy, but I'm almost positive she's this. I mean, where else do you like? She's just like us, but undiagnosed, no therapy, no medication her entire life, and she's just been coping for almost 70 years, and it's made her kind of a nut. I think it kind of makes you a nut for too long. Like, that's why yesterday when Ashley was saying that she had to go to the clinic and ask for help, I was saying, like, that is such a huge, like, accomplishment because, I mean, even to this day, I have a hard time just calling and asking for a refill on my meds, let alone asking for help. That was one of the hardest days of my life. It's really, really hard, especially when you're neurospicy, to ask for help. I don't know what it's like to not be neurospicy, so I can only speak to that, but it's really, really hard. And if you're ever even able to do that or recognizing you need help, you can't do it alone, and that you need to ask for help is huge. I'm just stretching my arm because I have a huge cramp in my forearm. Not a cramp, it's just really sore today. I've been doing too much yard work. I try to switch off arms, so I'm not constantly I use my left arm to this is my lifting arm, and I think I'm just like my forearm feels like a rock. Like I did a marathon of hand jobs or something. I don't suffer from mental health disorders. I enjoy the fuck out of them. I try, one real talk. I do try to think of, not necessarily like my entire disorder or anything, but some aspects of the way my brain works that makes me different or bipolar or whatever the fuck. In some ways, it's kind of a superhero. It's like a superpower, I guess. Like not that I could walk through walls, but like, you know, there's certain things that people with like ADHD can do that people without ADHD really struggle at, like multitasking. I swear to God, every single RT I've ever known has some level of ADHD. Like they're on the spectrum because they thrive off of thinking of 10 things at one time and waiting for chaos. Like that's a personality type, and some people literally can't do that, you know? And that's not any down on anybody. It's just like it's using the way your brain works to your advantage, you know? Cocky, my love. Doesn't cocky make you smile? Most of you make me smile. There's a few of you out there that I think about that make my butthole cringe, but we're not going to talk about that. I talked to a counselor in the hospital. They were surprised at how healthy my coping mechanisms were. Good. Honestly, most people end up self-medicating in one way or another. Like, that's kind of what caffeine does for me. Like, I was using caffeine for a large portion of my childhood to calm myself down. Like, like, when I would get, ADHD nervous and, like, just fucking the anxious energy I couldn't get rid of, literally dumping 6 cups of coffee into me could put me into a nap. I could take a nap. And when I told my doctor, like, the sheer amount of Diet Coke I drank on top of all the coffee I drank, he was like, "That's super, super common." Uppers tend to neutralize the of ADHD. I'm not a psychologist. Like, I don't know the deets of it, but it's interesting that a lot of people do that. And a lot of people with, depression and whatnot end up alcoholics because that's how they end up coping with it. So I mean, as long as it's not one of those, you're doing real good. Half the reason I did so well as a line cook chef, I honestly like, Crispy, I've said that a few times, like, to Zach, if, I'm not even gonna say it because God forbid, if all this imploded and we had nowhere to work anymore, I didn't mind food service. I kinda thrived in it. Every job sucks somewhere, you know? Like, there's always gonna be a shitty employee, there's always gonna be a burnout, there's always gonna be an uptight bitch who's good at everything. Every job, no matter where you work, no matter how educated people are, no matter how many degrees they have or whatnot, or don't have, every job is the same. That's what I've learned in just my scope of what I've worked in my life. And I really thrived working in a kitchen. I enjoyed it because same, I could sit there on the line and work the fryer and shit behind me. And I love that chaos of like, I don't know, that rapid fire of it. Yeah. Alchemy, my love. Thank you so much for some of the class, keeping the classy alive and giving an ASMs that motherfucking prime sub.
Don't you forget your prime subs. Jeff Bezos' thong is really full of $5 bills. You gotta fucking stop.
I love you, Beach. How are you? Do corporate or food service. Do you know what it is about it? I'm just curious. Because, like, I know that there's, like, I could never sit at a desk and code in, like, a silent environment. I dated an electronic engineer. I've seen his lab. I've seen a couple engineer labs, and they are so quiet. And people just sit for hours and hours and hours typing. I literally couldn't do it. I could not do it. I would go and I wouldn't even be able to do it to go insane. Like, I have all the respect in the world for people that can do shit like that. I could never do it. Like, you know what I mean? Any kind of thing like that would make me go insane. My semi-old busted ass could not handle cooking the level I did before. Oh man, I didn't even think about that. I mean, I probably wouldn't be as good. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Nah, you got me there. You got me there. We gotta save our bodies at a certain point, right? Using caffeine to sing a Fleetwood Mac song. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies, tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Yeah. I can't do food service anymore. I'm capable of serving good enough. Wait, what? Well, I mean, young, limber, fucking fast people who are starving are always going to be better than anybody else. I don't know what I would do. I'd probably have to go back to the hospital. I don't want to think about it. I'm too neurovirgin to be in corporate. I can't remember enough to do anything detailed. Do you think it's like that much memory with all the technology we have these days? Like, do you think there's still a lot of just like rote memorization? I really don't know. I think about that sometimes though. Like, I don't know. Medicine, for the most part, is still humans. Like, even if there's a robot arm doing a surgery, there's a human behind that robot arm. Like, it doesn't, but like retail and stuff like that, like technology has come so fucking far. The last time I worked retail was iPhone 1. I don't even know anymore. Like, what is that like? It's got to be totally different, right? I want to go shit. What happened with the Barney thing? I want to go shit. Wait, like make a poopies? You should do that. Don't ever hold those in. That's bad for you. Your body will absorb toxins. My autobiographic memory is laughable. Mine's my short term. My long term memory is crazy, but my short term memory is garbage. Wait. Oh, what? No, I'm no joke. My little sister was borderline addicted to Barney, and we didn't have a TV. She had 2 Barney tapes that were on 12 hours a day, like the VHS. And she had the little TV with the VCR in it, so it would just auto rewind and just replay it. No, that's not gonna happen here. My sister wore a BJ costume for about 3 years straight. It was so dirty. What children's program names a dinosaur BJ? I think blowjob's been around a bit. It's not gonna happen. That's my Guantanamo. Mm-mm. Oh, I'm sure. It's hilarious. The BJ thing was so weird. She got this Halloween costume. It was like a little onesie that was like that cheapy, scratchy, like plasticky material from like Walgreens or something, but it was BJ. And it had this sad, limp tail. So we took an empty, like liter soda bottle and stuck it in the tail. So it just looked like this sad, limp sausage hanging off her ass. Like she had a full diaper, but she wore that thing every fucking day. And it was bright yellow. And then the only reason she stopped wearing that is my mom got her a new costume that was the yellow Power Ranger. And then Sarah was the yellow Power Ranger every day for X amount of years. And then she went through a period of time where she would only eat white food on a white plate. Wild. Wild. No Barney. I don't love you. You don't love me. We are not a happy family. However, Clean Up is an excellent song. Cheers. No, I never got into Smosh. They're almost like too much cheese for me. That's how I drove my mom nuts watching movies over and over. Yeah. Yep. I did it with the Nightmare Before Christmas. My sister said she would go to sleep with a movie on, and then I would like sneak into her bedroom at night and lay down on the floor and put in Nightmare Before Christmas. And I always thought she was passed out, and she totally wasn't. She knows I did this every fucking night, and she gives me a hard time about it to this day. Cheers. But I can still, to this day, it's like inevitable I will fall asleep to it. It's great. Shut the fuck. Lizzie, no. Oh my God. Lizzie, you reminded me. That was actually someone's idea. Someone had that idea last week. Was that on Faded Fridays, we could read fucked up Reddit stories, and I said I was going to look some up. Hold on, I want to make one of my bright ass post it. Because, once every 6 months we read the coconut story, but like, we can find better. I'm not necessarily going to look for like the grossest thing ever, but funny stories are fucking fun to read. Cheers, Void. You think Barty and BJ were bad? Have you seen Yo Gabba Gabba and their studded dildo? I'm sorry, what? No, but I want to. Should I? Studded? I literally just wrote dildo instead of Reddit story. I just wrote, look for fucked up Reddit dildo. Look what you've done. Brains are stupid. What up, 9? How you doing, honey bean? I think one of my dogs farted. We're having a terrible time. What's the dildo, though? That's weird to say. Lizzie, did I? Honestly, it was 4:20 and I got uncontrollably stoned. I don't know. Maybe? We could read it again. I probably wouldn't remember. I was real high. My eyes even turned red. Dude, Bubblicious, well, that's kind of the point. I want to find other stories that are, like, fun to read, but maybe not just about maggots. I don't like maggots. I get it. Wouldn't recommend. Nope, I'm not going to do that. Reddit dildo's a scary time. I've seen Bad Dragon. Nope. I've seen the shit. Like, when I was younger and I was bored in school, I spent a lot of time on Reddit. Like, that's how I spent almost every single moment of my time in college when I was bored, was just surfing Reddit for, like, the fucked shit. I don't know, man. Now I'm just like, yeah, maybe it's because I've seen a lot of it in real life now, so I don't want to see it anymore. Another day in that Amish paradise, fucking A. One more! I know. I think it'd be fun, right, Jack? There's fun. I mean, I read interesting Reddit stories all the time, but it's not often I'm like, oh shit, I should show this to stream. Like, they're never that fun, but they're out there. I mean, have you guys ever read the Gummy Bear, the Haribo? It's not a Reddit story. I don't know if I've ever read this one on stream, but there's the Haribo, sugar-free Haribos. You're gonna see some real shit. Oh, I don't want to do that. That's a studded that's a sex toy. Mitch, that's for sex, though. That's the kids, so it's like VeggieTales where everything's a sex toy if you're brave enough. Hail Jesus. Yeah, it's an Amazon review of the Haribo sugar freeze. It's one of the best things I've ever read in my entire life. If I haven't read that one before, I would fucking be honored. You'll only hear such phrases as, "It felt like I was shitting Niagara Falls through a coffee straw." Oh my god, 9 lists I have to show you. You missed it, and so I must subject you to this. Zoe gifted me a treasure today. Actually, a lot of you that weren't here first thing this morning, you're gonna get to experience this. Uh, it's kind of hard to conceptualize, so I gotta read the backstory on it and kinda, like, ask a few questions and make sure we're here. Um, Everyone know what an MRI is? Or have a general idea? Literally, if you just know what MRI stands for, it's pretty self-explanatory. Magnetic resonance imaging, right? Cool. So, if you've ever had one, you are probably familiar with they tell you do not have any metal on your person, take out all piercings, no bra with an underwire, so on and so forth, because an MRI machine is an enormous, hella powerful magnet. There are videos online you can look up where chairs go flying across a room. They turn on the MRI, and a chair that has metal legs will fly 50 feet across the room and then warp against the MRI machine. I've seen bobby pins fly out of people's hair like a bullet. They're pretty fucking wild. But they're amazing, and we can see amazing things inside people's bodies with them. So, that being said, my voice is tanking, and I'm really sad. Don't be sick! Greatest personal injury case I've ever heard. Chris Goodnow, an estimated Valley attorney, has picked up a client who is suing a sex toy company. Said client purchased a butt plug that was advertised as 100% silicone. Sick. Client wears butt plug to an MRI appointment. Now, I must stop here because a lot of people, when I read this morning, were questioning why this person wore a butt plug to the MRI appointment. So, there's a whole, like, I don't even know if it's a fetish, a kink, or like a lifestyle around people just wear butt plugs. Like, they'll just stick in a little butt plug and they just walk around with it in their butt all day. It's a thing. It's not super uncommon. I mean, it's not super, super common, but I've known many people that are into that kind of thing. It's like hot or whatever. To each their own. You do your butt stuff. So, I'm assuming that's why this patient had a butt plug in. I'm not assuming they went to the MRI literally just to have a butt plug in and get an MRI of the butt plug. However, let me continue. Said client purchased a butt plug that was advertised as, quote, 100% silicone, end quote. Client wears butt plug to the MRI appointment. Much to the client's dismay, butt plug in fact has a metallic core. Butt plug is accelerated at the speed of sound up into the client's chest cavity. Described in memo as, quote, anal railgun, end quote. Client survived with major injuries. Visual aids always help me. Just for reference, your butt is about right there. I have no. I'm gonna be honest. I like considering what it's done and how far up in their body it's gone. I.e., I think it's stabbing their liver. I think this is the liver and it's literally stabbing it. I think the only thing stopping it from bursting through the chest cavity is the ribs and or sternum. Because it looks like it just busted through all the soft tissue. It doesn't appear to be following a tract of intestine. You know what I'm saying? I am not an X-ray tech, but this is colon. All this Oh, wait, no, those are kidneys. Are these the kidneys? These are the kidneys. These are the kidneys. I think that's liver. It shouldn't be poking your liver. Yeah, those are them kidneys. Oh, man, it's so far up there. I don't even know, dude. I think so. The X-ray doesn't go any further, but it looks. I mean, what else would that huge mass be on the? I think that's the liver, right? And those are the kidneys. I think this is some colon that probably got fucking masticated. I hope so, Kinger. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, if they survived, I hope so, because that's pretty fucked up. It's not unknown for people to walk around with butt plugs in. Could you get away with murder by bending over and pointing your butt in an MRI machine? Oh my god. If you survived. Yeah. Isn't that's just. Oh, CJ. I knew he would be. It pays to be friends with wonderful humans. Because I will never give you guys, like, I'm never going to speak outside my scope of practice, but it's so nice to have resourceful people who are helpful and wonderful. And Neuro is such an awesome human being. And I worked with him personally. Like, he's not just, I'm, you know, I know that probably, I don't know if that means anything, but to a lot of people, there's people all over the internet. You never know who's who. We work together. He's a dope human. Very smart. Oh, absolutely, Brittany. I mean, when the walls of your intestines are so fucking delicate, I don't see how it wouldn't bust through. God damn, dude. I don't even know. That is some shit, literally. Imagine the cleanup crew in the aftermath of the vacuum in the point of departure. Oh my god. Bitsy!
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to
I don't
take your
know.
joy.
Maybe?
And I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
It's alright. Thank you, CJ. I would never, ever, ever send you to anyone that I didn't trust 100% with my own life. Ever. I'd straight up say find someone. But thankfully, he's been such a wonderful source for Vissy that it's so nice. Oh my god, they didn't ask him what his safe word was. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Broccoli! Sir, can you sit still in the MRI? We're gonna have to take the image again. Broccoli! Stop. I'm not gonna sleep tonight, and it's your fault. This shit smells like fruit. What is this? What are you? You smell fruity. Oh, it's fruity, that's why. Okay. It's fine. Ooh, Brittany, how many milligrams are you gonna go to space? I mean, seriously, it says he survived with major injuries. I have no idea what that means. I mean, side note though, like, okay, so I don't mean to like talk about this all the time or like the rest, but like what we're seeing, the glowing white is the metal core of something else that is presumptuously larger. Like, whoa. You know what I'm saying? Right? Yeah. What the fuck? Yeah, these are the ribs. Yep. The way MRIs go is they like go through the layers of the body. So that you'll kind of get those bisections, which is why you can see the bisected kidneys. And I believe this is bowel, and I think up here is some bowel, and I think this is the liver, but again, not a X-ray tech. Bladder, I think. Yeah, bladder. Yeah. I mean, it went like this is literally like sorry, my little fucking face is on it. This is the butthole like right here. That like if you feel your ribs, feel on your rib cage, feel the front of your rib cage where your ribs end basically, and it's just soft tummy. That's that rib right there. So now measure from your butthole to where your ribs become soft tummy, and it went significantly higher than that. They called it, I'll read it one more time. This is the article that came with it. Chris Goodnow, an estimated Valley attorney, has picked up a client who is suing a sex toy company. Said client purchased a butt plug that was advertised as, quote, 100% silicone, end quote. Client wears butt plug to MRI appointment. Much to client's dismay, butt plug in fact has a metallic core. Butt plug is accelerated at the speed of sound up into client's chest cavity, described in memo as a, quote, anal railgun. Client survived with major injuries. I'm guessing a male just by the anatomy that I see in the photo and the hips, the pelvis. It looks like they were assigned male at birth. I wouldn't assume just because of a butt plug, but I don't see lady parts, and the way things are organized makes me think boyfriend, but I don't know. Again, not an X-ray tech. We get very little training in it, but we sure are given a fucking test. Right? It's a fucking horror. That's a horror. And so we were trying to identify parts. I think this like semicircles, these are the kidneys. This is the liver. So I was saying this white dot right here, that's where if you like feel down your ribs, the front of your body, and feel where your ribs end, and then it's just like soft belly. So from there to your butthole, it went like 6 inches higher. MRIs. That's what it did. Hi, Bulby. How you doing, Honey Bean? Oh, I'm so uncomfortable. Anal railgun is fucking metal as fuck. Someone better make that a band name. Oh, no shit. We're going to examine if I'm on the spectrum for autism spectrum, Katie's dyslexic, or ADHD, or any of them. This plus some more steps taken by the local work application help thingy. I might be enabled to get heaps more resources. Fuck yes. Do it. Do it! Get them. Get everything you possibly can. That's fucking awesome. You know, the more I talk to chat, like various people in chat who have diagnoses as being autism or ADHD or whatever, autism and ADHD, they have a lot of similar stuff. They feel not the same, but maybe two elements on the same spectrum a little bit or something like that, or maybe parallel spectrums, because there's so many just characteristics, I guess, that I'll talk about that I experience personally. And I'll be like, I don't know if that has anything to do with ADHD or not. And someone will be like, oh, that's totally a autism thing or an X. And when I read about it, like even in my old ass DSM, they're super similar in a lot of areas. Not everything, but in a lot of areas. There's a lot of overlapping. Yeah. Exactly. I don't think there is an end and a begin to them. I think there's definitely kind of a crossover. Yeah. Which makes sense. I mean, really. Like we all know the whole like categorizing and making like black and white, male, female bullshit when it comes to human anything is all garbage. How can we categorize anything as like, oh no, it's only this when it comes to our brain? I wouldn't be surprised if everything has a little bit of overlap somewhere. Just because it has to, like, we're all really unique, but at the end of the day, we're not that unique. Our brains kind of work the same. And depending on our experiences and traumas and whatever, they adapt differently. Anal Railgun is my butthole surfer cover band. Jesus fucking Christ. Good. At least someone's taking it. Wishing today was Friday. Fucking A, man. Yeah. As if our brains are wired similar. What a fucking concept. I mean, Pitsy, I kind of felt that way. I asked my mom about that. Like, I got diagnosed with the major stuff when I was like 20. No, I was 30. 30 was when I got like bipolar and that shit. I got it. I got my diagnosis as it because I literally had a breakdown. But I was like mad about it, because especially once I was medicated and started going to therapy, life just became, it's not easy, but infinitely easier than anything I'd ever fucking experienced before in my life. And like the most simplest tasks are fucking impossible when you're breaking down. You guys know I don't need to preach to you. And I was really mad because I was just like, dude, I suffered. I mean, I can't put it any other way. I fucking suffered through school because I'm not stupid, but I don't test well. I don't sit in a classroom well. I don't sit in silence and listen to monotone fucking bitch fuck sit up there and talk about boring things well. Therefore, I am deemed like stupid, miscreant, whatever, burnout stoner. And but like I'm not stupid. I love to read. I know I can educate myself. It was just like the way the education system worked at the time that I was in school was not conducive to my learning style in any way, shape, or form. So it was bar impossible. Like I to this I love to joke about it, but I really don't think I learned anything in high school other than like how to cheat on tests. Because I just remember being in class and being in my head, just like, don't stand up and start screaming. If you stand up and start screaming, they'll do something. Just scream in your head. It's better here. And then the bell would go off, and then I go to the next class, and it'd just be like rinse and repeat. And then I get home from school and finally breathe for the first time all day. That's until I started going to therapy and shit like that. And I'd be mad about it. And I talked to my mom, and I kind of understand. I know I totally understand why her and my dad chose not to like push for me to get some diagnoses or something like that when I was younger, because where I grew up, very, very small town, like to this day, only 1,500 people. Like the population has not grown or shrunk at all. Really, really small schools. They don't have the funds for teachers, let alone a special ed program of any kind. And my mom said when I was a kid, she knew I was different because when she was like teaching me how to read and she would try to read to me, I couldn't click with her unless she like held my hand or like played with my hair while she read to me. And it was something about that additional stimuli that woke my brain up and helped me pay attention. She knew something was there, but she was like, I knew the second you had that stigma on you of any kind of diagnosis, you'd be stuck in a class with coloring books the rest of your life and you'd be at a disadvantage. And I knew you weren't stupid. You learned fine. Just not when you're forced to sit silent at a desk and listen to some fucking boring ass bitch that's 85 and won't retire talk about math. Sue me. It was hard. I mean, to this day, I'm still trying to rewire my brain to not think I'm a waste of air and that I was like born faulty or some bullshit. Because no one's there to tell you you're not, you know? Who said they're not a spectrum? We're saying they are a spectrum. I don't think anyone said they're not a spectrum. The more they change the DSM, I feel like the more things become a spectrum. How did we get into corn? Sick. Oh my God, Jack. No. No. You know the hyper-reactive version doesn't exist anymore, Silver? You should pick up the most recent DSM. It's pretty crazy how fast things change in terms of the psychology world. Like every time they come out with a DSM, they usually come out with like a point 1, point 2, point 3, all the way up to like a point whatever version before they even publish a new version because the science of it changes so fucking often. ADHD doesn't exist anymore. It's actually unethical to even refer to it. Same with like Asperger's. It's non-existent. It's a spectrum of autism. Asperger's is not a thing anymore. It's not a real diagnosis because it's literally named after a guy that was like one of the Nazi fucks. You know what I mean? Like there's so much they change so fucking frequently. So like my DSM, I can use it in a very general sense. But my DSM's from 15 years ago. It is so goddamn out of date. ADHD's in it. And that's not real anymore. They've decided. It's a spectrum. But anyone can pick up a DSM. They're not expensive. I mean, it's like $30. It looks like a softback dictionary, but it is the dictionary of abnormal psychology. And there is some fucking board of smart people that are constantly researching the world of abnormal psychological behavior and updating the definitions and changing them and morphing them and turning them into spectrums and whatever to better assist psychiatrists and psychologists in diagnosing and treating. So, you know, stuff. But it's kind of baffling because it changes so fast. I mean, if you're not, that's why if you ever work in a field of science or medicine, like if you're working on a chem bench or you're working in a biology lab or you're working in a hospital, we don't just graduate college and then go work as a nurse forever. Every 6 months, I have to take X amount of continuing education requirements credits. There's different names for them across the states. And on top of that, every X amount of years, I have to get recertified in BLS and then in PALS, which is pediatric life-saving techniques, and then in neonate life-saving techniques. You have to do once a year. We have to get recertified, and we have to pay for all this out of our own pocket. But the point of the CREs, like every 5 years, I have to throw a bunch of cash at the government and submit all of what I've done in the last 5 years and say, look, I'm staying up to date with medicine. And they go, okay, you can keep your license. But if you just pay and you don't do all the CREs, they'll go, no, because it changes literally so fucking rapidly that in order for them to legitimately let you keep your license, they have to know that you're keeping up to date with how rapidly things change constantly. It's wild. So, like, I understand it, but also it's so expensive to be a nurse. Some hospitals pay for this education, most do not. My hub's calling himself Aspie, but he's of the age that was diagnosed as having Asperger's. And honestly, if it's you that has it, you get to do whatever the fuck you want, in my opinion. That's your shit. I call myself crazy, but I don't need anyone else coming at me calling me crazy. I've never heard of autism and ADHD being the same spectrum. Not the same spectrum, overlapping. No. Symptom overlapping. You know what I'm saying? Like if you had two spectrums that were separate, but they kind of like, oh, look, there's some similar stuff. Not the same. No, I've never heard of it on the same spectrum. I don't believe I said that. Overlapping symptoms of two separate spectrums of diagnoses. But we all must accept that human language is all invented. Psychology is invented. Language is invented. Words are invented. Diagnoses are invented. At the end of the day, we're categorizing behaviors that we understand nothing about at all. So nothing will ever be finite. There's never going to be a fine-ass category for your brain or my brain, ever. It's not real. Look at a brain. It's literally an undulating little maggot of fat. It's not going to happen. So expecting like some clean, like, these are my diagnoses, look at those columns, is so naive. Don't ever expect that. There's always going to be overlap and mixes and matches, and that's healthy. That's a brain. Brains are all over the place. Brains are talking about themselves right now. Crazy. Crazy. My brain likes categories, but knows they're unrealistic. Isn't that fucking weird? Wild. Your brain named itself. Exactly. Your brain's talking about itself right now. Did a nurse ever get fired for stealing patients' perks? No, but I have seen a lot of nurses walked out for, like, we're never told. I mean, literally, because protection of private information. We're not told exactly what they did. We're just told in general it was a fentanyl-related crime. So I'm assuming they're taking it and selling it because we're paid shit. And they're poor and they made a bad decision. Like, that's not an excuse, but I'm assuming that's what they're doing. Because you wouldn't be able to be a nurse and be rocked off your ass on fentanyl, I don't think. We'd notice. I think. Yes, Timon, the people who refuse to admit they're crazy are the ones we need to worry about. I agree 100%. There are people exploring the possibility of it being a two sides of the same coin spectrum kind of deal, especially when looking at genetics. Inherited ADHD from an autistic parent. I was just reading a study that came out of Hopkins, very, very similar to that, Lizzie. Literally, it used the exact same language. Same coin. Two sides. just expressed differently depending on your own personal experiences, your own nervous system, so on and so forth. It was super interesting. But like I said, there's no such thing as like a fact. It's all just growing information that we're constantly learning about all the time. And I don't know if in any of our lifetimes we'll ever comprehend the brain. We can do our best, but shit is wild up there, man. Wild. Like, I can't spin an entire home out of my ass, but my spiders can, and they have one brain cell. We have billions, literally innumerable brain cells making up the fatty, gelatinous nasty in your skull. Can you spin a home with your ass? Mm-mm. So, like, what is it? What makes me better? I don't fucking know. You are a space goat. You're my favorite space goat. Yeah, all the cells in your body, all the cells in our body, hold on, I love this. All the cells in our body randomly decided to work together to survive and create a human. We're keeping them alive. Isn't that fucking weird? I know a nurse who does coke in the staff bathroom. Okay, coke I can see a nurse doing and working on, though. It's not good, but I could see that being beneficial. They work hard. Fentanyl, though, that's like, you get kind of dopey and then you get violently ill and you just start puking. I don't know, we'd think you're pregnant, maybe. People with ADHD are prone to any kind of compulsion, very compulsive behavior, yeah. That was one of the very first things I noticed when I started taking ADHD meds was the lack of compulsion. It died. Like, it was so bizarre. My like, I've told you guys, like, my mania especially, I would compulsively go into a manic state and go drop $500 at Joann's and make a quilt in under 12 hours. That was gone. Like, I still love quilting, but now I don't do that. I don't do the harmful shit, you know? It's okay to have a million hobbies, but, like, don't hurt yourself having the hobbies, you know? Spiders and orange cats have something in common. Wait, is it the brain cell or the spinning web? But what? Hmm. I remember as a kid watching a horror movie about flying brains with spinal cords still attached to them. They would go and eat. They'd go and eat people's brains. Scared me as a kid. Makes me laugh when I think how scared I was watching that movie. That would scare me. Things with creepy tentacles coming at my neck scare me. Nope, that would scare me. That scares me now. Kind of sounds like a brain leech. The brain cell boops around like a DVD screensaver. Boop, 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 boop. I played a lot with those. I know what the Dran. What? How did you say their? How do you say their name? Is it? Oh my god, it's been so long since I played WoW. The Draenei, the Draeneyes. Literally, the only reason I ever left Horde was to play one of those because they are so cool. Their story is so lame, but they are cool looking. They are badass. Give me that Coke. Ew, it's syrup. Which is hilarious because, like, there is a measurement of cocaine you buy called a diet. Like, you can get a Diet Coke. It's hilarious. I don't know why I know that. Literally, I'd never done this shit. I have a deviated septum on my own. I don't want to fuck around. Turn off your head for a while. Oh, 100%. That's, I think, where a lot of my, like, energy comes from. Chi-Town asked Katie, when you did that, as in, like, the go and fucking make a quilt in under 12 hours, was it a way to turn off your head for a while? 100%. And I do it to this day. Like, I suffer horrific bouts of intrusive thoughts of just like, oh, want to feel guilty about something you did in fourth grade? Let's do that for 6 hours. You won't be able to move or breathe. Yay. And the way I've learned to avoid getting into it, it's like idle hands, but it's my brain. I avoid idle hands by having a million hobbies, which is apparent, like the spiders and the lizards and the snakes and the quilting and the sewing and the resin and the painting and the computer gaming. And like, how does one person do it all? You don't ever sit down. But it's definitely, but the difference, I guess, between now and then is I was undiagnosed and I wasn't going to therapy and I had no idea why I did these things. I just knew that it gave me a level of mental peace when I did it, and it would exhaust me to the point where I'd have like a week's reprieve from my brain doing whatever I had no language for it. I didn't know what it was doing. I had just kind of adjusted to this. But after going to therapy and shit, I learned that what it was the compulsiveness of ADHD mixed with I was diagnosed with bipolar type 2, the manic one. I never remember what number it is because memories are stupid switch tees, but I'm the manic one. And when you mix, you know, a compulsive behavior with an excess of endorphins and happy chemicals for weeks on end, it's bad. And that's literally some people with bipolar. I've watched documentaries on it and stuff. They are billionaires with bipolar. Like anybody can have bipolar, but they're undiagnosed and no because they think they're fine. And when they go into a manic state, they go and buy a castle in Germany and they fully believe they are a king and that the people around them are jesters and that they're building a rocket ship inside to go to space. It is, I don't think I've ever gone to that level, but it's fucking scary where mania can take your brain when there's no bars, you know? You got all the money in the world and no one there to tell you no. Wild. Wild. Hold on one sec. I think it's a little early for a break, but Zach is bringing the dogs in from the fucking lake that is my yard right now, and I just want to go help him clean their feet really, really quick. So quick break. It's so fucking gross outside. I'm sure you guys understand. I hear him. It's terrible. Eliza, I love you so much. Oh my God, thank you so much for resending the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it any swings. I'm so excited for your CPAP. Oh my God, he did it alone. Huh? Are you kidding? They didn't even pee. What a fucking asshat. Did you get it? Did you get the CPAP? We have a few minutes then until break. We're good. I just wanted to, it is difficult. Adreni Main, they're really cool, but their opening story was just so like corny and like, heal us, we're from space. I was like, oh, this is lame. I just can't get with that goody goody shit. You got it? Ooh, fuck yes. Distilled water. You know, you can get shit. Well, you know what? Just buy distilled water. Probably your best bet. Clean that hose. I'm excited for you. Oh, did you? I haven't been able to. That's why I said I'm excited for you on stream. I haven't been able to open pictures on Instagram today, and I think it's some with the weather and our Wi-Fi or something. Because yesterday I noticed my Wi-Fi was being shitty. Like it just has no bars. And you know how like when you open an Instagram message it has that little play, but I can't open any photo that makes me hit that fucking button. I don't know. I need to restart it. I'm gonna restart it. Well, they also have additives to like drops that you can add to water, and it eliminates all the chlorinated chemicals and shit in there that gunk up your machine. But they will never be as good as distilled water, and distilled water ain't that expensive. You can fucking drink it. You know? In an emergency, you can stop by any clinic, any hospital, just walk in and be like, yo, can I get a bottle of distilled water? I got a CPAP and I don't have any with me. They have crates of them. Just these nice little, those soft plastic bottles that we use in the hospital, you know? Crates of distilled water. We use so fucking much of it in the hospital. For her CPAP, they have like a tank where you put the water so it like blows, you know, mist so you're not like drying your fucking face out at nighttime. Wait, a dog wedding? Do I? Didn't I see this like on Parks and Rec? Hold on. I feel like a hair touched me. Don't touch me. Except for the subs and bits, I'm blown through. It's fun to give others than just buying some more crap to clutter my house. Dude, chai. I feel that spiritually. I've never been one to try to accumulate crap. That's why I like to make stuff out of reused items. Like I tend not to buy stuff for the crafts and stuff I make. I use like scrap material, cut up t-shirts, cut up blankets. Cuz like I don't like I don't like creating garbage. That's probably one of my weirdest like hang-ups that I just internalize and kind of try to avoid my best kind of on my own. I hate that I feel like some days you can fucking accumulate so much garbage and it's like, where's this? Like, I have no stuff. I have more garbage than stuff. Like, where's the stuff? So I try like every single little plastic container is something I save. Everything. I try to upcycle, yeah. That and recycling in the US is such a fucking weird thing. The vast majority of what we send to a recycling plant doesn't get recycled because of the state of it or because we fucked it up or blah, 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 blah. I'd rather just reuse stuff if I can. I try. There's so much. Ugh. Landfills. Landfills give me nightmares. It's a 4. That's the pressure. It probably has to do with the volume. My voice is. Usually that's the pressure the air is gonna blow at your mouth, and there's math involved, and that equates to how much volume will be shoved. And it also is the pressure required to keep your epiglottis open or your throat open or whatever the fuck's causing the sleep apnea. You know what I mean? Heated tubes are nice. Just make sure to wash it regularly for real. I'm sure you've heard my story of my patient where he came to the hospital with his own unit and we went to check it out and dead bugs fell out of the tubing. And then we had to let him use our unit overnight because no fucking way I'm putting that on him. And he called me every 20 minutes to complain that the hospital unit smelled funny. There were bugs in it, like literally the tubing because it gets moist and it's gonna have spittle and plaque and all the breath germs are gonna go into the tubing and then it's gonna be nice and moist and warm. And I don't need to tell you what like some nice, moist, warm tubes cock. Do you want a cock in your CPAP?
No.
Nobody does. Ooh, are you getting ready to do a sleep study? Are you doing a sleep study at the clinic? Like at a sleep clinic? That's dope. I hope it's not a rough sleep for you. It can be weird. Just because you're not in your own bed and you've got weird electrodes all over your head and stuff. Our recycling is for profit, so they still dump stuff in the landfill if it won't make money. There you go. Yep. It's just I think it's more beneficial if you can safely upcycle. We turn landfills into ski hills. CJ, no shit. We used to sled landfill hills all the time as a kid. Yeah, I think it's a way of it's a thing. I got an undernose mask. Oh, the little like it's nasal pillows. You got the nasal pillows? Not nasal pillows. Interesting. I wonder if it's a new thing I've never seen. I mean, the only thing I've known about that sits under your nostrils like this is nasal pillows. And then we have a triangle that sits on your nose. Like this. And then there's a this. And then there's a this. Oh, and there's a this. But I only know of one of those. High flow nasal cannula and nasal pillows. But there might be another name for them. I don't know. That might be like a coined brand. We have so many rules regarding recycling in my area. The biggest head scratcher is we do not recycle glass. I always have an empty jar on hand now. I save all my glass jars. I have no problem reusing glass jars, though. That is the easiest thing to fucking reuse. Just in terms of like storage of like sewing needles and craft supplies and reusing them. We put spices in them and stuff like that or dried herbs. Like that is the shit. Yeah. Plastic, the only thing that's questionable about plastic, and I'm sure you guys know this, but if you look at the bottom of any plastic bottle, it'll have like a little triangle with a number in it or above it or something like that. And if you Google what the meaning of that is, it'll literally tell you how many times it is safe to consume something out of this plastic container before you're consuming bits of plastic, before the plastic container is breaking down into your food or your drink. So that's when you like, it goes to crafts. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't drink out of a shitty water bottle forever. I'm gonna search it. Phillips Dreamwear. Oh my god, that's so sexy. They're coming up with such fun names. It's nasal pillows. Just different name. Similar though. Hold on. Yeah, that's cool. No, we just call those nasal pillows. It's just a different terminology. It's probably just the hospital. It's so stupid, Eliza. Like there are some things, like for instance, I'm trying to think of the ventilator that did it. I think it doesn't matter. There's one brand of ventilator that was one of the first that's like really famous and really big, and most hospitals have it. and they literally trademarked the ventilator setting names. So, like, when I went to school, I had to learn one set of ventilator settings, another set of ventilator settings, and then I had to learn that they mean the exact same thing, but they have different abbreviations because this one company bought their abbreviations and copyrighted them, and now shit tons of company does it. So it sucks because I can say nasal pillows, and then my patient goes, "No, not nasal pillows. It's this." And I go, "That's nasal pillows." But they're not legally allowed to call them nasal pillows because whoever the fuck did it first trademarked it. It's just fucking nasal pillow. It's so annoying. It happens all the time. It's so fucking annoying. Yeah, there's so many fucking kinds of them now. It's awesome though, because not only were the masks, even the little triangle ones that like just sit over your nose, not only are they epically uncomfortable, like you have a tube coming off literally the front of your face like a goddamn elephant, but they cause flesh breakdown terribly. Like the biggest difference between all these different sizes of, I'm just gonna say nasal pillows, but it's essentially a nasal cannula that is real fat and it goes around your face like this. The air tubing, but it's like soft, like jelly plastic. It's really soft, malleable plastic. It's so nice feeling. Goes up around your head and sits on top, and the air tubing comes off the top of your head. Correct me if I'm wrong, Eliza. The ones we had did. So you don't have a fucking elephant trunk coming off your face. You sleep better. But instead of trying to create an airtight seal across, you know, a plethora of different nose types and nose bones and bridges with 3 sizes of nasal mask, where, you know what I mean? We're trying to trying to create an airtight seal around humans' noses is impossible. Everybody's different. Where your cheekbones sit, where this bone sits, where this is soft is all different. And so what we end up doing is suctioning that stupid mask onto your face so tight that it causes necrotizing flesh. The breakdown of skin around people's noses and faces, but where these nasal things, they literally like suck into your nostril and just like and there's no pressure on your face. They're incredible. But insurance companies wouldn't cover them for the longest time. So I'm really happy they're becoming more popular because they're just like the biggest factor I always found in the success of a patient using their CPAP regularly enough to make a significant difference in their life and extend their life expectancy was the comfort, like the comfort I could get them, I guess. I like making, I don't know how to word that, making your patient as fucking comfortable as possible while they're on their own and not making it complicated. Like they can just whip their mask on at night, lay down, and they are comfortable and they go right to sleep is going to infinitely make the likelihood of them wearing it regularly higher. Like if someone tries to wear it for a week and it's just blowing off their face or it's blowing water up their nose or they're uncomfortable or they can't sleep or their partner hates them, they're going to stop using it. It's going to end up in a closet and then you're going to buy it off of eBay. It sucks. It's the top with the swivel. So much. Oh my God. Dude, the face nose is so bad. And like I said, because it's on the front of their face, like, you know, when you're sleeping, you like go to turn and they would hit their pillow, like rub their face across their pillow, and the hose doesn't gently come off. It's like, and it's like a thick PVC plastic fucking connector on a thick ass rubber hose, now whipping everyone in the room. No shit, you wouldn't wear it anymore. It's crazy, but there's no money in it, so they don't put anything into it. I'm really glad these ones. Honestly, these high flows, now there is money because of that thing I was talking about earlier, where like if you go to the hospital for a problem, like a breathing problem, we diagnose, we treat, and then we send you home with an order for a CPAP. If you are readmitted within 30 days, this is in Washington State. If you're readmitted to the same hospital within 30 days, the hospital takes on your entire hospital bill from before on because we didn't do enough. We didn't follow up. We obviously sent you home too early, so on and so forth. So I think that's driving people to do a lot more in terms of like making sure someone's not coming into the clinic every single day because they cannot sleep with their goddamn CPAP mask or whatever. My voice hurts. Yes, yeet settings. Mm-hmm. It's stupid. And it's just this one brand of ventilator. So like across the board, there's, you know, a set of settings that will work for a multitude, like literally every single ventilator in the world except that one. I think it's GE. There's a lot of ventilators. It's not Servo. Servo didn't do it, I don't think. Hamilton might have done it. Hamilton and GE are two of the oldest ventilator brands. That's why I think it's one of them. But yeah, they literally trademarked just the settings of a ventilator. Every ventilator has a set amount of settings, and it goes from like the highest amount of support, when a patient's like chemically in a coma to the point where we've killed their nervous system, they're not going to breathe on their own without the ventilator, all the way down to basically being a CPAP. Like ventilators can do everything, but on this one brand, they're different and it's stupid. Workster, that's BiPAPs. That's the only way BiPAPs work, sadly. BiPAPs are literally a ventilator that's non-invasive, meaning it's just not the tube in your throat. But other than that, it's the exact same thing. So, like, in order, like, we'd literally have to duct tape your mouth shut to have just nasal pillows or vice versa, which is called torture, and I can't do that. It has to be a closed system. But I have you ever had if you ever have that breakdown, if anybody out there has to wear a full face mask or any kind of face mask that's sitting on your little bony nose, you can ask your doctor or your nurse or your respiratory therapist or whoever the fuck's helping you with this stuff, ask them for it first, but I know you can get them online. And it is, I'm trying to think of what they're called, but it's like that. You remember those like jelly hands? It was like a hand on a string, and you would like flick it at a wall and it would stick. It's that same jelly stuff, but you can buy sheets of it and it's clear. And we used to use it I mean, they still do use it at the hospital all the time. And we would cut out chunks to lay on your nose and then put the mask on. And it's just squishy enough and just, it has enough structure, but it's squishy enough that we can maintain a really good airtight seal around it, but it alleviates so much pressure off your face. And we use it, I mean, like every single patient I ever had who was like over the age of 40, I would use that shit. Because you don't have to be old for your skin to break down. Obviously, it's worse if like you're in your 80s and 90s because you got thin paper skin. But beyond that, everybody, my skin would break down wearing one of those. My skin breaks down if I wear sunglasses too long. It's like silicone pads, but they're like disposable. Like we would basically like get a sheet like this big, peel it open kind of like a piece of gauze, and then we would cut chunks of it and use it, wrap it back up, and then the next night cut another chunk, use it. And I know you can buy like sheets of it. You don't need to buy I mean, I'm sure there's ones that are specifically for your nose. They're probably stupid expensive though. Is it Mepilex? No. It's not Mepilex, is it? Fuck. Yeah, that skin breakdown sucks. It's almost unavoidable without putting some sort of barrier between your face and the mask. It's terrible. I hate it. And there's like I'm not smart enough to figure out a way around it. With a BiPAP, it's just got to be a closed system, which sucks. They got to suck the air out and in. See, Trouble, I know it's in Washington because it literally went through when I was working there. But I haven't heard of that happening in other hospitals. Washington State has better healthcare for homeless people than my brother has had with a 40-hour-a-week job in Georgia. Basically none. It's pretty wild how varying the states can be when it comes to that stuff. I wish I could trial a CPAP to see if it would make me sleep better, even though I don't have apnea, just to see if regular good quality air in my nose, not my mouth, would have me for once feel refreshed. Have you ever tried one of those sinus strips you put on top of your nose and it literally just lifts your nose open? Those are incredible. The only reason I say, like, I was talking about this a little bit yesterday, Lizzie, but some people will like just buy a CPAP online and try it out and they die. It's super easy to poison yourself with oxygen. Like if you don't have sleep apnea, they're bad for you. Like it's the worst thing you can do to yourself because it ends up hyperventilating you, overventilating you, knocking all your CO2 off, and it throws your equilibrium out and you get all loopy and crazy, and then your respiration can get really, really, really suppressed because your body's trying to hold some CO2 because it's like, what the fuck is happening? And then you can go into a coma and then just stop breathing. And if no one's there to make you breathe again, you just don't breathe again. Oxygen's poison. It's a drug, I should say. It was a trick question on my certification boards. No shit. What is the first drug you administer to a patient who has presented to the ER with paragraph of information? Answers. Something, something, oxygen, something. It was oxygen. Trick questions suck. We fucking put oxygen on everyone in the ER. I don't care what's wrong with you, put it on everybody. It was a trick question. Rude. Breathe right. Yeah, dude. I literally feel like a 90-year-old man when I wear them, but holy shit. For the longest time, I remember seeing them like in commercials and stuff, and I thought they were basically like a Vicks soaked little band-aid you were putting on your nose or something. They literally have like metal boning in them, and you put them down and hold them like on the sides of your nose for like whatever, a minute, and when you let go, it pulls your fucking nose open. But like up here, it like pulls your face open. It's incredible, Lizzie. It's literally like getting fresh air for the first time in your life. It's wild. If you can get them, they're called Breathe Rights here. Yeah, I use them every once in a while. Like my allergies are really, really fucking bad. Do they have a menthol one? I haven't looked. I use them so infrequently. Like I feel like I only need to use them like once every once in a while, and then I'm like good for a while. Just cracking my nose open for a night of sleep like keeps it open for a good amount of days. Oh, do you not sleep with them on? Dilators, I've tried tape, I've tried the opener thing, the face and chin straps, mouth tapes, everything. Boo. Air purifier? No shit. After changing the filter in our fucking air purifier in our bedroom, I always sleep better. Yeah. I assumed you did. That's why I made a funny face. I just threw it out there. I know you ain't stupid. It just fucking sucks. Boo. Dude, trouble. They're legit. I mean, if that's your problem. If your problem is that, like, your nose just kinda gets stuck, I guess, I don't know how to describe that. I feel like I just get to a certain point with my sinuses and my allergies where it's a point of no return, like, I'm gonna get a sinus infection, or I'm gonna do something about it, and it's literally they're in my kitchen, I could go grab some and show you what I mean, but they basically stick, like, right here, and you'll feel it. It almost feels like the metal of a mask, but you don't wanna bend it because you don't want it to stay down. You basically lay it softly and then just hold it here. Count to 30 or whatever the box says. And then when you let go, the strip tries to straighten itself. And in doing so, it very delicately lifts open your nasal passages. And holy shit. I mean, it's like, have you ever been sick where your nostrils just trade back and forth being clogged mysteriously, but nothing's coming out? And then one day when you kick it, all of a sudden you're like, oh my fucking God, is that what it feels like to breathe? That's what it feels like. And it's just a fucking, like, nose Band-Aid with some metal boning in it, but damn. But I think it's a special kind of adhesive that makes it so it doesn't tear apart your skin and it doesn't cause acne and shit like that. Because it's not like glue on your face or a Band-Aid. No, Jade, I was kind of feeling poops today. I don't have a lot of energy. I'm scared I might be getting, like, a sinus infection, knock on wood. I don't wanna say it. But my brain is foggy and my nose is all stuffy, so I'm just sitting and drinking tea with people and relaxing. No, I've got it behind me though. I swear to fuck I won't work on it alone. I wouldn't do that. No, my energy level today is just like and my nose feels nasty. Probably bones or whatever. I just wish a sleep clinic. You guys don't even have sleep clinics? Like I'm Hi Zerkly. It's decent. How are you, Honeybean? Fun fact, if your nose is stuffy and you have an orgasm, it'll help unclog it. No lie. Is it because coming is like a vasodilator? So it like dilates the vessels and rushes blood up into the nasal cavities, opening them up really wide. Is that why? I love science. I believe that. This week is the fucking worst, I might say. Boo on that. Yeah, the open ones like that little whistle. I love that's dude. When we were what were we talking about earlier? We were talking about food, and there was like a restaurant or something, and someone was talking about food they can never get again, and they're so sad about it. There was a Thai place in my college town, and it was run by a family from Thailand, and they had 4 levels of hot. They had like no spicy, mild, medium. No, they had 5. No spicy, mild, medium, hot, and then they had Thai hot. And Thai hot, it was so painful, but it was I swear to God, it was a cure all. Like, I had mono at one point. I went and got pho, and then the next night I had the spicy Thai, and I was cured. It was so good though, and then they fucking sold the business and did not sell any of the recipes and retired, and it just went away. Like, no one will have that Penang curry again. Oh, by the way, when you got Penang curry, you got this much of it. It was just insane. It was so fucking good though. This is actually a famous flag by an artist. I can't remember the name, but it's got like the pot leaves. It's a pride. It's basically like anarchy light. I don't know how to sum it up. It's like pride. I'm fucking proud of it all. Yeah, I don't know. Someone sent it to me from our community, and I can't remember the artist's name. Yeah, that's exactly the flag of the outcast. Yeah, the flag of things ridiculously shamed for no reason. Yeah, but I cannot remember who did it. It is masturbation month, is it? I thought that was November. It's because the stuff in your nose that clogs it up is technically erectile tissue. So when you orgasm, it naturally recedes. The paper that showed this one in IG, I think I actually read this paper. I remember this. Yep. They always like, yes, the tissue in your nose is technically erectile tissue, but so is the tissue in your butthole and your mouth. It's called a mucous membrane. They always make it a little dirtier for an article, you know what I mean? Like, they can't just be like, oh, wow, inside your nose, the mucous membrane inside your nose is very similar to the mucous membrane of inside your penis. Oh my God, they're super similar. They always got to make it a little dirty, which I'm into. I'm down for this. It doesn't, I know it doesn't last. It just kind of opens it up. No, I kind of get that. It doesn't last at all. All the things Christian right hates, I mean, basically like Republicans. I mean, the world, people that, I don't know. Yeah, I guess. I think it's got a name, but I just don't remember. I've had it for too long. Oh, dude, Jade, I totally get that. I have never had pho as good as the pho place in my college town. I've been a lot of places. I haven't been to Vietnam though. Vietnam. It said Vietnam, right? My brain just decided it wasn't. I think it's Vietnam. I haven't been there, and I would love to go there and actually have true Vietnamese noodle soup because that would be sick. I went to Thailand. No shit. For those out there that love Thai food, and you're like, I really want to go to Thailand to have the Thai food, it tastes exactly the same. Like, people that brought those recipes over did fucking justice. Yes, it might be from like just northern or just southern, but it's real well done. They did a good job. I had pad thai every fucking place I went in Thailand, and I was like, wow, this tastes like all the pad thai I've ever had in my life. I love pad thai. I wasn't looking for some miracle, but it gave me hope. It gave me happy. Like, it was pretty legit, everything. And I went some dirty places for food. I mean, I had some unique things you wouldn't find here, but everything you'd find in the States, I had because I love me some fucking Thai food. It's probably my favorite takeout is Thai food. Yeah, probably. Yeah. And it was it was pretty on point. Is that why I can sit in a lollipop and guess the flavor correctly? Yes, it's also why you feel spicy food coming out as well as going in. Because your butthole's just lips without teeth. Imagine a Cenobite ass. No. I don't want that. Time to go on a Thailand vacation to an old village and see if I can learn some Thai recipes. Do it! I did it. I did a cooking class in Thailand. It was super fun. I made soup and I made some noodles. All Thai words I can't say anymore, so please don't ask me. But I did a Thai cooking class. It was really cool. It was super fun. Fresh ass ingredients. My shrimp were alive. That was creepy. I don't have teeth on my lips, but I also don't have a jaw in my ass that I'm aware of. But there are bones down there that theoretically could have some teeths. What if our tailbone's just a tongue gone wrong? Huh. The more you think. Been off this week, fucking things up left and right. It feels like want to crawl into a hole and not acknowledge the world. Boo! This is me trying to be the ops, dude. There are some. I was asking Zach about this the other day. I think he thinks I'm losing my mind, but all I said was, "Do you ever feel like some days your hands are wrong?" Like that was the best way I could just summarize the entire day. I couldn't hold anything without dropping it. I couldn't walk past a surface without somehow flicking something off said surface. Like I just fucked up. And I was like, I don't know how else to say it, but like, I think my hands are wrong today. And he was like, yes, I get that. So I had some sympathy. I don't know if it's real, but I totally feel it. What's happening? Oh, this is the end of fucking. A lot of corn today. I'm not sorry about it. I love Indian food. Why can cancer have teeth? What? What? Like the crab? I don't think I've ever seen a crab with teeth. Don't they have chelicerae? Aren't they filter feeders? Crabs? I think they're filter feeders. Jeff Rosenstock. It's a Rosenstock flag. I think that's literally all it's called. Thank you. Yep. That's all it's called. Rosenstock. They can't have teeth. Thank you, friend. Boom. I've seen fish with teeth, so I would not discount it, but I haven't seen a crab with teeth. It might depend on the crab and like the species, honestly, Trouble, because some of them are filter feeders where they have just like those little like hairsies and they're filtering the water and like grabbing tiny little planktons out of the water. And some sit there and like tear apart a whale underwater. No, you're right. I don't know. I'm not a marine person, man. That's a good question. Chi-Town, you're welcome. My hands can't touch anything but my hands. And technically, they're not touching each other. Like, technically, you've never touched anything in your life. Tesco always going above and beyond with their customer service. What is 4 thin beefsteaks rimmed by passionate people? Oh my God, it's supposed to say trimmed, right? That's supposed to say trimmed, right? 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 That's not an English thing to just like rim your roasts, right? Like before you slice, because I'm uncomfortable. Yeah, can I pay the additional fee to have an unrimmed steak? I can rim it on my own. I can rim it. Dude, Rod, my yard is a fucking lake. There's water in my yard right now higher than my shin. It's so bad. The street out front, it's a river. It's what is this? Drought? Not drought. Monsoon season. Isn't that what this is in the desert? Fucking monsoon season bullshit. A succulent. Yeah. Yep. For 5 pounds, I expect a pleasured cow. Can I? It's like that scene in fucking Portlandia. Where did the cow live prior to becoming a steak? Yes, and what was its name? Was it regularly given rim jobs? A good tonguing in and around the anus. And who exactly did these rim jobs? Did they have variety in the rim jobs? Was there like a different moisture introduced, different tongue widths? Excellent, yes. I think I'll go meet the cow. I made that part up, but it's similar. Put a bird on it. Exactly. Oh my God, Greg. I don't know if, dude, you, hold on. We have a better one. We got a new one recently. Someone in chat notified me of this monstrous. Where is it? Where are you, you little cunt? Oh my God, this. So little effort. So little time. I know. I know. And is he rimmed? I'll go meet the cow. Did the cow consent? Was it told that it's pretty afterwards? Was it thrown a towel or was it delicately offered aftercare? These are important factors I need to know. I'm not here to eat abused meat. I'm not convinced that cow had an agile and narrow enough tongue to perform a proper rim job. Bro, have you ever seen a cow pick its own nose? I mean, I'd be hard to think of a different large animal that could rim job better, to be fair. Their tongues are like a goddamn giraffe, man. It's like, I don't got that tactility. Like, don't put your dick in a cow's mouth. But, like, I used to work at the fair in the summer, and we always had baby cows in the petting farm part where kids could come, like, pet the baby cows and give them a bottle. And if the cows got your hand instead of a bottle, they'd fucking, like, deep throw your arm half the way up and suck hard. You know there's some fucked up motherfucker out there advantaging baby cows. And I'm just saying, I'd like to milk that piece of shit forever with one of those nasty machines. Karma. Top 10 rim job animals. Cows. Definitely giraffes. Giraffes? Is it just giraffe? Is it giraffes or giraffe? Anteater? Boom. I was trying to think, like, what are things with just, like, stupid tongues? Hummingbird, for those that just want a little tickle pickle, or maybe they're into sounding. It's safe sounding. Try the hummingbird. I hate me too. It's okay. I'm sorry. No, Katie. Don't say that. Okay. It's fine. We had a meeting. We're good now. Elephants of gaping. Oh my God, Brittany, have I ever told you the story of how my Nana taught me about how not to accept too large of a penis into my poon without saying don't let people touch you with too big of a penis in your poon because small vaginas run in the family? It's wild. I don't know how it taught me shit, but the story's hilarious to this day. Nana, I miss her. I know, let's go. So, my Nana, she tells me, I don't know how this came up. I don't know why. I was really young. And my Nana decides to tell me a story. And just set the scene, my Nana kind of looks like Molly Weasley plus like 150 pounds and 30 years. And 30 years. So like older. And my Nana's just like chilling in her moo-moo in her recliner with a fucking vodka tonic or a gin and tonic. I don't know at this point. No, it was gin and tonic. She was not vodka yet. With like a gin and tonic. And she's like, so it's the end of the world. Because that's Irish people and that's how every story starts. It's like chaos and fucking the apocalypse. It's the end of the world. Everything is dead. Everything in every animal is dead. Except for two. A mouse and an elephant. And they are both just like sitting together, I guess, chilling in Africa, because that's where elephants are. I'm assuming it was an African elephant. Who the fuck knows? There were no details here. They're just chilling together like, wow, we're the last two things on Earth. Like, what do? We can just like choose to die and just like let the Earth, not have life anymore, or we can figure out a way to propagate the entire world from just us. My Nana was Catholic, if that background helps with any of this story at all. This is not a Catholic story, but like the logic fits in that there is none. So they're having this conversation and they come to the conclusion that it would be a damn shame to let the entire world just end. The world as we know it, like the world, people, whatever. So they take a few days and devise a plan how to get this done. And the mouse climbs up a very tall tree. You have to imagine this from a very old woman with an Irish accent that's kind of drunk. It's so much better. Climbs up a very tall tree and waddles its little ass out onto a tree branch, presumptuously the same height as. What was the wordage? The anal railgun of the elephant, same height. You know what I'm saying? Sorry. Anyways, presumptuously at the same level, and the elephant goes miles away. Like takes a week to get as far away from the mouse as possible before the elephant turns around, gathers all his strength, and begins running at full speed, full mast, if you will, back in the direction of the now mouse. You know what I'm saying? Like on the tree branch, like, I'm ready. So the elephant is running. Obviously, it doesn't take a week to get back. It takes a lot less time, but the mouse is chilling, has a lot of time to think about this situation while the elephant is getting as far away as possible to then get, I guess, the momentum they both agreed was needed to insert, like, oh no, whatever. I accepted it as a child. So the mouse presumptuously has a lot of time to think while bent over this branch waiting for whatever the fuck is going to happen. So the elephant's running, and the fucking moment that elephant is about to theoretically penetrate a mouse. The mouse, after having much time to deliberate the situation, spins around on its heel and goes, "Stop! If it don't fit, don't force it." And that's how the world ends. And now that I say it again, I'm kind of thinking my Nana was telling me to take a fat cock or be alone forever. Shit. I fucked up, Nana. That's it. That's it. That was my Nana's way of saying, like, all the ladies in our family have tiny vaginas, Katie. Don't let people bend you over backwards and fucking rape your kidneys. You fucking got me, bro. Fucking got me. I don't know, man. I don't know where this came from. I don't know why this was the day. I was so young. I don't even think my sister was alive yet. I don't know. I got no answers. It's wild what these people do when they have children to morph and fucking. Nana was a wise old bitch. She truly was. She was also crazy and a drunk, but wise. That mouse had to be an experiment in sound. Huh? Banana, you would have loved my Nana. No shit, I called her Nana Banana, but you would have fucking. She was a kick. I don't know. But I have legitimately stood up in the middle of a, pre-coitus session and been like, I can't accommodate that. Want to play video games? And I don't know, but I think maybe Nana gave me the courage to do that. Thanks, Nana. Here's to you, you old hoe. Slanch? Sure. Erica, no shit. Okay, Nana, but you have to take your meds before Mom gets home, so don't finish your drink first. Someday, Stajan. She really was. I mean, my Nana took the true American dream to the fucking extent. Like, once my grandpa died, she literally lived off of chocolate and vodka and was just like, if I die, I die. Fuck it, my life. It was great. She lived till she was ancient. Nana, some wild times. That was the longest time bomb for advice known to this crowd. I know. She always, is that an Irish thing? Like having a ridiculous story that leads up to something that's common knowledge and they just want to talk for a long period of time. I think that's a thing. Stop it. Is that actually the name of a dildo? No, I don't want anything to do with that. I mean, Jank, let's be real. An elephant cock running at full force at a mouse would fucking kill that mouse. And or the mouse would crawl up the penis and sounding would be invented. Or Lemmy Winks, or yes. Did my Nana drop acid? I don't think my Nana did anything but drink alcohol in her entire life. She didn't smoke cigarettes, but she drank. She was from that era of just like, you drink. Like, who the fuck doesn't drink, you know? You come over to my Nana's house. Can I make you a drink, honey? Like, that's the first thing out of her mouth. It was just like, she lived forever. Soundy Winks?
No. Oh my god, what?
Allow yourself to be penetrated. Be penetrated by everything and everyone that is good in this life.
There are no words. There are no words. What?
Good God. Would have gone to a gangbang and told half the guys no. 100%. 100%. Yeah. My Nana had no. She had balls, dude. She had a terrible childhood. I just stabbed myself in the eye. It's great. You know, Stajan, I kind of wish she was around to, like, see the normalization of it. Because I think she would. She wasn't opposed. It just wasn't around. Like, she was all about having a good time. She was a partier. She lived in Vegas, man. When she was young, she lived in Vegas. Like, she was a sequence bee. Mickey sounding mouse. Jesus Christ. Oh, I stabbed myself in the eye with my finger. Why? The strain. Oh, it's a new one, actually. It's a new brand. I've never had this one before. From Root to Rise Seed and Strain Cannabis Co. The strain is called Honey Hiker. And it is allegedly 32.21% THC. Allegedly. Ow. Soundy Winks is going to haunt me. I wish my Nana was alive to tell her of that. My Nana was kind of dirty. Like, she was, Catholic, and there were certain things she was strangely, like, prude about, but language was not one of them. I think I've told you guys, like, the Millie story, my dog. My Nana said some wild shit in moments where no one was there to corroborate my story. So, like, I just live with these in my head, and I hope to God, I think I'm gonna repeat these stories multiple times in my life because I wanna hold this memory because they're just fucking cherished. Like, my Nana lived in, like, a motorized recliner. From the moment my grandpa died, she could not sleep in their bed together. So she ate, slept, lived in a fucking recliner. And so she would, like, nibble her little chocolatey treats and drink her fucking alcohol in it, and there was crumbs all over this underneath the recliner, as I think most recliners accumulate. And my little pug, Millie, loved it. It was like a fucking cornucopia of yum under Nana's chair. It was like cookie crumbles and all sorts of dangerous things that probably might have killed her, but didn't. A miracle. But one time my Nana, I made her cook. Used to make her dinner and bring it down when I was in college because we lived relatively close. And I made her cookies or something. So she was sitting there eating them. And, like, my Nana, again, not a prudish person about most things. Really didn't give a shit. Like nudity and stuff like that, she had no qualms. Her daughters could dress as skankalicious if they wanted to. She didn't give a fuck. That kind of stuff never bothered her. So, like, there came a certain point in my Nana's life where she just lived in a muumuu house dress, formless house dress. I don't know what else you would call these things, but basically you don't wear anything on underneath, maybe some underwear if you're feeling spicy. I don't know. My Nana wasn't. And so she had her recliner and like she was real short and just like a short little tubby. Short little tubby butterball. She was precious. And she would sit in her recliner like this. Just kind of like a melted beast with her legs just wide open for the world and God to see everything going on. You know what I'm saying? Bless her heart. Thankfully, most of her daughters are nurses and most of her grandchildren are as well. So none of us, we were just like, okay, Nana, tuck that back in. But I'm sitting there and she's like sitting there, like, you know, in her chair eating cookies and there's crumbs everywhere. And I'm like directly next to her and we're both watching her enormous TV, watching like Jeopardy or Wheel of Fortune or one of those shows because she loved them. And Millie loved my Nana. I mean, honestly, just like this big soft pillow of a human that will let you lay on them forever. Of course, Millie loved her. Like they were besties. But if my Nana was eating anything, Millie would be like, and my Nana would give in to anything. To anything. Thank fuck Millie was so healthy and lived a long, delicious life because Jesus fucking Christ. She'd give her anything. And she was crumbing all over. And so Millie was like, you know, flat pug face, hoovering the crumbs, the crumbs all around my Nana's legs. Thankfully, my Nana did have underwear on. I checked. Don't worry. But my Nana, I'm sitting right next to her, and my Nana straight fucking faced. And I've never heard her use this language before in my life. Just looks at me, and I look over at her, and she says, Millie loves my pussy. And then just proceeds to watch TV. Not a beat skipped. And I'm just sitting there on her fucking mustard yellow couch like, yeah, that happened and no one's gonna believe that one. No one. That is mine forever. My 80-something-year-old Nana just fucking said pussy at me. Like, what in the fuck? There was multiple. She would talk about how my grandfather was a stallion and all this. And it was always when I was alone. So I was like, no, you can't do this. Like, there has to be someone here to corroborate these stories because this is just too much. Too much. She was wild. Really fun, Nana, but wild. It must be like looking in a mirror for her. Oh, she would have loved that. She would have fucking died, Banana. No shit. I wish I was clever like that. She would have literally lost her shit. Every day. That's incredible. That's fucking amazing. Nana's incredible. Oh, yeah. She said some wild shit. And it was usually always in the evenings. So, you know, I usually drove down with dinner for her or something. And we would be alone, just chilling there watching our shows. And by evenings, she was pretty in her cups, as she called it. Or Ginny. She was Ginny or in her cups. Again, with an Irish accent I can't do. And so the things that would start coming out of her mouth, pretty fucking wild. Like, they were just And there was no one there to see it. It was just me. It was great. It was great. I know they both. I mean, it's every day. I just don't know I mean, it might be the storm outside, to be honest. My God, Banana, it must be like looking in a mirror for her. You know, I'm gonna be honest. I think my stepdad might have. So, a lot of the time she didn't wear underwear and would just walk around, like live in this. She didn't walk. She lived in this recliner in her moo spread eagle. And when we would all come over, she'd be like, her attitude was, "You're in my house and your family. Deal with the way I present myself," which was, you know what I'm saying? And my like 6'4", big old redneck stepdad with the missing teeth would like put his hands in his pockets and awkwardly walk by her chair to go to any other seating in the living room because you had to walk past her. And he'd make a comment like, "God damn, Ethel, I can see your fucking beaver down there." Like with a weird cheeky smile, and just kind of like walk as fast as he can past her. And then I think one time he said something like, "It looks like my scrotum or my ball sack." Like, they used to throw shit like this at each other all the time. They were sassy. I don't know if they liked each other or actually hated each other, but when my Nana was alive, her and my stepdad would fucking go toe to toe with words. It was pretty fun to watch. But I think he might have made a comment like that one time, if I remember correctly. It's great. My family's very verbal. Oh my God, it is almost 4:20. 5 minutes until 4:20, my dudes. Thank you. I'm going to reload. She was a glorious creature. My stepdad is too, though. He's fucking the things. They're just so verbally clever. I don't feel like I'll ever, like if I ever had to write a stand up for some reason, I would just be writing shit down that my Nana and my stepdad say out loud. Because it's just phenomenal. It was phenomenal. I really don't remember my childhood much. That's why I'm pretty sure I've suffered the depression since I was a child. It's all foggy. That's like, I have some parts of my childhood very similar to time, and like what my therapist, again, can't generalize. My therapist told me that your body protects you that way. Like your brain will, especially when we're kids, protect us by not necessarily like the memories are probably still in there, but it's almost like it compartmentalizes that portion of your life to alleviate suffering of, you know, harboring it the rest of your life. Because, like, very similar to what you're saying, my dad died when I was 7, but I don't have one active memory of him. I don't remember his voice. I don't remember what he smelled like. I don't remember what it was like to hug. I don't remember what he felt like, if he felt like anything. I have not one memory of my dad. But I have a shit ton of memories before I'm 7 years old. Like, tons. But none of those. And I've talked to my therapist about that because it's very strange to me, and I'm not exactly of the opinion that I want to wake those bitches up. I'm kind of cool with them staying dormant because they don't sound fun. But she was saying that's absolutely a way a brain can work. Get a drink for the 420. Man, 420 is cheers. Cheers with whatever you got. Whatever gets you through the day, man. Rod, amen to that. There are plenty of comics that just tell family stories. Memories get foggy over time, even the good ones. Human memory is fucking fallible. What pisses me off is that your emotive state while you experience something can morph your memories to be not what really happened. Like, you can absolutely, beat for beat, remember something that didn't happen because the emotions raging through your system at that time re-fucking wrote it. And that's just a fact, and that's not fair. I would like to depend on my memories, please. Just because I'm an emotional person doesn't mean I should fucking forget everything. Wild. It's not. It's like super, super common. I think it's like, no, I think it's really common. Emotions are wild. He scheduled an emergency hearing about my benefits because they keep fucking up. Oh my God. I mean, good for him though. At least he's getting on it early instead of waiting until they fucking pile up forever. One way, that's something. Silver linings. No shit station, same. Yeah. I told me about the blowjob for sunscreen. Fuck yes. He laughed and said, oh, I'd have to do both at the same time. And once he's done, So then you got to get a can of spray sunscreen. And when he starts, oh, yeah, just whip it out and spray him in the eyes. No, bad. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Control the flow. You control that room. Ball in your court, bitch. Don't do that. I'm kidding. Don't spray people in the eyes with sunscreen. Oh, my God. Am I kidding you? Maybe. I've been told my sarcastic tone is really hard to tell. You have a weight of a barber straight razor. Oh, bless. Would have a hard time. Bless you. I don't feel witty. I don't feel witty and clever at all. It's terrible. I feel so socially awkward. Bless your heart for saying that. I want to try hypnosis at some point to unlock them if possible. I've unlocked some memories in just plain therapy. Just like my therapist asking me questions that no one has ever presented to me before. Like triggers something in my brain. I'm like, oh my God. It's real weird. 5 weeks? I mean, it's like, how long is it going to go? Like in the grand scheme of things, it's early. Like how many years ago did Vissy beat brain cancer and she's still receiving fucking bills for her tumor? Because apparently in America, if you survive the cancer, you just drown in bills. It's a long road of bills. Bills, bills, bills. You know what I'm saying? Happy 420. Oh my God, I almost missed it. Cheers. Cheers. Jesus Christ, Erican. Almost died. Jesus fuck on a fuck. 1 second. Katie, I love you. I never thought I'd say this. Please never give me head. I'm scared. With great power comes great responsibility. Fuck cancer in the dick. Yep. What was it? Let me what was fuck, I already forgot. Let me sounding. Shit. Banana, what was it? It was this stoner brain. Hi, Allie Love, how are you? Soundy winks. Soundy winks all up in cancer. Paparazzi? I don't think so. Is it like a card game or like a game? Like a PC game? Because I have like a card game, like a 2-player card game that's a dog themed. It's really dorky, but it's pretty fun. I can't remember what it's called. I don't think it's Paparazzi though. Cheer! Oh my God! Cheers, everybody. That made me. This weed is pretty strong. I am stoned. No, I haven't. Is it good? It sounds like a Barbie game. Oh my God, Allie. Can we trade? It hasn't stopped raining since last night at around 6 p.m. My yard is a river. My yard's a river. Stajan, honestly, when Workster said paparazzi, I immediately imagined Pokemon Snap, but with dogs. I was addicted to Pokemon Snap as a kid. That shit was fun. Cheers, Viata, love. Stajan, when's the last time you were stoned, if you have been? Dude, Allie has put in so much fucking hard work. It's truly impressive. It's a photo taking game with dogs? Paparazzi. Oh my God, I thought the song was the game. I got so confused. Wait, what the fuck, though? Really? Paparazzi. My voice is really dying. Give me 1 sec. I don't know why. Don't be sick. I feel like Ariel when the seashell sucks her shit out. Put your love for pups to the test. Excuse me? Do I need to kill a bitch? Who the fuck is testing my love for dogs? Dogs are perfect and deserve all the love in the entire world. If you argue, I don't want to be your friend. Get the fuck out. I'm just kidding. We can be friends, but we can't talk about that. Put your love for pups to the test. Absolutely not. No one can beat me. Thank you for those biddies, Nick. Jesus Christ, what? Imagine sex in the 19th century. Oh my god, you spend 15 minutes unbuttoning 650 buttons only to get to a coochie that hasn't been washed since last week's river bath. Bitch, we ain't even mentioning the fucking 21-day dirty petticoat and the lack of anything between you and that petticoat. Like, no shit, there was a period of time where people just wore a red petticoat during that time and just let it flow, let it flow, chunks and everything. And then they just, put it on again the next day because doing laundry was expensive. Put your love for pups to the test. We have a bunch of dogs that need their photos taken. Bitch, I'm there. Doggone it! Shut up. I love me a pun. Photograph and catalog the finest and derpiest. There better be a greyhound. Derpiest. I feel like there's a dog here. On my nose. The derpiest dogs to build your career, upgrade your camera, and discover new canines. This sounds like Pokemon Snapple with adorable dogs. Not think of anything that could make me enjoy any moment of a film, like after watching a puppy get stomped. Because I do not get over watching a puppy get stomped, even in a movie. They just make it too real. Movies are too real these days. And honestly, like, isn't that the point of a movie? It's like immerse yourself, like lay back, enjoy it. Who the fuck watches a movie like, this isn't real, this isn't real, that's not real, that's not real, that's not real? No, you want to like relax and lose yourself in another world for a minute. And if that other world involves the cutest puppy in the world getting stomped by a boot bigger than its body, I've seen it once. I could probably draw that dog. Ruined me. I don't know, man. I probably am John. I'm like John Wick's way less cool sidekick. Like the science one that's just like tall and awkward and has weird pigtails, but like no physical attributes whatsoever and is scared of guns. But yeah. I do kind of get that way. Animals like, and I've thought about why, because I legitimately did like kind of put people down, for lack of a better term, as a job for many years. I wasn't an assassin. I worked in a hospital and unplugged life support. It's different. Doctor's orders and whatnot. But like the idea of animals being senselessly killed fucking just ruins me. I think it's because animals are so innocent. And like when an animal attacks, it's out of fear, it's out of instinct, it's out of hunger. There's no malicious intent behind an animal attacking. But humans, they make a lot of choices. Wait, am I not in my villain era? What happens during my villain era? How the fuck do I become a villain from here? I don't. My hand is stiff. I don't know. Because most people say I look like a villain already. I could dye my hair dark. Oh. A medical assassin. I would never. How? I wouldn't. Amen, Stajan. John Wick, the puppy represents his hope for life after the death of his wife. No wonder he killed them out. He killed them all. I mean, yeah. I get it. I mean, I was thinking real hard about it, but if someone tried to stomp my dog, you know? Have you never seen John Wick? It's been out for a while, and it's literally like the beginning of the fucking movie. No, don't. I mean, it just like it's a good movie. I will say that. Keanu Reeves is fantastic. The John Wick films are great, which is why I go see all the other ones because they haven't put that in any of the other ones. Great, awesome. But that first one, I'm good. I saw it. I know what happened. I know why he's pissed, and I sympathize. And honestly, I don't think John Wick would watch John Wick for fun. Do you? I don't think so. Jake. Huh? There's a lot of mountains in Colorado, is all I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah, we actually listened to it the other day, Stage, and I think someone shared it. Let me make sure it's the right one. Yes. No. No, this was a teaser at the end of a video we watched the other day. I had no idea it was a new video coming out. Have you seen it? I had no idea. It was like I thought it was like a commercial. I thought it was a fake thing. Wait, is it great? Yeah, but Trouble, then I'm basically Phoebe from Friends, and I just don't want to be that person who's like, wait, the dog dies in Old Yeller? Like, I accept reality. Like, I don't go watching Requiem of a Dream and then just skip ass to ass. I'm kind of a full ass kind of person. I commit. Ouchies. I'm stretching. It's fine. Allie. Dude, it's literally like 15 minutes till the normal end of my stream. Otherwise, I would totally go fish out a gecko. If you come tomorrow early, I can grab one. You know, bitch, they sleep at nighttime, but if you come early in the morning, I mean, and again, I'm not saying you have to, but they're usually awake. It's really easy for me to get them out. Whereas right now, I'd have to like rip their cage open and dig them out of one of their skulls. I have skulls in our cage, of course I do, and they live inside them. But it's so hard to get them out when they're sleeping. Well, any other day, honestly. It's just like, if you're ever able to hang out the earlier in the day, it's just easier for me to get them out. You know what I'm saying? Whereas it might take me the amount of my stream that's left to get them out right now. They're super nocturnal. You know, crested geckos, if you guys have never seen a crested gecko, they're precious. They're the dumbest creatures in the world, but they've got sticky toes and sticky tails and sticky bodies, and they're really fun. But they're nocturnal, so they sleep during the day, and they usually bury themselves or they hide themselves under a rock or like in a leaf, and they're sticky. And so when you like yank them off of something while they're sleeping, you kind of run the risk of them like dropping their tail or something. But in the morning, they'll just jump out on me. They're like awake and ready. Oh, I put in like a rope bridge. They love that thing. Mostly the skull. Like I had these Halloween skulls that honestly, they were like solid. You know, there wasn't any opening in them, but they have like a functioning jaw and they're pretty cool looking. So I took a, what do you call them? It's like a hot blade you use to like carve into wood, like burn into wood, you know? Is it just a wood burning blade? I used one of those to cut like a hole out of the back of the skull, a huge hole, so they wouldn't get stuck in it, and removed the back of the skull. Stuck it in there, and they love it because and I cut the eyes out, excuse me. I did cut the eyes out, but they love it because they can sit inside the skull and like look out, but they're still hidden. They're so dorky. Oh my god, yes, Fiona. We've gotten some fucking sick music, dude. Last week I almost cried. Someone shared some, what was it? It was literally like an 8-year-old singing soulful shit. Did you see it? Oh my god, I'd love to play it. If you hadn't, I saved it in the list. It's got to be I'll find it. It was, I mean, mind-blowing. It's literally like an 8-year-old who has the voice of like a soulful old man singing like fucking blues in the middle of like a hardware store or some shit. But fuck, dude. Yes, Allie. Anything that they can lay on flat that's high up. You actually want tons of that stuff. I learned this later. I don't have any that got this problem, thank fuck. But what happens is if crested geckos don't have enough surfaces that are like flat like this that are high up for them to sleep on and feel safe because they're like tree geckos, you know, they'll stick to the sides of the glass and sleep like this. And the joint where their tail connects to their body will become like loose. Like if you've ever seen a gecko that's sleeping like nose down and its tail is out straight like this, that's bad. And it means they can't use their tail like a prehensile arm anymore. They're basically like dragging around a dead tail. But it happens when they don't have enough things to sit on and be like this. I know. That's what it is. How do you adopt all these animals that have been abused? I swear to God. They call to you, Allie. They call to you. I swear to God. Didn't you have a few little leopard geckos that you adopted from people? Or you adopted them from the store you were working at, but they were previously owned by someone who didn't take care of them? Why do I remember that? I'm not saying you abused them. I'm saying I thought you had. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like these animals that previously just didn't have someone taking care of them, they come to you. You're a harbor for love. But yeah, I learned that later too. I didn't know either. Because in nature, like they probably do sleep on fucking vertical logs. I know they do. They sleep on vertical logs all the fucking time. But I think most of them in nature drop their tails. Like, if you think about it, all the shit that happens in nature at night and stuff like that, they probably all drop their tails at a certain point. It probably doesn't even matter. Yes. I think about her a lot. Honestly, Allie, I do think about her every single time I see a leopard gecko. She was special. What up, non-binary? Everything's doing fine right now. I've been trying to grow shit outside. And it's currently literally like a fucking torrential downpour, so please grow. The grass looks amazing though. Oh, Allie. They sense your spirit. Everything is pretty good so far. I don't think I've had anything die. I have a houseplant. I was actually thinking about, like, no joke. I do have a few houseplants. And I was thinking about one the other day. And I think I've had it for almost 10 years. And I don't think it's ever grown, but it's not dead. It's a desert rose. And I bought it, I think, like, over 10 years ago, dude. It's wild how many houses I've dragged this fucking desert rose to that blooms, like, once a year and has some very pathetic leaves. Someday. You know, Allie, every spring I try to bring my snakes outside one at a time, and they always kind of hate it at first, and then they like realize it's sunshine and they're like, oh. But at first, I think it's just nature. There's a lot of sounds, a lot of smells, and like animals have such higher sensing organs than us. I assume it's probably overwhelming. It's like living on a farm and then going to the city, but like in a short span, you know? Staging, 9 a.m. Mountain Time. So I was trying to think of the time zones. 11 a.m. Eastern. That's easier for everybody. Yeah. 2 hours. It's weird living in the middle. I've always lived on a coast before. And so usually it's just like same both ways. But now I'm 1 hour west, 2 hours to the east difference in time. It's fucking weird. And then Central's one. It like goes what? Pacific Mountain. Is it Pacific Mountain or Pacific Central? Pacific Mountain Central Eastern? Yeah? Yeah. 11 a.m. Eastern. That one. Gives me times to walk the dogs and myself. Although, with this rain, I'm not going outside because it's disgusting. Wait, what happened? Did Banana do it again? I just read this and now you can. Oh no, I almost missed it. Wait, do I want to read it? Eastern Central Mountains Pacific. Thank you. Boom. And Eastern's, that's where I started streaming. That's like my home. So I just stick with Eastern time. It's easier. Zach puts everything in Pacific time and he's literally never lived in the Pacific time zone. Riddle me that. Oh, I'm going to read it. I'm just like, should I be nervous? Should I take a hit? Like, is this like a puke? Oh God. Use oh, dude, we were talking about sunscreen today and yesterday. No shit. Get the fuck out. We've been talking about sunscreen. Oh, no. No. No, that is not the same person. That took me so many seconds to figure out the fuck I was looking at. Holy shit. Jade, where you at? Send this to your man. Oh my God. You may be confused. That is the same human being's leg versus their hand. I'm so sorry about the tongue. So inappropriate. That is what? Wow. Wow. Sleep well. Stajan, don't forget to brush your teeth and wash your hands. I hope you sleep wonderfully. Come by tomorrow if you want to hang out, listen to dope music and stuff. But in the meantime, have a beautiful time. Eat some. Yeah. That is. Yep, I was just thinking the same thing, Viana. My mom has the same scar on both knees now. Identical. The knee scar. It's pretty fucking like universal, right? That line with all the little dots. My mom has them both now, yeah. Use sunscreen, man. Wow. Yeah. I mean, have you guys ever seen pictures of I've seen a picture before and it was a trucker's face, lifelong long haul trucker. And literally, it was a split where one side of his face looked like those hands and the other side looked a little more aged than them thighs. One person. Wild. It is. I mean, honestly, unless you're willing to reapply sunscreen as often as it needs to be reapplied to be effective, just stay the fuck out of the sun. No one needs to be baking in sunlight. Like, that's not good for anybody. Don't do that. Oh, bitch. On the watch? Is the watch odd? What do you mean? My dad wears a watch like that. The watch on this hand? Wait, that watch? My dad and my grandpa wore watches like that. Like that chain watch, the chain link watch. Aren't those super common? They last forever. That's what my grand it ages him. Does it? I mean, wearing a watch in general. Although I'd probably wear a watch if I had one. I kind of like one. I like having a watch. I don't like looking at my phone to know what time it is all the time. But my watch broke ages ago, so I just don't have one right now. Yeah, all the men in my family have watch bands like that because they all work construction and it doesn't dent, it doesn't break. If they bang it on something, it's fine. Those things last forever. Apple Watches are expensive though, man. I wear a watch with a metal bracelet, but I also wear hats. What's wrong with hats? I'd wear hats if my head wasn't so fat. Mishy. I have a really bad habit of losing watches. I take them off to do something and then just forget. Oh, did I forget a linky? Sorry, my brain's really foggy today. Oh, fuck me. I did. Yeah. Wow. Yes. Oh my God. It unnerves me. It still unnerves me. This is I think I saw this when I was in college. This picture's fairly old. Sun damage, not even once. That's what? I thought it was less drastic than this. It's so much more drastic than I thought it was. Wow. Wow. It literally unnerves me to look at it. It's almost like uncanny valley shit. Damn. I mean, Greg, I was gonna say the same. Like, my Nana, my Irish little Nana, she stayed the fuck out of the sun. Like, she did not go outside. She was very much a little house mom, slept, like, wore big sun hats. When she was outside, she freckled like crazy, but she looked really young up until, like, the last year of her life when she really started going downhill and just not feeling good. She always looked youthful as fuck because her skin looked great. Her skin didn't age. Like, it didn't get that transparency to it because I think sun damage has something to do with the breakdown of the collagen in our skin that gives us that fat baby cheeked look versus the more sallow I'm getting old now look, right? I don't know the total science of it, but I think it has something to do with it. Or maybe it breaks down like the reproduction or like the production of collagen in your skin, something like that. No sun, same. Yeah. In fact, the screen protectors for the Apple Watch are 1,000 times easier to break. Oh. I mean, yeah, I think if you need to buy a $40 screen cover for something, then that's something that ain't that great. I've had a couple Fitbits die, no physical damage at all. Me too. Fitbits, I think they're cheaply made. Yeah, I've literally had 2 snap off my wrist out of nowhere and just fall off of me. I don't have a big wrist or anything. Like, it was bizarre. They're not very well made. I remember when she was almost dead, I was with a nurse in the hospital room and she was amazed by her skin. My Nana's mom was like that. My Nana's mom didn't drink or anything, so she definitely looked better than my Nana. My Nana drank herself stupid. But my Nana's mom, I remember when we were really, really young, she used to get compliments on her skin all the time. My great Nana, and she was like 90 something at this point. And my mom told me the story. They went into a department store one time, and I guess we were there. I don't remember. I was too young. And the department store ladies, all selling like Estee Lauder and whatever, all the really expensive brands, kept complimenting my great grandma on her skin and saying, like, what do you use? Like, what are you using? And she finally just turned to them and said, Vaseline. And I stay out of the sun. Oh, Vaseline. But raise your hand if you've got Aquaphor within arm's reach. So did my Nana. Oh my god, my Nana did the same. My Nana had, like, expensive perfumes, and, like, it was actually fun to go through her beauty stuff after she passed away because she had old, really cool, like, classic like, compacts and stuff. But same, she spent all the money on, like, department store stuff. Real expensive. My great Nana, not at all. She was made. She petroleum jelly on her face, but she did look phenomenal. You just don't wanna wear that in the fucking sunshine. Oh my god. Used on oil rigs as a waste product? Wait, is it a waste product if you're using it? Isn't it only a waste product if you're not using it and you just waste it? Wait, I'm confused. It's me, I know it's me. The screen protectors break in situations where the actual watch screen doesn't every single time. Does it what's the word? Does it, like, hurt the watch screen when the screen protector breaks? Ooh, recollagen, did I miss it? Oh, fuck me, I did. As you age, your body starts producing less collagen. That's what I thought. Yeah, the skin becomes thinner, drier, less elastic. The loss of collagen leads to wrinkle formation. Your body begins to lose collagen when you turn 30. So, sun damage must accelerate that process or something. It must break down the cells that produce collagen in order to accelerate it that much. You know what I mean? I haven't used a watch screen protector since I got it, but because there's no point. The screen is just that good. That's honestly, I used to get screen protectors for my iPad, and I actually learned if you use an iPencil, they are designed to work on the actual iPad screen, and it breaks down the iPencil to use it on screen protectors all the time. And the iPad screen's phenomenal. Like, they make them so nice now. Like, I'm not running around like fucking throwing my iPad around or anything, but I have yet to ever break an iPad. I've never actually broken a phone screen, which except that one time on stream, which was phenomenal. Kelter, thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving me swings for 29 fucking months in a row. I appreciate you. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. I was just gonna look for someone cool to raid. Really, can y'all do me a favor and do some black magic so I don't get sick? I feel like I'm like on the edge of sick and I do not want it. So I'm gonna chug a bunch of emergency, milk and orange, pray to a cow, sacrifice something virginal, I don't know, oil, an olive. I'm gonna find a virgin olive and I'm gonna sacrifice it. I do not want to be sick. I don't know how it happened, but my nose feels gross. Oh my God, Lizzie, that's so far away. If I got a nose infection, it's like 24 hours. So, like, but still, let's not get sick. Please, for the love of fuck. We have important things on Tuesday, and being sick is terrible. Thanks, Satan.
You're welcome. I got your fucking back. And by that I mean your ass is fine. Let me stick this fucking rocket up it.
No, thank you. Satan's a dope person. Be good to each other. You don't want virgin olives. You want that extra slutty olive oil. That really dirty fucking like third use olive oil. Like maybe something was fried in it for 7 days before anyone maybe thought that it wasn't the same color anymore. And then they put it in a bottle and they were like, bitch, it's artisanal. I could see it. Don't get anal railgunned, y'all. Yeah, like don't get an MRI with a butt plug in because you never know if they're lying. It might have metal, in which case you get a liver tickle. And if that happens, this bitch is going to awkwardly ask you, did you feel it? What does it feel like to have your liver tickled? Because questions are how we learn, and I need to know. Anal motherfucking railgun. Oh my God, your birthday's Taco Tuesday. Stop it. We should talk about the history and celebrate vaginas or something, because that's a taco funny. And pussy's great. I'm going to think on it. Mayo, thank you and everyone else for being awesome. I sucks that I feel so fucking low energy. I'm really hoping I'm not sick. If you could, do the olives and the stuff, that'd be great. I can't think of anything else that we get this version other than olives. Also, is there someone fucking olives? Cheers. My bowl almost got stuck. Such a fucking hit. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Mountain Time, 11 a.m. for Eastern people, and that matters anyways. We'll be here. Faded Friday. We smoke a lot. We listen to dope music. We hang out. I'm going to try to find some Reddit stories that are not the coconut story that we can maybe laugh at. But other than that, the olives and stuff, I don't want to be sick. I love you. Be good. Oh.